Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Phineas Ferb Scientist? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men are created equal. Some have powerful quirks, some have weaker quirks, others lack the superhuman quirks that have come to all but define society. And some have the misfortune of having been born with intelligence over the infamous mad scientist line, thus making them subject to the even more hated science for evil act. Honestly, Izuku for his part hated its very existence. His father Heinz Doofenshmirtz lucked out of that law as he'd been a villain for several years in America before he met up with Izuku's mother and got married, but sadly that didn't mean Izuku got around it. Nope. Because of some lunatic that went around calling himself all for one, Izuku would have to perform around 4 years' worth of evil deeds before he could move on to using his inventions for good full-time. Oh well, it wasn't all bad. If the creeping feeling of being watched was any indication, he'd finally found himself a nemesis. He hoped his evil plan was good enough to prevent and impress this prospective nemesis. You only have one chance to make a good first impression after all. Doesn't he just finished his latest innator? And his non-prototype one, but still it was his latest. His innator was a rather simple thing, being a large satellite dish with a "keep off the grass" sign, held securely in a glass or beneath it, with which he would capture the power of the keep off the grass sign and use it to implement his plan. And of course the reverse switch, self-destruct button, and the blow-up in Izuku's face button were all present. He invented that last one himself. Ended up the thing even had a nice little laser pointer set neatly on the desk holding the 3 controls. Not for practical reasons, you just like having the thing around. Stop, villain. Izuku turned around to see a girl in a green jumpsuit, with green hair, and with a set of goggles on her head that made Izuku think of frog eyes. A frog girl? I mean, you fool. Izuku laughed desperately, trying to play off his confusion. You cannot stop me. That would be vigilantism, and you are clearly not an agent. But no, really, that's illegal. You really shouldn't be stopping villains unless you're an OWC agent or a pro hero. The frog girl put on a fedora. An OWC agent, frog girl? Well, agent, you've caught me by surprise, but can you deal with my surprise? Izuku cackled with glee as he pushed a button, causing the ground underneath the agent to slide, knocking her over. Now prepare to face the power of my brilliant trap. Almost as if on cue, a small door in the wall opened up, causing a horde of purring kittens to swarm all over the wrong girl before several of them curled up and fell to sleep on her. That's right, I have trapped you with the most restricting agents known to humankind. Izuku rubbed his hands together in glee. A kindle of kittens that are sleeping on you and are so cute that you can't move because you don't want to disturb them. Mwahaha. Darn. His new nemesis said flatly as she looked at the curled-up kittens now pinning her down. That's actually a pretty good one. Thanks. Izuku smiled brightly. He was so glad that he seemed to be making a good impression. The first, he better get the agent's name after all. Communication is important to a good battle between good and evil. Now before I tell you my evil plan, can I get your name? I'm sorry if you don't want to tell me. I know some people like the whole mystery thing, but I was raised to believe that it's very important to have a healthy communicative relationship. The agents sent to thwart you. I mean, we might be enemies, but that doesn't mean we have to be savages. It's fine. My name is Tsuyu Azui. The frog girl replied as she looked around, clearly trying to figure out a way out of the kitten trap. That meant she was focused. You have asked her if she wanted to become a pro hero after her internship. Pro hero was a common Kara choice for field-focused OWC interns after they fulfilled their time as agents. But please call me Tsu. Tsu the frog girl if you want to use OWCA terminology. Okay. Midoriya smiled. Am I good to give you my motivation and monologue about my plan now, or do you prefer to figure it out yourself? Karo, the monologue is fine. I appreciate you asking though. Right. A button later and Izuku's latest innator revealed itself. Behold! The sign meaning reversinator. You see, Tsu the frog girl, I was inspired one day when I saw some people standing on the grass when the sign said clearly not to stand on the grass. How could you do that if everybody just disobeyed signage like that? We'd have absolute chaos. But then I realized chaos is the perfect chance to gain power, and what better way to cause chaos and to make people disobey signage. And so I created this machine with which I shall turn every "keep off the grass" sign in Japan into a "keep on the grass" sign. As most people will already not be on the grass, they would then be disobeying the signage like a bunch of ruffians, thus instantly causing the chaos that will create a power vacuum in which I shall take over the Muzutafu area. One of the kittens on Tsu let out a meow before rolling onto its back and exposing its belly to the air. Now you initiate my evil plan. Izuku pushed the button on his inator. Mwahaha. Unfortunately for Izuku, he failed to notice Tsu's tongue shooting out and knocking the laser pointer off of the destination, activating it in the process. In an instant the kittens were transfixed by the shiny red. And those that weren't already awake were quickly startled awake by their peers before joining them in the chase for the curse is the one weakness in my trap. Thinking quickly, Izuku put up his dukes and took a swing at Tsu, only for the agent to dodge and kick him in the gut, in turn knocking him into the control panel and pressing both the reverse and blow up in Izuku's face buttons at the same time. Boom! Curse! You Tsu the frog girl! Izuku called out to the heavens as the explosion sent him face first into the wall of his lair. And also my inexplicable decision to keep a laser pointer nearby when my trap relied entirely on kittens. All in all, Izuku felt like this was a very good first scheme and subsequent thwarting. He couldn't wait to tell his parents and Kacchan that someone actually tried and succeeded at stopping him. Kacchan especially had been worried that Izuku wouldn't be able to come up with enough evil plans worth thwarting in time to finish his mandatory villain time by the time the two hopefully graduated from UA. Izuku would be lying if he didn't say he was nervous about that himself. He really hoped that he could keep this up. The very next day in school, Izuku was surprised to find there was a new transfer student. She was a frog girl who looked exactly like the agent he fought yesterday and even had the exact same name and wanted to be called the exact same thing. Izuku chalked that up to coincidence, but Kacchan was more suspicious. Aizu. His explosive friend began giving the new girl a judgmental look. Isn't that the exact same girl you fought yesterday? Nah. Izuku for his part was completely unconcerned. I mean, look at her, she's not even wearing a fedora. I thought she could be an agent at first, but this is clearly just a civilian girl with the exact same looks and an extremely similar personality. Right. Bakugo for his part was completely unconvinced but knew that trying to get Izuku to see through an agent's disguise was an exercise in futility. Well, I'm just saying you should be careful, Arudash. Hello. The new girl greeted them calmly as she walked over to the lunch table they were sitting at. Do you mind if I sit here? Not at all. Izuku smiled. I was just talking to Bakugo about how I met my nemesis yesterday. Or at least I hope that she's my nemesis. She only afforded me one time, but I'm hoping my next game will be good enough that they'll come by to stop me again. Ooh, I'm so nervous I'm getting evil scheme block. Breath, eyes a breath. Bakugo did his best to calm down his friend as Tsu sat down. I know you got less evil in you than your average puppy, but you're also smart enough to make up the difference. Tsu for her part and almost immediately recognized that this Kacchan had seen through her disguise. Good thing her target was, as far as she could tell, still completely unaware. Thanks, Kacchan. Izuku smiled as he calmed down. So, Tsu, did you get the warning about Trukuin? Trukuin? So that's a no then. Izuku let out a sign. He really wished the school was better about this. Our school has 9 exit ramps pointed directly at it, so our students get hit by a truck and ice guide to other dimensions on a regular basis. I had to build it to get our students back from the world they were ice guide to in Ada, because half the student body was missing. I mean, Kacchan was ice guide for a week just last month. It was horrible. Tsu had only known the blonde for a few moments, but the despair-filled, almost haunted expression on his face was something she felt was extremely uncharacteristic by sheer instinct. The writing in the world I was sent to was so bad it made me physically sick. And I think one of those creepy girls actually followed me back to this universe. I keep seeing their eyes looking at me from across the windows of this place. As if on cue, the 3 students looked to a nearby window and saw a girl with blue hair and red eyes staring at them. Before she noticed that they'd seen her, of course, she teleported away almost immediately after that point. I don't think that's just you, Kacchan. Izuku signed. Sorry I couldn't save you earlier. It's fine, Izuku. Bakugo commented as he looked at the window again and shuddered. Sides, you've been hit 3 times already? It's a good thing you're immune to Ice Sky for some reason, or we never have anyone to operate your inator to get us back. 3 times? Sue was shocked, but she thought she had a feel for where this was going. Sounds like something to hold a grudge over. Nah. Izuku waved her off. It follows the rule of 3, so I just find it funny instead of anger-inducing now. Without warning, a truck smashed through the cafeteria wall and hit Izuku before carrying him into another wall and smashing through that before finally stopping after hitting the 3rd wall in the room on the other side. The view of the actual accident was obscured by all the smoke, but Izuku's enraged voice could be heard from the other side. That's the last straw. I now declare vendetta against all trucks of sufficient size to Ice Sky someone. XXXXXX. So you didn't strictly know for certain why she'd been called down to her secret agent headquarters, but given Izuku's most recent incident in the school, she had strong suspicions that OWC had called her in today for reasons relating to him. Sorry to pull you away from your infiltration of Aldra Jr. High Agent T, but we've just received word that Doc Doofenshmirtz Jr. has started work on his newest inator. The traditional head of OWC, Major Monogram, began as he looked at a sheet of paper. Our rep. Wait a minute, you wrote this report? I thought we had you infiltrating Aldra? Izuku goes to Aldra. Tsuyu replied, more than a little confused herself. Though I was sent there to keep an eye of him. What? Oh heavens no. Monogram chuckles as he waves a hand of relief. No, actually we had you investigating Adlera because the school's very existence is a major act of villainy, and nothing seems to be able to bring it down. The Heroes Commission, Love Muffin, the Wild Pussycats, Endeavor, the Hero Killer Stain, and even the dread supervillain, all for one back when he was alive, have all attempted to have that place destroyed and failed. What? Tsuyu asked flatly. Wait, that means I was spying on Izuku for nothing. Yep. Monogram shrugged. I wouldn't worry about it, Izuku's a nice kid. Did you know one of his half-sisters is my daughter-in-law? No. But now I feel bad. Agent T looked down. You're right about him being nice, and now I already know about his backstory before he's had the chance to tell me. What should I do? Jah. As if on cue, a green-colored platypus appeared on the screen. Agent P is right, Agent T. Monogram nodded his head in agreement. Just be honest with him about it. Everyone knows communication is a key part of a healthy animosity. XXXXXX. Being someone with triple American, Japanese, and Drusselsteinian citizenship, Izuku had found himself mastering more than a few languages in his time, which thankfully made ordering the exotic mechanical parts needed to build his latest inator in less than a day a trivial task. And he finished only moments before Tsu smashed her way through the door to his lair. Agent T, I see you, timing is unquestionable. Izuku placed his hand on the trap activation button. And by that I mean completely questionable. He always wanted to do that. It was one of his dad's favorite bits. The moment he pressed the button, a giant mechanical hand descended from the ceiling and grabbed Agent T, holding her tightly in its grip. Now you may be wondering what I'm doing here today. Izuku began rubbing his hands before noticing that his nemesis was looking down in shame. Wait a minute. Agent T, why do you look so guilty? I kind of discover your motivation while spying on your high school. Tsuyu closed her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. Well, Izuku looked down. I can't say I'm exactly happy that I can't tell you my backstory now, but thank you for being honest with me. I'd much rather know now than give my nemesis a subpar experience after all. Besides, you didn't say you saw how I was going to get my revenge, so I've still got that. This is true. The frog girl nodded before looking down again. Why is the pinky finger on the sink twitching anyway? As a fully functioning nervous system, and you keep tickling it with your feet. Izuku shrugged before a phone rang. Okay, pardon me for a moment, I got to get this. It's okay. Tsu commented while looking around. I'll be over here trying to figure out how to escape. Okay. Doofenshmirtz gave his nemesis a thumbs up before answering the phone. Oh hey. Yeah, okay. Don't worry, I received the call from your doctor and I'll have the medication ready by tomorrow. Cool. Have a nice day. Sorry about that. Izuku walked back to his enemy. Pharmaceutical work called. Your pharmacist? If she remembered right, Doofenshmirtz sir was very adamant about not being one, so this sort of action was a bit of a surprise coming from his successor in evil. Yeah. Izuku grinned happily. Dad said, son, if you want my advice, I recommend you either try something other than a lab coat for your evil work, or that you get a pharmaceutical license, otherwise you will have a ton of people mistaking you for a pharmacist and it will get annoying after a while, trust me on this. And you know he's my dad and I adore, and so I took his advice and got a pharmaceutical license. Now I'm a registered pharmacist. So they tell you what my evil innator does now? Yeah. Sue blinked. I think I'm ready, I just needed the process that you've been a pharmacist thing. Fair enough. Izuku shrugged before pointing to another innator, this one appearing to be a giant stop sign with a laser gun attached to it. Meet my No More Ice Guy innator. Designed to stop every truck that is not currently on a road from moving at all ever. Given that every truck needs to stop eventually, only a few days or so of this baby in effect, and every single truck will be at a dead stop, thus eliminating the possibility that anyone will ever be ice guyed to another world. And the possibility of me getting hit with yet another truck. Really wanted to make it so it stopped all trucks immediately, but then I realized that if I stopped all trucks in the world, including the ones in traffic, that would lead to a whole lot of car crashes, and I am not a killer. It also doesn't work on emergency vehicles like fire trucks or ambulances for obvious reasons. But still, just give it a few days and boom. No more of those stupid trucks. Oh, and it will cause a lot of damage to the economy too, but oh well, too bad for them. Now to start it. Izuku chirped happily as he pushed the on button, causing the ray gun on the sign to blast a bin of red light into the air, that in turn blew up in the sky, seen as stop sign-shaped waves of energy across the country, and rendering many trucks immobile, including one that was in a very odd position. Why is it hovering like that? A villain looked on in confusion as a truck he had thrown at him lady stopped in midair. A look that quickly turned to horror as empty lady glared at him and cracked her knuckled. Oh, I was really counting on that to work too. Meanwhile, back in Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, Tsuyu had no intention of waiting for the days it would take for Izuku's plot to take effect. She knew just how to get out. Extending her tongue, she used it to tickle the inner elbow of the mechanical arm holding her in place, causing it to shudder before letting her go and attempting in vain to scratch that itch he had caused only moments before. Shoot! Once again Izuku found himself doing battle against his frog girl adversary, and this time it took her 3 hits before she was able to knock him away before pushing the self-destruct on his innator. He was already getting better at this. Curse you, Tsu the frog girl! He shouted in frustration before noticing giant truck flying right towards him. You've got to be kidding me. This time, however, he didn't get hit as his nemesis used her tongue to pull him out of the way, before giving him a nod, withdrawing her tongue and jumping through the hole she made earlier in the wall. Bless you, Tsu the frog girl. He called out in gratitude before looking at the mess. Well, I better silly dash. Before he could finish, another truck smashed through one of his windows and slammed him against the wall. Curse you, Truckuin. Hey, little brother. Norm the giant robot man smiled as Izuku left his room. Well, okay, he was always smiling, but his tone of voice implied he was happier than normal. You seem spry and full of energy today. I am big bro. Izuku smiled as he hugged his elder sibling. I've been fighting a nice frog girl. I think she might be my full-time nemesis. Oh my, that is cause for energy. Norm replied as he pulled out some cookies from the oven he'd been working at. I bet your parents will be eager to hear about this. Oh, yeah, I'm kind of nervous about that part. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. His parents tended to be even more invested in nemesis relations than just about anyone else he knew. It didn't help that his father's first nemesis would go on to be his best friend, and that once he joined Perry the Platypus in OW as Agent O, his second nemesis would be Inko. Izuku's very mother being she and Heinz got married. Still, I want to make sure this is, Well, more than just a coincidence. Before I tell them, are you going to be dropping me off today? It seems so. Norm put the trays full of cookies on the table. Father is still working on his pull my son out of that awful schoolinator, and your mother is busy with her own, not evil plans, so I'll be dropping you off at Aldra while on my way to my own teaching job at UA. Okay, cool. Izuku smiled at his older sibling. Norm had really taken well to both teaching and life as a pro-hero after father retired from villainy, and as someone who'd gone from evil to hero, Norm the giant robot man had become a major inspiration for his younger brother. I still need to deal with that evil traffic cone Mom brought to life and has been trying to kill for the better part of a decade. Actually not that I think that could be a good idea for an innator. Destroy 2 cones with 1 stone. Welp, in that case, let's hope you deal with the evil traffic cone before your new nemesis tries to stop you. If Norm could wink, he probably would have been doing so at that moment. Don't want me to show you how to bake some cookies while we have the time? Yes. What? Izuku liked baking things. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I have to say. Tsuyu commended as she looked out the window to see a giant robot stomping by. I didn't expect to see that. Oh right, the security robots were out for repairs yesterday, weren't they? Izuku commented as he, Tsuyu, and Katsuki walked down the hallway. Yeah, those are here to keep the students from escaping. Each one is 4 times more durable than the security robots at Tartarus Prison, possess roughly 8 times the physical strength, has access to significantly more powerful weapons I will not list due to at least one of said weapon using white phosphorus and another using nerve gas. And the stupid things still can't keep one creepy girl from another world from infiltrating the premises. Bakugo grumbled. Truck. The 3 students stepped out of the way as a truck smashed through one side of the hallway and exited another. You're sure those things are supposed to deal with the students? Tsuyu asked. It seems a bit excessive. Well, they aren't dealing with the trucks. Bakugo dryly remarked. And it's not like the criminals they send to this place as a punishment are any real threat. They get bullied by the student body on a regular basis. No. As if to prove Bakugo's point, a large bulky man with a hippo quirk in a jumpsuit opened the bathroom door and fell to the ground in front of them. Before being dragged back in as he desperately clawed at the ground in a desperate attempt at escape, please have mercy. Oh, come on. Izuku scowled. Who's using the boys' bathroom to give the inmates swirlies this time? We only just fixed all the toilets they broke last time. Never mind, it means we can't actually use the bathrooms for the hour or so they do it. Almost as bad as the time I found a serial killer stuffed in my locker. Bakugo shrugged. That guy looked traumatized. How is this school still standing? Tsuyu asked, bewildered. It's like every time I come here I find out something new and awful about it. It won't be standing if my plan for the end of the year goes through. Izuku laughs. But that's a way off. Honestly, Kacchan and I are still finding new awful things ourselves, and we grew up here. My dad actually compared it to his home country, and both of our parents have been trying to get us transferred out for years now. I hope you have better luck than I did, Izu, Bakugo frowned. Even if my attempt was enough to get me a recommendation into UA's heroics course. Me too. Izuku said, thinking pensive. Anyway, I have to go fill out some of my pharmaceutical duties and then prepare my evil plan for tonight. See you two later. XXXXXX. Hey Shigaraki. Izuku smiled as he manned the pharmacy at the floor of the Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated building, which in turn was a nearly exact replica of its counterpart in the United States. Here to pick out your meds? Yes. The villain in question answered. That he wouldn't say this in front of Izuku, but he was actually happy that the Science for Evil Act was a thing. After all, he wouldn't have access to Izuku if the law didn't mandate that any mad scientist that wanted to go good had to permanently offer at least one form of service to villains. In Izuku's case, it was being a pharmacist. Did you have Sensei's medications ready as well? XXXXXX. Shigaraki will be returning soon with your medication. Are you ready? I will not be taking it. Because I hate the pill. You need to take the pill if you don't want to deteriorate, Sue. The damage All Might did to you was extensive. But I hate the pill. You need to take it if you want a chance at achieving your goals. But I hate the pill. Even you recognize the need for it. It's why you had a Nomu custom built with immunity to your own quirk, as well as the ability to both track you down and force feed you the pill. But I picked the pill. I'm going to need to call in the force-feeding Nomu, aren't I? Yes. In fact, I actually made a run for it the moment you mentioned my medication. The me you're talking to is just a protection of myself meant to distract you while I gain more distance. XXXXXX. Shigaraki was really happy he remembered to bring the anti-all might Nomu given what Sensei's medication normally entailed. Lifting the medication in the first place, that is. He was blessed with not being stuck having to make Sensei take the actual pill. That was some other poor unfortunate soul's job. Yeah, just let me go get it from the back. Izuku smiled as withdrew into the confines of the pharmacy. Just need to put on my exoframe quick before I get the pill. A few moments later Izuku emerged from the depths of the pharmacy, except not he was wearing what could be described as second skeleton fixed onto his frame, and in both hands he held a blue and yellow pill that, to put it bluntly, was roughly the size of a large dog such as a golden retriever. Here you go. Izuku smiled as he held out the pill to the Nomu, who took it on Shigaraki's command. And then immediately was brought down to its knee from the sheer weight of the pill. Careful big guy, that pill's pretty high duty, you aren't going to want to drop it on your toes. Don't worry. Shigaraki looked at the struggling Nomu. He doesn't have to walk far. I'll see you next week. Okay, have a good day. Izuku waved goodbye as he looked at his watch. He'd have just enough time to sort out Endeavor's inhaler for his 90s antihero syndrome for tomorrow. XXXXXX. For her part, she felt she was having a good day. It helped that she could go to her secret agent lair right from school via the hidden entrance in her locked. Good to see in good spirits, Agent T. Major monogram began as Tsu entered her secret agent lair. We've just received word that Doofenshmirtz has been buying copious amounts of yellow paint from across the Muzudafu area. We want you to find out why he's doing it and to stop him. Right away. The frog girl saluted her boss as she jumped into action. She wondered what Izuku was up to. XXXXXX. Well, Tsu the frog girl, I have to say your arrival was unprepared for. Izuku crossed his arms as Agent T leapt into his lair via an open window, something he appreciated given it meant he wouldn't need to fix a window later. And by that I mean completely prepared for. In a flash, several roads emerged from the floor, forming a square on the ground around Tsu. In each direction was a traffic light. And the traffic lights flashed red. Tsuyu naturally tried to jump but found himself halting mid-air before being placed right back where she had started. Mwahahaha. Izuku laughed maniacally. You are trapped behind a red light, the bane of everyone with a place they need to be quickly while driving a car. You fiend. Tsuyu narrowed her eyes. What do you plan this time? I'm glad you asked. Izuku commented as he unveiled a metal beehive, and a recently painted one at that, if the yellow paint dripping from it and the paintbrush nearby were any indication. You see, my dear Nemises, my school has a problem with bees and incompetent groundskeepers, namely the fact that our idiot groundskeepers keep letting the beehives grow to massive sizes and then decided it would be a funny idea to try and knock them down in the middle of the school day. Just last week I was stung so hard and so often my entire body was nothing more than a mass of sores brought about by excessive bee venom. I hate it so much. So I decided if they won't figure out that unleashing swarms of bees on people is bad, then I will unleash swarms of angry robot bees on them. Once it don't cause allergic reactions, of course. But with my angry robot beinator I shall unleash a swarm of robot bees so intense they will make the Aldra groundskeepers beg for mercy. Of course. Izuku began as he pushed the on button on his new inator. I built the robot bees separately, so this hive is mainly for coordination. They'll probably go crazy if something happens to this. As he was talking, swarms of robotic bees each with glowing red eyes emerged from the hive and buzzed in the air, all but clouding out the building. Now my bee dash, Izuku wasn't able to finish his command before he was hit in the face by Tsuyu's tongue, which then proceeded to grip onto the paintbrush near the hive, pulled it over to one of the stoplights, which she then painted yellow. Proceed with caution? Izuku looked at the stoplight in shock. Oh no, that's not going to keep you trapped? But this might. Get her. Thinking quickly, Agent T dodged out of the way of a tidal wave of robot bees, leaping through even the smallest holes in the swarm until she reached the hive and pressed its self-destruct button. Oh! Doofenshmirtz gasped. Without their means of control, the bees are sure to turn on me. As if to prove his point would be swung closed in on Izuku Doofenschmirtz, and then they paused? The robot bees They remembered their creator careful and gently tucking each one into bed for the night. They remembered him cleaning off their wings when they fell into the dirt. They remembered how closely he held them when they were afraid of giant monsters, flashes of all the times he brought them delicious robot flowers to extract nanobot nectar from. And they hesitated. How could they sting the one that loved and cared for them so deeply? Are you guys hesitating? He couldn't help it. Izuku couldn't help but let out the tearing welling up in his eyes. You robot bees are so nice and kind-hearted. But this needs to be done. It's a part of how things are. Don't worry about me as you do your duty. I promise that I can handle it. I will be fine, trust me. I know you guys will do your job well because I believe in you. Now come on, be the best swarm of angry robot bees you can be. This seemed to convince the swarm, and they closed in and engulfed Izuku within their stinging mass. Oucho! Curse you to you, the frog girl. Izuku called out from beneath the swarm of angry robot insects as his nemesis made her escape from her lair. Ouch! Good job, my robotic bee children. Ouch! His attempt at revenge was not a success in the least, but Izuku found himself proud of the swarm of robotic bees he made to accomplish it regardless. I hope you don't mind the early scheme, Tsuyu. Izuku said as he pressed a button causing a cage made out of traffic cones to fall down and trap the agent. It's just I have a lot of work today. I was already on a traffic-related plot binge, and then I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided to do something productive with the time. Do you want some hot chocolate while I explain my plot? Sure, Tsuyu said from inside the cage. It's really cold today, so I could use something to warm myself up. Thus, Izuku left the room for a few moments before returning with a cup full of hot chocolate. Here you go, courtesy of my HOTS. It makes hot chocolate based on my own personal recipe. I hope you like it. Agent T took a sip. It really tastes good. Way better than the stuff at the OWCA building. I need to be fair. If I remember right, OWCA is severely underfunded for the job they do. Izuku shrugged. Anyway, I don't want to hold you up long, so I shall begin by revealing my latest creation. With that, Izuku pushed a button, which raised a curtain that no one realized was there until just moments before to reveal a hovering robot. It looked like a humanoid torso, the same shade of green as UA's testing robots, except instead of legs it had a rocket booster below it. One that seemed to provide a steady stream of lift, allowing the robot to remain above the ground. The main portion of the machine was chubby and disc-like, making it look like either a tall and fat UFO or a very angular jar. One each side of it were a pair of massive cannons that seemed to radiate with orange energy, and its head was a cylinder with a piercing visor on it. Meet the traffic cone destroyer-inator. You see, a while back my mother made a device capable of giving inanimate objects life and used it on a traffic cone. As it turns out, traffic cones are supremely evil and want nothing more than to destroy all life as we know it. She managed to stop it via teaming up with my father, but the traffic cone itself escaped alive and has been a major villain ever since. 2 on the title of The Traffic Count. 2, it's kind of an old shame of my family actually. Izuku smiled as he rubbed the back of his head. But then I realized that traffic cones fulfill a vital role in our society, meaning by destroying them, even if the robot is programmed to replace them with my newly invented traffic cylinders to prevent casualties, I can bring the roads of do their knees, and everyone knows control the robots is only one step away from control of the Mizutofu area. Mwahaha. Then Izuku pushed the button activating it. Traffic cone detected. The machine immediately locked onto the traffic cone cage, keeping Tsu locked up, and disintegrated it before flying off into the distance. That was really stupid of me. Izuku blushed as the frog girl and him met each other eye to eye. I mean, by all logic I should have seen this coming a mile away, but I didn't. Tsu blinked at her nemesis. This certainly was an abnormal experience compared to the other ones. You think you could point me to a self-destruct button? Sorry. Izuku shrugged. I don't put self-destruct buttons on my robots. The very thought of doing so actually makes me cringe for a multitude of reasons. XXXXXX. Doctor. Yes, sensei? Could we switch my life support at some point? My current one makes me look like I have an evil traffic cone on my head. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't, ma dash. Traffic cone detected. XXXXXX. And that's how my robot ended up on the news, Kacchan. Izuku finished explaining to his friend. Who would have known my machine would have wound up fighting a supervillain in a brawl that ended up attracting the attention of All Might of all people? And that the villain would actually escape. I'm more surprised that your robot was keeping up in that fight, Izuku-kun. Tsuyu said, making sure to avoid mention of the fact that she was there when it was activated. You're really skilled at it. That's because Izuku has an irrational fear of evil alternative dimensions and is building a robot army in case they invade. Bakugo shrugs as he joins in on the conversation proper. I told him about all the damage he could do if he were actually, evil, and that really messed him up in the head. That he's even rigged the interdimensional portal he built for a science project last year so it only opens to his counterparts if they are of equal or lesser evil to himself. Kacchan, I do not have an irrational fear of evil counterparts. In fact, you should be more afraid of them. Izuku explained as he shuddered. Who knows what our eviler than thou doppelgangers could be plotting as we speak. Aizu, it's fine. Bakugo lowered his voice to appear more calming. You've already successfully dealt with 2 evil counterparts. That's probably going to be the end of it. Yes, I dealt with them because being afraid of them made me prepared to deal with them. Izuku was no dummy. Besides, the rule of 3 is still a thing, and who knows when we'll face someone else's evil counterpart. I mean, it could be you, or Tsu, or even worse, it could be an evil alternate All Might. Truck. Pumped. The 3 friends dodged out of the way of yet another truck as it careened into a student with long fingers. Darn it. Izuku grumbled. I'm going to have to fire up the Inator to get him back. Oh, by the way, Kacchan, I've been meaning to ask. How's your cousin been doing? I haven't seen much of her lately. Mount Lady? Kacchan let out a sigh. Pretty busy, actually. She's been really upset about it, since she doesn't have enough time to visit as often. She might be your cousin, but she totally thinks of you like a little brother. Izuku chuckled. I still want to know what out of all people in Japan I'm the one she manages to consistently end up crushing on accident. Honestly, I have not idea why people say they want her to step on them. That's kinda painful, all things considered. I think it's just your bad luck. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Oh, we have the disaster magnet exam tomorrow, right? Yeah. Izuku shuddered. I really hope my bad luck isn't over the disaster magnet threshold, then I'll be forced to go to a hero school, and believe me, my villain duties are already enough of a distraction from my true dream to get into hero support. Tsuyu resisted the urge to point out that Izuku was almost certainly going to be over the disaster magnet threshold. As much as she liked him, she knew his luck was terrible. XXXXX. The stupid robot is immune to my decay? Shigaraki called out in frustration. Why is a robot meant to destroy traffic cones of all things immune to quirks? I want to know why it's strong and fast enough to fight Sensei myself. XXXXX. Shoto. Endeavor addressed his son. I know this is hard, but you will have to get used to interacting with people if you want to become a pro hero. Yes, but not today. The dual-haired boy commented, looking at his father before activating something on his watch that caused him to disappear. It's why I borrowed this for when we go into the store. Shoto was nothing if not shy. Endeavor would really need to see about getting Tuya to give him some confidence training. That's not going to work. Endeavor frankly told his son. Cinnamon buns like Izuku can smell fear. I don't believe that. Endeavor heard his son reply before shrugging and walking in. Hey, Endeavor. Izuku smiled before sniffing in the air. Why do I smell the fear of a kid about my age standing right next to you? What? Shoto questioned as he dropped the invisibility field, his bafflement outweighing his shyness. How? I told you he could smell fear. Endeavor remarked as he picked up his package. By the way, Izuku, how is your dad doing? Dad. Izuku blinked. Oh, he's doing just fine, thanks for asking. I am just checking in after a friend. Endeavor crossed his arms. My team up with him early in my career taught me a lot about the damage that obsession can do to someone, and also that your grandparents on your dad's side are horrible people whom I would never want to emulate in any part of my life. That, Izuku paused for a moment before smiling, is perfectly accurate. There's a reason I'm legally half Ocelot after all. And that's because they were better parents than my dad's glorified progenitors. Then again, a cardboard box would have been a better parent than my dad's parents. Dad. Shoto blushed. Are you literally talking with a kid about how awful his grandparents are? Yes. Endeavor's voice held no shame whatsoever. Did you know that neither of them showed up to his father's birth? What? XXXXX. Meanwhile, in a far-off area of Japan, the League of Villains dumped the husk of Izuku's traffic cone-destroyed robot into the trash compactor, finally glad that the ordeal with the thing was over. Too bad they hadn't stuck around any longer than they had to, or they would have seen a large mechanical cannon burst forth from one of the trash cubes as several of them began gravitating towards one another. So, Tsu. Habuko Mongoose asked her friend as the two of them and Tokoyami sat down at their usually table in the OW's cafeteria. How have your fights with your nemesis been going? Well, he's certainly competent enough at trapping on most occasions, and is learning to fight pretty good. Tsuyu replied as a matter of factly. He's not very evil of a person though. Actually, he's kind of a cinnamon bun. It would be wise of you not to underestimate him then. Tokoyami advised, his voice as stern as always. Cinnamon buns can smell fear. Yeah. Habuko crossed her arms. I heard that too. It explains why that one adorable dog keeps finding me. Anyway, in that case, how do you feel about fighting your nemesis? If he's not evil enough, you could always ask for a transfer. No, Tsuyu was expressionless as always, but her voice was more firm than normal. Even if he's not an evil person, I don't think I'd want to stop fighting him. I just like being around him. Oh my goodness, you're frenemies already. Habuko gushed, causing her froggy friend to blush. Tokoyami, do you believe it? Only 3 or so fights in and she's already got a frenemy. Whoa! While Tokoyami was doing his best to be stoic, Dark Shadow felt no such obligation. Score. You go girl. Tsuyu could only try desperately to sink further into her chair as Dark Shadow and Habuko showered her with Nemesis-related questions. XXXXX. Meanwhile, at the Love Muffin Community Center cafeteria, Izuku was enjoying a nice meal with his own mad scientist cohorts. So how's Psycho been holding up recently? Izuku began. I heard thinking about proposing an eternal animosity to her current nemesis. She is. Romero Fujimi let out a sigh. But she gets cold feet whenever she talks to him because she still hasn't gotten over the fact that her girlfriend stole her first nemesis. Not that I blame her height have cold feet after that. Mei Hatsum, the third member of the Mad Scientist Friend group, pipes in. I mean, what kind of perverse fiend knowingly goes out of their way to steal someone else's nemesis? That's just evil in the worst possible way. Say, don't you have a new nemesis yourself, Izuku? Well, they're my first nemesis actually. Izuku blushed. It took me a while to come up with a scheme evil enough to warrant a nemesis. XXXXXX. Izuku raised his hand at the Love Muffin's evil plot discussion meeting. Is my mayonnaise-nator sufficiently evil? No, Izuku, your mayonnaise-nator is not evil. Izuku lowered his hand, then promptly raised it again. The horseradishinator is not evil either. Izuku lowered his hand. XXXXXX. Oh yeah. Mei thought back. I remember that. You're going to be really happy when you can finally use your skills exclusively for good, aren't you? Yes. Izuku looked down. I hate the mad scientist line so much. Don't we all? Romero smiled and gave Izuku a pat on the back. A minute. I just remember that my nemesis is retiring soon. You mean Zeke the zombie cat? Izuku blinked. But who are they going to send to replace him? It's not like they have a lot of options that you won't instantly defeat with your quirk. Well, apparently they made some snake girl immune to it. Romero scowled. You miss good old Zeke though? Even without his claws, he had a killer right hook. A good right hook is always a good thing in a nemesis. Hatsumi chuckled. The way Tokoyami fights just leaves my heart fluttering with hatred. I am not sure if I'm that close with my nemesis yet. For some reason the current line of conversation was making Izuku embarrassed. So how are rehearsals for Evil tonight going? About as well as you can expect. Once again Romero was scowling. Honestly Izuku, how are you able to perfectly execute the choreography and lyrics to songs you haven't even heard before? Well, Izuku began looking to the side. I have a portal to Danville, USA in my house. That explains everything. Suddenly Mei was up in Izuku's face, causing him to blush for a small moment. Everyone knows that Danville is known for its spontaneous musical numbers. All that time spent growing up in the area must have given Izuku the skills needed to participate in them. Izuku opened his mouth to rebuff her, but then he realized she might have had a point. Darn. XXXXX. Die zombie! Bakugo shouted as he blew up a large swarm of the living dead while Tsuyu leapt out of the way of one attempting to bite her. I hate it when the living dead get pissy in this place. The hallways are crowded enough as it is. Out of my way. The two turned to see that Izuku had sent several zombies flying with a single swing of his sledgehammer. He had tears in his eyes. I can't believe it. I'm over the disaster magnet line. Now I'll have to go into a hero school. All I want to do is use my science to support heroes. Is that too much to ask? I'll barely have any spare time to work on my other projects now. Aizu. Bakugo began before blasting a zombie that tried to bite him. Die, you stupid undead freaks? Aizu, you're one of the smart die zombie. One of the smartest people I know. If anyone can find a way to get more time, it's you. Go back to the underworld you crawled out of. Yeah. Izuku still looked pretty sad as he pushed off a zombie that had just bitten him and then used a swing of its hammer to send it flying down the halls. But it's a good thing the underworld zombies can't infect people. Chances are it wouldn't matter if they did. Bakugo commented as Tsuyu began kicking the zombies and using her tongue to smash one into the others. Being aware that they wouldn't infect her did open up a lot of options for the frog girl. You father blasted us with that innator that makes us completely immune to 99.5% of zombie movie-like scenarios and halfway immune to the remaining 0.5, remember? Why did he do that anyway? Apparently there was an incident back when he was still a villain. Izuku paused to think about it some more. He was really not happy about it, all things told. Man, there are a lot more zombies today than normal. Yeah. Bakugo scowled and then a smirk emerged on his face. Looks like you might need to deploy AR-15. Oh no. The young mad scientist's face became one of dread. I hate the fact that you might be right. What's AR-15? Tsuyu asked as she kicked a zombie right into the path of yet another truck driving down the halls of the school. Evil Robot 15. Aizu here is kind of embarrassed to use it, but it's one in a long line of robots he's built. Bakugo continued smirking as Izuku blushed. And it's the one that's on zombie duty. Fine. Izuku grumbled before taking out a remote and pressing a button that caused a robot to smash through the walls. It was a strange machine. It had a tank-like lower body, except instead of treads the robot was propelled forward and back via chainsaws that seemed to act much like the treads would on a tank, and it additionally had several slits on its side which could deploy additional chainsaws. Its torso was fairly cylindrical, but from it sprung several chainsaws that seemed to be linked together, forming what could only be described as roughly 6 arms worth of chainsaws, each one being tipped off by yet another. Much larger than normal chainsaw. Its upper torso was box-like and had 2 much larger and more normal-looking arms folded onto it, however as normal as the arms where the hands attached to them had chainsaws instead of actual fingers. On each of the robot's shoulders rested 2 boxy rocket launchers, though instead of explosive warheads for tips the rockets each seemed to have a chainsaw attached to them. I knew you low robots had was a box with a circular camera lens, and 2 backward-facing chainsaws on each side that seemed to function like gears. Those parts of the robot that were not composed of chainsaw were a rusty metallic brown. Could you please destroy the walking hordes of the undead? Izuku asked politely to the robot. It's been a bad day. Not to say it's a bad machine. Tsuyu looked on as the robot began rampaging through the hordes of zombies. But that doesn't really seem like your normal style, Izuku. During my first year I was bitten by one of the vampires in the rafters and turned into one. Izuku looked down. I was edgy for an entire week before I was able to get turned back. It was the funniest sheet I've ever seen. Bakugo chuckled. I'd never known how funny an edgy cinnamon bun could have been before that week. Kacchan, I'm not a cinnamon bun. Can you smell fear like a cinnamon bun? Yes. Is it a quirk? No. Then. Bakugo concluded. You're a cinnamon bun. Not to distract from the conversation at hand, but. Tsuyu looked up at the large amounts of bats in the rafters. When you say Izuku was bitten by one of the vampires, do you mean all those bats are? Yep. Izuku looked up. Vampires, every last one of them. The school's infested with them. XXXXX. Agent T. Monogram said as he desperately tried to untie a no made up of wiring. We've just received word that several untouchable, nearly undeniable knots have been sighted near Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated. We need you to find out what Izuku is planning and put a stop to it. XXXXX. This time Tsuyu managed to infiltrate Izuku's lair by knocking on the door and being let in. Like normal, your timing is very inconvenient, Tsuyu. Izuku said before pointing at the frog girl and launching a net from his sleeve and trapping her with it. By that I mean completely convenient. Do you like the new coat? I've been experimenting with hammerspace sleeves for my lab coats. Look, I can even use it to hold my swarms of robot bees. As if on cue, a robotic bee flew from the sleeve of Izuku's lab coat and snuggled itself against his face before flying back into said sleeve. Anyway, Izuku took out what appeared to be a ray gun composed entirely of metal and rope. Behold the Gordian Knotinator. Whatever stringy, rope, or even wire-like structure I blast with this will turn into a Gordian knot. One that cannot be cut and thus must be untied. Take that, Alexander the Overrated. Heck, it doesn't even have a reverse switch, so you can't cheat by stealing the Inator. I got the idea from something my half-brother-in-law did as a kid. Anyway, I've made it because I just received word that the mayor is going to open yet another off-ramp into Aldera. And I, for one, will not stand for it. XXXXX. And now to cut the ceremonial ribbon opening this off-ramp. Suddenly a beam shot from the sky causing a Gordian knot to form on the ribbon. The mayor tries to cut the ribbon but to no avail. XXXXX. Ha! Izuku laughed as he put away his Inator. Take that. Okay, I'm done. You can escape and beat me up now. No point. Tsuyu commented. You don't have any way to reverse that and aren't doing anything else with it, so by all means you just won. Oh. Izuku looked down. Sorry. It's fine. Tsuyu blinked. I know a few people that go to Aldera, so this isn't the worst thing you could have succeeded at anyway. Mind helping me get out? Oh sure. Izuku walked over and removed the net. So. Want to go grab some hot chocolate? Just because we're Nemises doesn't mean we can't enjoy a good drink. Sure. Today was the day. Evil Tonight and the Love Muffin Awards. Izuku was so worried. He was not competing in the main event, of course. He wasn't all that interested in being the most evil after all. But there was one other factor. His mom was the leader of Love Muffin. His mother wasn't a bad person per se, it's just she also happened to have done one too many good deeds during her time under the Mad Science for Evil Act, and the penalty for that was to be permanently under it. Now his mom never told him the specifics. He did know that her reaction to it involved violently taking over Love Muffin and ruling it with an iron fist. Izuku. Izuku Doofenschmirtz smiled as she ran in and hugged her son. Are you ready for Evil Tonight when school gets out? Yeah. Izuku smiled. Glad I'm not participating in the main event, though I'm not exactly the most evil guy. As I've been told many times before. Oh honey. Izuku smiled as she pulled her cinnamon bun son into a hug. You get that from your wonderful father. I know that you've been having a hard time with the mad scientist line and now the disaster management line, but I know you'll see your dreams of helping people with your science through. Now if only I could figure out a way to get you pulled from Aldera. That school is just way too hard to destroy. Oh. Do you know who you're going to invite to Evil Tonight with you? I think so. Izuku smiled. I got 2 tickets and 2 really good friends after all. He wondered what his dad was up to. XXXXX. What? Redestro looked on in shock. I'm foiling my evil plans? Not quite. Dr. Doofenshmirtz said as he put on a fedora. Surprise! Redestro gasped. Heinz Doofenschmirtz the Ocelot. XXXXX. Hey Tsu! Izuku smiled to his friend whom was a girl as he approached with Kacchan at his side. How are you doing? Pretty good. The girl didn't smile. But well, Izuku could tell she was happy regardless. How about you? You seem pretty excited. Well, you see. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Aside from my side jobs, I'm attending Evil tonight, and I wanted to invite the two of you to join. Side jobs, Karo? Tsuyu looked at Izuku with an aghast face. Don't you already have next to no free time as it is? Yep. Izuku for his part seemed undeterred. I do it with my be in more than one place at the same timeinator. Of course I can only really do it for jobs and stuff like that, but it's still really helpful. Turns out the government doesn't give funds for people over the mad scientist line but still demands that they use their scientific knowledge for evil. Bakugo's voice was downright caustic as he elaborated on Izuku's point. Izuku works about 15 jobs at any given moment. You actually pay for the machines he builds. XXXXX. Pizza. Oh hey Shigaraki. I didn't know you lived here. Izuku. Shigaraki looked back to see the Izuku that Kurogiri hired was still helping out at the bar. Why are you in two places at once? Being evil is a legal requirement, not a job. I don't get paid for it. Why do I feel like I was just eviler than thou'd by the civilian government? XXXXX. All for one for his old heart also got a similar feeling. And he wrote the bare bones of the law into existence in the first place. At least that one had funding. XXXXX. Mad science isn't cheap. Izuku scowled. And I refuse to let the mad science for evil act make me an even bigger burden on my parents. That's more evil than most of your schemes, Izuku. Tsuyu commented dryly as she privately realized what the feeling of righteous fury was. And I thought OW had terrible funding and poor benefits. Oh, you work at OW? Izuku smiled. Give Agent T a hello from me if you get the chance. Truck. The three friends dove out of the way of an incoming truck as it smashed into some kid with crab claws for hands. Anyway, I hope to see you at Evil tonight. Izuku smiled at his two friends. I'm really excited because as it counts for an evil activity. I don't need to launch an evil scheme today and it feels so good. Ah. As Izuku laughed, a sudden storm front rolled in, causing a massive downpour as lightning began to descend from the sky. Good thing everyone was inside. Well, except that one convict that tried to escape and got blasted. Aizu. Bakugo deadpanned. You got a little too intense with your evil laugh there, caused a storm front to roll in. Darn it, thought. He looked to the sky. All this time living under the mad science for evil act has me doing evil laughs even when I'm not doing anything evil. Curse you, Pavlov. XXXXX. I have to say. Tsuyu remarked to Bakugo as the two of them walked into the theater building Love Muffin had rented. I never thought I'd ever be invited to a Love Muffin event. I've been to a few. Bakugo admitted with a shrug. Auntie Inko is the leader of the organization after all. Oh, and before Izuku finds us, I want to make something clear. What's that, Karo? Izuku is my best friend, and he cares about people a lot. Bakugo met Tsuyu's eyes with his own. By being his nemesis, you're getting closer to him than most people. Don't use that to hurt him in any of the wrong ways or we're going to have a problem. Got it? I do. She nodded in confirmation. You're a good friend to him, Bakugo. Demon right I am. Hey. Izuku smiled as he walked up to his friends while completely oblivious as to what had just gone down. I'm so glad you two could make it. Thanks for inviting us. Even if it was weird to be at a Love Muffin event, it made Tsuyu happy that Izuku considered her close enough to invite. Say, Izuku. Bakugo looked over his friend. It looks like you forgot your lab coat. Are you sure you don't need a ride back home to go get it quick before the event starts? Not to worry. Izuku said cheerily as he snapped his fingers, causing his lab coat to appear on his body. I upgraded mine so I can bring it to myself and put it on with just a snap of my fingers. Izuku, you wanted backstage, we got to get prepared. Oh, sorry, I've gotta go. XXXXXX. So, Izuku commented to Romero as he looked at Seiko, who was glaring at her girlfriend. I take she's still bitter. I would be. Another Love Muffin member, Mineta. She stole Seiko's Nemises on 3 separate occasions. What kind of perverse fiend does that? True. Izuku couldn't fault that logic in the least. Oh, I managed to get the "you must be this tall" rule reverse, by the way. Just thought you should know. Score. Mineta smiled as he pumped his fist in the air and ran off. Thanks, Doof, you're a lifesaver. That kid is weird, Romero said, watching as the kid in question left. So, are you ready to get on stage? You bet I am. XXXXX. The concert had been an interesting thing for Tsuyu. She had no idea Love Muffin had been so musically inclined, nor that Izuku had the kind of coordination needed to be as good at dancing as he had in the opening number. There were also many competitions, including speeches, declarations of hatred, building of insane contraptions, and all manner of other topics relevant to mad science. She would never admit this out loud, but she definitely enjoyed it when Izuku took off his lab coat and accidentally got the sleeves of his shirt destroyed in the personal combat event. Those muscles were easy on the eyes. Overall, she had to say she enjoyed coming here to support her friend and nemesis. Even if she really felt sorry for the poor green cinnamon bun when his mom gushed over him during announcements. Izuku Doofenschmirtz really had proven herself the most evil member of Love Muffin with that move. Izuku smiled as he looked upon his latest robot. It was a humanoid model with the same dark green armor plating he liked to put on many of his machines. Beyond those aspects, well, it actually looked pretty similar to your average humanoid robot in that it seemed to lack any extra features, something that was ironically a rarity with Izuku's own machines outside of the ones derived from a base form blueprint like the security robots for his lair. The real thing that would make this machine stand out, however, was its AI. 151 would be outfitted with an AI specialized for one purpose: to help Izuku with being evil. Because Izuku hated to? Well, okay, he didn't really hate to admit it, he was evilly challenged. So he was going to build a robot that was better than him at it. And that would probably turn on him at some point. But such was life. Time to activate him. The robot buzzes to life with little fanfare and looked at his creator. Odd statement. Father, you have no idea how happy I am to lay my eyes upon you for the first time. He's alive. Izuku smiled. Finally, I can get some help with being evil. Query. Father, you don't seem to be the evil type. H151 looked upon his father. And while I would love nothing more than to cause indiscriminate destruction and chaos, it doesn't feel like the sort of thing you would love or even like? Because I'm legally required to. Izuku shrugged. That was an odd question for an evil robot to ask, but at least he was considerate. Honestly, I'd much rather be inventing things to help people, but I need to overthrow the government to get that law changed, and who knows how much chaos and collateral damage that could cause. Odd questions aside, Izuku was happy to see his newest robot working well. He wondered what some of the others were up to. XXXXX. Traffic cone detected. Sensei, the killer robot, is back from the dead. Traffic cone detected. Oh no. It's got more weapons this time. Sensei, it's upgrading itself. XXXXX. Hey Izu, I see you got a new killer robot with you. Bakugo smirked as Izuku walked up to him with H151 by his side. Sue and I were wondering what you were up to, you happy lunatic. Yep. The biggest grin light up Izuku's face. Meet H151, is a robot I made to help me with being evil. Earnest greetings. Hello. My father has told me much about the two of you, and I am excited to finally meet the subjects of his admiration. The green robot replied, causing Bakugo to chuckle and Tsuyu blush. Back off, you little freaks. The quartet turned to see Muscular and several other criminals being picked on by several of the Aldra High students. I'll kill all of you. Unfortunately for him, the school children were far too savage, and everyone present knew he wouldn't be able to carry out his threat. Gleeful statement. I see a perfect opportunity to show off my capabilities. Izuku 151 turned to his creator and looked him in the eye. Pending appeal, Father, may I have your permission to join your peers in their display of brutality? While most people would find the steely gaze of a killer robot looking at them to be quite frightening, Izuku couldn't help but find it adorable and struggled with himself for a few moments before relenting. Okay. But be safe about it. Grateful and reassuring statement. Thank you, Father. I will make sure to proceed with the utmost care. With that, one of the robot's hands withdrew into his arms to release a flamethrower, while the other did the same to release a spork. Exited statement. Finally. With that, the robot ran off to join the school kids in bullying the wanted criminals. Midoriya-kun. Tsuyu was the first one to speak up. Why does the school have so many literal prisoners in it anyway? Because Tartarus was overcrowded and this was the only place in Japan with the security to hold them. Izuku began. It's controversial though, apparently putting prisoners in here was considered cruel and inhumane. That's pretty accurate, Izu. Bakugo said as he watched H-151 tie one of the criminals into knots. Being used to it doesn't make it any less of a complete hellhole. Hey! The voice of another criminal, this one somehow having escaped the attention of the schoolchildren. He was wearing a bedsheet with a skull on it and was pointing at Tsuyu. Freak! Oh great! Bakugo growled as Izuku slowly began releasing robot bees from his lab coat. One of the CRC rejects. Got back to the slime pit you crawled out of? Tsuyu dodged to the side as the villain threw a small chair at her. You to get away from her and you might one day be spared from her vile taint on the human genome. Do not throw your allies by associating such vile beings. What the hell did you just say? Bakugo growled as Tsuyu herself scowled. I'm going to dash. Wait, Kacchan. Izuku cut him off. You and Tsuyu can't fight him. That would be vigilantism, remember. Let me handle this. By this point there were robot bees all around the room, but they were not swarming yet and mostly remained hidden. What the hell are you going to do to stop me? The CRC member spat. I know you're a quirkless weakling, you're probably stupid to give up your association with the mutant. Funny joke you made there. Izuku growled and snapped his fingers, causing the robot bees to gather into a massive swarm. I prefer the one where the genocidal criminal gets repeatedly and savagely stung into unconsciousness by a swarm of robot bees. The bees ominously advanced on the criminal. Oh yeah, I'm not scared of you, you Lee Dash. Hurt him. Oh, is it Dash? Do you think I can write that off as my evil deed for the day? Izuku said as the bees went to work. I mean, it'd be nice if it did. I'm not sure it does. Tsuyu remarked. I'll have to check in with OWCA later about what counts and what does not. Wow. Izuku remarked, looking at his friends with stars in his eyes. I had no idea you work for OWCA. Those guys are so cool. Can you get me an autograph sometime? XXXXX. Welcome back, Agent T. We've just received confirmation that the bee attack did not count as evil enough for the day. As such, Doofenshmirtz Jr. will assuredly be forced to implement another evil plot for today. Go out there and stop him. Why is Izuku sweeping the floor in the background? Evil isn't cheap, Agent T. Izuku called back. Also a quick question. Are the rats I found in the basement agents or just squatters? XXXXX. This time when Tsuyu entered Izuku's lair, she teleported in. Oh my! Izuku gasped, noticing the teleportation. How inconceivable of you, Agent T, and by that I mean completely conceivable. This time, instead of pressing a button, one of ER-151's hands transformed into a ray gun which he fired at Tsuyu, entrapping her from the neck down in butterscotch. Statement. The agent has been neutralized. 151 remarked. May I further secure her? You know I think you're good. Izuku remarked. If she can escape from that, she's earned it after all. Query. Father, if you want to escape you can just tell me. The robot looked at him. Reassuring. Statement. I will not judge you for who you are. Thanks. Izuku smiled for a moment. Oh, I've still got to reveal my innator. In a flash, Izuku rolled into a giant ray gun that appeared to have been made entirely of junk. Behold my junk aesthetics innator. With its power I will make public infrastructure look as if was cobbled together out nothing but junk and undermine public confidence in our government without actually weakening said infrastructure for my inevitable takeover of the Mufasta area. Mwahaha. And then tongue lashed out pressing the blow up in Izuku's face button on the innator. Boom. Darn. Izuku grumbled, now covered in ash from the explosion. I need to remember to keep the button facing away from you whenever I capture you like this. Oh, and also curse you the frog girl. Deadpan statement. Father, I think I would like to go off and commit to villainy on my own. What? Izuku blinked. I mean, I'm not going to try and stop you because self-discovery is important, but why? Clarifying statement. While I am evil due to being built as an evil robot, I also still deeply care for you. The machine began. As it is society as a whole that defines evil and requires you to act in a way you dislike so deeply, I have come to the conclusion I desire nothing more than to bring violent change to this society in the name of those who have suffered from its arbitrary requirements and shallow judgments. Saddened statement. Goodbye, Father. I love you. Izuku shed a single tear. I expected him to go rogue, but never like this. It's so sad. Karo. Tsuyu walked up and gave him a pat on the back. You might be an evil scientist, Izuku, but you're a pretty good guy. Then, wait, how did you get out from the effects of the butterscotch beam? Karo. Tsuyu shrugged. I liked my way out. It was actually pretty good tasting. Mwaha. Izuku laughed from the back of 152, the evil robot train. With my right a controversial question into the Skyinator, I shall cause chaos and division, thus creating the perfect conditions for a takeover of the Mufasta area. Our 152 was mostly modeled on those old-school steam engines one would see on old cartoons, with a robotic face built into the front to give the machine's AI a sense of where it was actually going. Much like the rest of Izuku's robots, it was olive green in color, and much like other trains, it carried a stream of carts behind it, with Izuku and his innator on a platform directly behind the engine. He flipped the switch on his innator, which looked like a giant pen for some reason, causing a beam to shoot from it and write a message into the sky. Shouldn't Ice Cream Universe's lemon alternate flavor be called lemon mild on account of it being more mild? Thus leaving the alternate label open for a flavor that has more differences beyond lesser or greater intensity of lemon flavor. Meanwhile, at the aforementioned ice cream company, the message was indeed causing quite a bit of chaos. You know he's got a point? I will fight you, little man. I just want to fight things. We should change the name. No. Yes. Maybe. Attention, unknown train. A police helicopter hovered over Izuku and his innator. You are causing a major civil disruption. Please cease your activity and surrender without a fight. I'm over the mad scientist line. Izuku called back, taking out a megaphone. Check the files under Izuku Doofenschmirtz. I am legally required to cause trouble. The helicopter paused for a moment before replying. Okay. My co-pilot just checked in and your story checks out. The voice from the helicopter answered, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. In that case, please continue causing trouble and resist as hard as you can while I call in backup to try and stop you. Speaking of causing trouble, Izuku's face broke out into a naughty grin. I know just the way. He pushed the button on his innator, causing another message to appear in the sky. What is All Might's best costume design? Okay, from the sound of the fighting in the city that immediately broke out, and the fires raging within the city, Izuku decided he would have to go with a less controversial question next time. Hey! A very weak and low-ranking Yakuza member looked to his friend as the two lurked in a dark alley. You see that killer robot that just got done wiping out one of our major warehouses to the last single-handedly, while at the same time easily curb-stomping our best fighter outside of Overhaul and his immediate subordinates? Yeah. We should mug him. That has to be one of the most brilliant ideas I have ever heard of. The 151 for his part was baffled and confused by the extreme stupidity he just detected over his audio sensors. Honestly, he was wondering why these two hadn't been caught or killed already. Even if he told the two he'd heard them at this point, they would probably somehow do something stupid anyway given their latest conversation. XXXXX. You'll never stop me now, hero? Izuku laughed as Ingenium closed in on his position. Not when my robot here has a killer defense system. The side of the train opened and a banana peel fell out, which the pro hero easily dodged. Come on. Ingenium lightly taunted. Did you really think that would work? One banana peel? Who said anything about one? Izuku smirked as a virtual torrent of banana peels fell out of the opening on the side of the engine. This time Ingenium was unable to dodge and went slipping out of control. Note to self. The banana peel cloner takes time to warm up. XXXXX. Okay. One Yakuza member explained to the other. I know we've had plenty of time to discuss this matter in a closed limousine that is soundproof, specialized to defend against observation quirks, and has been swept for bugs several times, but now that we are out here in the open in a public area where anyone could casually listen in on us by being less than 20 feet away, I've decided that now is the perfect time to inform you on the secrets of our boss's operation. Once again, 151-1 found himself baffled by the stupidity of the local Yakuza. No wonder they were going extinct. He almost wondered if even needed to deploy his invisibility cloak for hit this. But he wasn't stupid, so he was going to keep it up anyway. XXXXX. Ah. Izuku launches as ER-152's smokestack turned into a makeshift cannon and blew up the tree branches Cammy Woods had been trying to grasp his engine with. Just keep trying to stop me, fools. And then 152 stopped. Sorry, little Izu. Mount Lady smirked as she looked down on the green-haired boy. She had managed to grab onto the front end of ER-152 and was using her hands to keep him from going further up the railroad track. But even if you are my cousin's best friend, I have a job to do. And that happens to me stopping you right now. Ha! Izuku laughed. You might have stopped him in train mode, but can you stop his secondary function? In a moment, several mechanical spider legs burst from ER-152's sides, and it pulled itself out of Mount Lady's hands before jumping roughly 20 feet away and scurrying into the city. I bet you didn't expect I had a spider train, did you? Izuku laughed as he activated his innator again. Good luck catching all of the railway car drones. All of the dash. Mount Lady looked on in shock as every railway car that had been attached to the train also sprouted legs and began running around. Railway car drones. XXXXX. I see you finally arrived, Tsu. Izuku checked as he stared down the frog girl. As you can see, my scheme is already underway, so there's not much point in trapping you. En garde. The two immediately began fighting as the spider train climbed up a skyscraper, somehow managing to not so much as scratch the glass as it did so. Wait, so you realized something. Aren't you quirkless and not using any sort of climbing gadget? How are you fighting completely unbothered when both of us are on a train going up at a 90 degrees angle? I have my ways. XXXXX. What? Mimic gasped for air as he was being held one-handed by the neck in ER-151's iron grip. There was not much to go off of for the casual observer, but the presence of a hole in the wall near where the Yakuza member was located did imply he was defiantly grabbed and torn out of it at some point. You are a machine, an object. Why can't I inhabit you? Condescending statement. Most of my father's machines are immune to the direct effects of hostile quirks. Observational statement. Your power is no good if you can't actually touch anything to inhabit, isn't it? XXXXX. Meanwhile, as Izuku and Tsu fought each other, 152 had managed to get past an ice wall. The heroes had attempted to slow it down and try to stop it by breathing fire over it, and was now crawling upside down on the underside of a bridge. Not that Tsu or Izuku minded in the least. Are those two fighting each other upside down? And not falling off at that? Heck, the boy just did a spin kick. How is this happening? XXXXX. Overhaul watched the robot intruder with interest. The machine tossed a newly beaten bloody Rikia to the SID, having used the Yakuza member as a bludgeon to force open the door into the facility, and leveled one of his weapons at his men, firing a strange beam that caused the Yakuza hit by it to shudder before falling face first onto the ground. Wait, what was that? Hari. Yes, boss. Are those idiots shooting our valuable quirk erasing bullets at a robot? Yes. A machine that not only lacks a quirk to erase in the first place but is also clearly completely bulletproof on top of that. Yes. But if the robot doesn't kill them, I will. XXXXX. A villain built those spider rail cars, right? Yes. Why is it helping Recovery Girl cross the street? I dunno, maybe it's just a nice spider rail car? XXXXX. To the right. Death Arms called out as he blocked a missile from the front end of Air 152. It's days like this that make me really hate the mad science for evil act. And then as a spider rail car slammed into his side before using one its legs to pick him up and throw him across the street. Get off! Ryuko growled angrily as she shoved another of the rail cars off of her. You're not getting away from us. She jumped in front of the train, which had currently been skittering down the street, and grabbed its front two legs. You aren't going any further. The train for its part seems to object to this. Thump. And it showed its objection by launching its face forward much like one would expect of a pile bunker, nailing the draconic hero in the gut and sending her flying. Now that either the scientist or the frog girl on the train noticed, they were a bit busy fighting each other. XXXXX. Determined statement. Surrender, overhaul, and release the girl from your captivity. Air 151 glared at the villain. Eager statement, or I will be forced to disarm you. USEZ. Please statement. Oh good, you want to do things the fun way. XXXXX. Growling. Izuku growled as he wiped some blood from his lips and U-152 was wrestling with an enlarged mount lady. Formidable is ever my nemesis, but I will not be going down that easy. And then Tsu kicked him into the blow-up in Izuku's face button, causing an explosion that launched him from the robotic train and right behind him lady. Right as U-152 managed to overpower her and push her off her feet. Slam. And then she fell back and accidentally sat on him. Oh. Mount Lady frowned as she got up. Little Katsuki is going to kill me for accidentally sitting on his best friend again. Curse you, Mount Lady's butt. And it looks like little Izuku is actually mad about this time too. The giant superheroine did at least have the sense to look embarrassed about what had happened. I'm sorry about that, Izuku. If I'd been better dash. It's fine. Izuku groaned. I still don't know why people pay you to do stuff like that to them. And I don't want to know either. He then let out a yawn. Curse you to the frog girl. Thumped. And then fell asleep. Father. 152 approached and gently cradled his builder with his front spider limbs. I'm sorry if he's been testy today. People have been throwing wild parties all around his house late at night and he hasn't gotten any sleep for the better part of a week. XXXXX. Reassuring statement. Do not worry, small child. I know of a place that will give you the proper care you deserve. My father and grandparents are very compassionate flesh creatures. Being up at 1 in the morning tends to be a hard thing for people who want to keep a semi-normal sleep schedule, as Izuku had found out many times last week. Boomchaka. Boomchaka. And he was currently being reminded of that fact this very moment. A whole 8 buildings completely surrounding his home and throwing wild parties all night every night for 3 weeks. He was going to put an end to this so hard. He was drawn from his thoughts as his nemesis broke into his lair and accidentally tipped over a shelf he'd put up early yesterday. Oh well. Ah, you the frog girl, yo dash. Izuku let out a yawn. Sorry about that. Oh, and sorry about waking you up this late. Honestly, you're probably either very angry or wondering what I'm even doing awake at this time of night. Boomchaka. Boomchaka. Not really. To Izuku's surprise, his frog-themed nemesis shrugged. I don't think anyone could sleep in this racket, And I'm assuming your plot has something to do with it. That's right. Oh, Izuku almost forgot to trap her. So he pushed a button causing a bed to spring up under Tsai. This doesn't feel like a trap, Karo. Tsuyu commented as she looked at Izuku. I think the lack of sleep is really getting to you. Yes. Now behold. Izuku pressed a button causing a machine to raise up from the floor. It was a machine that seemed almost entirely of pillows and clocks connected by a series of wires with a control panel on it. Stop being so stupidly loud so late in the night because people are trying to sleep, you inconsiderate Jurasinada. With it I will force those parties to stop. Or at least quiet down to a degree that would let me actually get some shut-eye. Tsuyu, for her part, didn't immediately try to stop him. Huh. Izuku blinked. Why aren't you trying to stop me? Boomchaka. Boomchaka. While interfering with several parties is probably evil enough to count for your daily scheme. Tsuyu began looking Izuku in the eyes. Quite frankly, I'd feel bad if I stopped you. Honestly, I'm surprised the police haven't stopped those wild parties already. They tried. Izuku deadpanned. The JSDF tried as well and failed. XXXXX. We need more reinforcements. Sir, it's no good. Our tank rounds are useless. That's the last straw. I'm calling in air support. XXXXX. So that's why that tank column was going down the streets at 3 a.m. yesterday. Sue blinked in realization. The fact that this has been going on for a week is just terrible. Boomchaka. Boomchaka. Yes. Izuku said flatly as he pushed the button on the innator, activating it. A green wave of energy emanates from the machine, causing the loud noise from the insistent partying to calm down. Finally, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. No Isidash. Thump. He didn't even finish his sentence before falling face first onto the ground and falling asleep. Tsuyu got up from the bed. It would be cruel of her to just leave him on the floor like that. Blushing slightly, she picked her nemesis up bridal style and gently set him down on the bed he'd used as a trap. He looked kind of cute like that. XXXXX. When Izuku woke up that morning and walked down the stairs, he saw Norm talking with a young white, or very light blue-haired girl who had a single horn sticking out of her head. He didn't know anything about this situation, yet he already wanted to protect this small child and keep them safe from anything that might hurt them. XXXXX. Shigaraki was strolling through the underworld market early in the morning. He'd been sent out to pick up evil groceries. Not the most exciting of jobs, but well, even the forces of evil need to do mundane tasks from time to time. Now, if only he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched coming from that red lobster. The thing had clearly been boiled, so there was no way it was still alive. HMP. Shigaraki huffed as he turned around, missing the sight of the lobster, taking out a pair of binoculars to watch him with. I wonder if Sensei's morning is this weird. XXXXX. Traffic cone motherfucking detected assholes. Sensei, that robot is back. And I think it started taking its repeated defeats personally. Vug. All Might will never know a fraction of the pain I feel as a result of our battle. He could never know what an injury like this truly feels like. XXXXX. Uncle All Might. Melissa Shield called as she looked at her watch and put on a suit of powered armor. It's time for the pill. My goodness, I hate the pill. All Might grumbled in his skeletal form before narrowing his eyes in determination. Alright, bring it on. That's the spirit. XXXXX. Izuku smiled as he finished a batch of muffins. Okay, Eri, just a little longer and we'll have plenty of nice treats to eat. It hadn't taken Norm long to explain that Eri had been delivered to his home, and then promptly adopted early in the morning when Izuku was still unconscious from finally managing to shut up those stupid infernal wild parties. Okay. The poor girl was definitely still on the shy side, not that Izuku could blame her after what she'd been through. At least she seemed to like the hairpin Dad gave her, so she'd have better control over abilities and not accidentally erase anything. Do you mind if I call you Big Brother? Not in the least. Izuku smiled as he picked up one of the muffins. Here you go. Eri looked at the muffin for a solid minute before taking a bite. Wow, these taste really good. Thanks. Izuku smiled. I worked hard to get good at baking them. XXXXX. Not today. Izuku called out as he dodged out of the way of a truck before looking at Tsuyu and Kacchan. Hey, I just realized I haven't seen that creepy girl from the time you got back from being ice guide in a while. Did you finally get rid of her? I wish. Bakugo grumbled. But no, I just managed to throw her off my trail for a few hours. She'll be back. She always is. Yeah, that SCKS. Izuku agreed. Anyway, I heard Agent Con is happening in 2 days, so I'm thinking of taking one of my good boy days during it. You know, now that I've got a nemesis, I gotta be more considerate with my schemes, and I'd hate to make such a good nemesis miss out on Agent Con. I'm sure your nemesis appreciates that. Tsuyu for her part was ecstatic to hear the news, even if she hid it well. Not many evil scientists would do that. I hope she does. Izuku mumbled, more so to himself than anything before perking up. Oh, my parents adopted someone. I've got a little sister now. Congratulations, I think you'll make a great big brother. Karo. XXXXX. Meanwhile back at MLA headquarters. So, Redestro began. It seems the Doofenshmirtz family has a new member, via adoption. Huh. Curious blinked. I wasn't expecting that. Want me to scout it out? No. The leader of the MLA crossed his arms. You remember what happened last time, when you got the bomb I wanted sent mixed up with the apology letter? People still think we hate the Quirkless to this day. And that's not even getting into what Heinz's the Ocelot's son sent after us in response. XXXXX. That's Izuku Doofenschmirtz's idea of a killer robot? Trumpet looked at the small box-like robot on treads. It reminded oneself of the small robots from an old fictional space setting that were small black boxes that drove around on wheels and made mouse noises. On the side the designation IR-148 was painted. Seems pretty underwhelming. A mechanical limb with a pistol attached to it emerged from the top of the robot and shot Gen 10 in the shoulder. Bang. Ag. The MLA officer clutched his shoulder in pain as glared at Trumpet. Why did it shoot me? You're the one that insulted it, and Curious is the one that mixed up the bomb with the letter. Yeah. Trumpet crossed his arms. But you are an outright quirk supremacist instead of a quirk anarchist. It's because of you that people think we are bigoted against quirkless people. Like Izuku himself, for instance. Bang. Oh, come on. Gen 10 was now rolling on the ground in pain, having been shot in the kneecap. You didn't have to say that in front of the crazy gun robot. This has gone on long enough. Curious commented dryly before throwing an explosive at the robot. Only for it to do no damage as it was stopped by a force field. Or maybe it will keep going on. The robot adjusted its gun to aim at the blue-skinned MLA officer, only to immediately shoot Gen 10 yet again, this time in the foot. Oh, come on. HMP. Skeptic grumbled. And this thing's cybersecurity is far too advanced for me to stop it that way. At least with that puny weapon, the damage it can do is limited. Then 2 more mechanical arms shot out of the robot's pistol, one of them turning into a mechanical fire-breathing dragon's head while the other turned into a Gatling gun. The new gun was so huge its individual barrels were all composed of smaller Gatling guns. That's still manageable. From the dragon's head sprouted a block-shaped missile launcher, which had a chainsaw launching crossbow on the top of it, and it in turn produced 3 more mechanical arms sprouted out from the chainsaw crossbow in order to reveal a plasma cannon, laser, and heat beam. Each of which in turn sprouted more mechanical arms that held a slingshot, Tommy gun, and a speaker that shouted demeaning insults. Meanwhile the Gatling gun released 3 more mechanical arms which turned into a Tesla coil, a freeze ray, and a foam finger. Each of those released two more mechanical arms to reveal a ninja star launcher, hand holding a revolver, a grenade launcher, a buzzsaw launcher, a large cannon, and a long-ranged nail gun to boot. Space within basement is too limited for additional weapon unpacking. The robot said in a monotone. Current weaponry will have to do. Run for it. You just had to make fun of the robot. Don't go there. Your anti-quirkless rhetoric is the reason for the thing being here in the first place. No, it was clearly a mix-up with the bomb. No. Trumpet's right. It was your rhetoric. XXXXX. Did we ever actually get rid of that thing? Skeptic frowned. That was horrible. No. Curious crossed her arms. We just took advantage of the fact that it couldn't climb stairs. We still have to keep guards posted because it keeps trying to mimic people's voices to try and trick new members into bringing it up out of the basement. It seems dead set on killing all of us. XXXXX. What? Shigaraki picked himself off the ground and glared at his assailant. Lobster? Who are you? The lobster took out a pamphlet and handed it to Shigaraki, who immediately gave it a quick look over. Leon the lobster. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes under the severed hand he used as a mask. Well, did you expect me to do this? He grabbed the lobster and activated his quirk. Only instead of actually hurting it, the lobster seemed to get bigger and stronger. What? Shigaraki was overcome with a strange feeling, one best ironically that was expressed via the radio turning on. Oh, I used to sit at home doing evil all day. The sing-song voice of the radio began to a musical beat. But now I think that someone's trying to get in my way. The good old musical hit, My Nemesis, was surprisingly accurate in this case. XXXXX. Tuya. Shoto Todoroki looked at his brother. Why are there two of you? There aren't. Tuya shrugged. Toga here just wants me to pick up her meds, but she needs to order them in person and she's scared of Izuku right now. What? Shoto looked at the other Tuya. Why? Well. The girl disguised as a boy blushed. This was before I started my time in the reform program, and well, you know how Izuku seems to work a lot of jobs at once? Well, yeah, I ordered a pizza from a place he works for once and stabbed him at the door. I'm pretty sure he's livid with me. Stabbing a pizza guy isn't cool, Toga. Shoto narrowed his eyes. You know they are the one job profession with higher mortality rates than pro heroes, right? Or well, things have gotten much better for them casualty-wise ever since all Pizza Dielvawai in Japan was taken over by a single quirkless boy, but that's still not cool. I know. Toga in Tuya form looked down. It's just I'm not ready to face him as myself yet. I'm sure this will work. No, he'll still find you, Shoto said bluntly. Cinnamon buns can smell fear. XXXXX. Oh hey Tuya. Izuku smiled before frowning and sniffing the air. Wait a minute, this isn't Tuya's fear? Imposter. XXXXX. I told you he'd see through it. Shoto Todoroki said flatly as his brother and friend returned. Don't worry, I made the same mistake earlier. XXXXX. Why do you look so beaten up? Sensei asked as his protege entered the hideout. Did something happen? I got into a fight with a lobster with a fedora on its head. A lobster with a fedora? That means you have a nemesis? My protege has a nemesis. I need to tell everyone. XXXXX. All might, my protege has a nemesis. My goodness. XXXXX. Overhaul, my protege has a nemesis. I wish I still had my arms. XXXXX. Random kid with green hair and little girl. My protege has a nemesis. Get out of my house. He scares me, big brother. XXXXX. So, Izuku began as he filled out another of Shigaraki's order. Your mentor figure was really excited about you getting a nemesis. Yes, sorry about that. I'm still mad at him for scaring my little sister. I know. Sorry about that too. Questioning statement. You mean to tell me that you sought me out as a mentor for your adoptive son instead of as just another source of muscle? 151 asked, slightly baffled. Clarifying question. You do realize I am a 150's equal in combat capability? Well, yes, that aspect is a good thing to have since you'll also be a joint bodyguard with his current one. All for one relented. But what I really want is your abilities as an evil mentor. You see, my protege is, well, he's directionless. Sure, killing All Might is as good of a goal as any, but he doesn't really seem to have any wider plans. No idea of what he wants the world to actually look like if he wins. Questioning statement. Why would you not just shape your apprentice according to your own beliefs, as opposed to bringing in an outsider who may possess a radically different belief system? Well, my original plan was just to use young Tamura as a future host. All for one began. But then I found out about King Leopold of Belgium coming back from the dead, the infamous old man butcher from America came out of retirement, and finally the mention of your father's terrible situation led to me looking at the changes in the laws I implemented while I was de facto dictator. All for one took a moment to gather his thoughts. Honestly, it looks like some of them are actually more evil than when I first implemented them. And well, if I can't be the most evil person in the world, then why even bother going for getting a new body? Better to let new evil take up the role now that I've realized that I can't match up to the utter scum that compromises the competition. Neutral statement, I see. 151 looked at the old villain. Questioning statement, then what are your current goals? Well, right now I'm just thinking of lurking in the shadows, harassing Overhaul with the fact that he's armless now, and mostly just making sure my young student grows into his own. A shrug was not what 151 expected to, well, ever see from the most feared villain in the underworld. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and he'll throw me down a pit in the recesses of a superweapon of my own construct as a result of myself tormenting someone he's actually grown to care for. Now that would be a really evil way to go out. Analyzing statement, I see, 151's eyes lit up. Very well, I believe myself capable of nurturing the young man's growth into a villain of his own. I was built for the express purpose of assisting others with being evil. Male. The conversation was interrupted as Izuku walked in while wearing a mailman's outfit. Mail for all for one. You would not believe how much of this stuff has piled up over the years. Apparently they were waiting for a quirkless boy to actually deliver it. They act like I want to steal every quirk I see. All for one crossed his arms. I mean, I'd steal most, but they really only needed a sufficiently boring quirk to keep me from doing it. Surprised statement, Father? What are you doing here? I've said it once, I'll say it here, and I'll have to say it again at a later time. Izuku deadpanned. Government mandated but not funded evil isn't cheap. Anyway, all for one, I've got a busy schedule. Do you have any place you want me to put the mail? Just dump it out on the table. All for one waved to a nearby metal table. This is my third backup base because that traffic cone robot keeps destroying them, so I don't have a dedicated space for mail. Izuku just shrugged, opened his mail bag, and poured out letters onto the table. And poured. Does that thing have some sort of pocket dimension? All for one asked idly. And did you pack that all on your own? Yes. Izuku began as the letters now began to fall off the table and onto the ground. And yes. Well, I'd better start, Luak. One of them cut me. Wait, is this made from suppressed paper? Though they banned sending letters in this after it was found out it suppressed quirks for an hour if you cut yourself? It was a decade ago. And this letter is from a century back. Dimin. Sardonic statement. If you haven't noticed, we are being buried and the pace of the letters being released has only increased, and we are at a very real risk of being crushed against the ceiling. Perhaps opening those 50 feet high steel doors is warranted. Good idea. Glad I'm thinking of hiring you. Just let me call in some help. XXXXX. Gigantomachia rushed towards the metal doors in the interior of the base. His master was in danger. And nothing would stop him. Not even That's a lot of mail. Gigantomachia did not have the time to react as a literal tidal wave of letters swept him off his feet and carried him further into the base. XXXXX. So. Shigaraki looked at Kurogiri as the two looked into a seemingly bottomless pit from a platform above. How deep does that thing go? We put Gigantomachia in it once, and it took him 3 days of non-stop climbing to get back up. Interesting. Shigaraki mused before Gigantomachia, still being washed in a literal tide of letters, was tossed into the pit as more and more mail fell into its depths. XXXXX. Oh, this letter is from All Might. Dear All for One, you see, that does seem like the kind of thing he'd say. Worried question. Father, they had you pack all of this yourself. Yep. XXXXX. Huh. Shigaraki said as the tidal wave of paper finally subsided after having filled up the entire pit. Neat. XXXXX. See. All for One noted glumly to H151 and Izuku. How can I possibly call myself the most evil when the Postal Service is making a kid do all this? It's insane. I am well aware. Izuku sighed. Anyway, I've got other deliveries to make. You have more work on top of this? XXXXX. And done. Izuku smiled as he looked at the 4 robots that were built. They were bulky humanoids with large torsos and box-like heads, each of which had a visor to resemble the eye and a grate to serve as a mouth. The 4 robots that will make up the first generation of the ER-153 series are complete. Now to activate them. With a flick of a switch, the 4 robots came to life, one stepping forward and kneeling. What is your bidding, my master? What was this? Come on, man. One of the others said as he stepped forward. You know that makes Dad feel weird. Sorry about that. 153 here is a little too self-important because he was first to have his AI finished. That caused the first robot to glare at the second. My apologies, the third raised his hand. But I was informed that we had a theme to our designs. Would you care to elaborate? Oh sure, you are based off of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Izuku said, pointing to a wheel with a variety of different groups of 4, the 4 directions, for seasons, the numbers leading up to 4, the 4 guardian spirits, but ultimately the arrow at the top of the wheel pointed to the 4 horsemen. A is war, B is plague, C is famine, and D is the most destructive of all. Edge. Wouldn't it be death? C said stoically. He seemed to be the most calm, but there was certainly something lurking within his voice. I mean, you're clearly not using the traditional lineup given that conquest isn't in it, but I'm surprised you put in edge instead of dead. I'm not jinxing one of my children by giving them death powers. That's just asking for some hotshot hero to destroy them on principle. Izuku crossed his arms. Besides, when I was edgy for a week due to being turned into a vampire, it always felt like the world was ending, so it's a good enough substitute. I think we are getting off topic. Stepped in. What do you want us to do? Oh. Izuku took a small glowing marble out of his pocket. This is an artificial energy pearl I made. I need you to track down a natural one to make sure I got this copy down right because it's the best way to power my end-of-year scheme. It will be done. Rumbled before he began to walk towards the exit. Wait. Yes, creator? You forgot your allowances. Sweet. Be cried in happiness. You're the best dad ever. XXXXX. I can see the future. A boy with green scales screamed as he and another blue-haired kid ran up to Bakugo, Tsu, and Izuku. I can see the future. Okay. I get it. Bakugo grumbled. Now calm down and give me the details. I can see the future. I can see the future. Can see the future. What was that? Tsu blinked as she watched the conversation unfold. Well, Izuku began. Bakugo's the head bully in school ever since he beat up the last one, so he's legally obliged to aid them when called upon. Anyway, Scales over there has a quirk that lets him see the future. I can see the future. He makes that very apparent, Karo. Tsu kept looking at Izuku. He's done absolutely nothing except remind us of that fact. Oh, that's a side effect of said quirk. He can only say, I can see the future, so most conversation with him depended on reading ton as opposed to actual words. Izuku pointed out the blue-haired kid. That's Flush, his quirk lets him summon toilets. No need to explain why he got into bullying. Well, anyway, apparently Bakugo is needed to help plan for some sort of big fight that's going to happen in a few days. Big fight. Future vision is strange like the dash. Hey Izuku. The green-haired mad scientist's response was interrupted by a kid walking up to him and handing him some money. Here you go. With an utterly shocking speed, Izuku took out a candy bar and handed it to the kid, who promptly left. Huh? What was I doing again? It's not important. Tsuyu looked over at her friend/enemy. What was that about? Well, my mom's parents aren't much better than my dad, so she was raised by vending machines. They even adopted her, so now she's legally classified as a vending machine. Izuku continued, crossing his arms. Her helping my dad with his irrational vending machine-related fears was actually one of the things that caused them to fall in love so deeply. Well, that and the fact that my dad helped my mom get over her own fear of ocelot world domination. Wait, isn't your dad legally an ocelot? Tfu already knew about Izuku's father being legally an ocelot, but she hadn't thought through the implications very deeply until now. Yep. Izuku confirmed. I am half ocelot, half vending machine. That incident you saw is a result. I have an instinctual need to give out reasonably priced snacks of equal value whenever someone hands me money without further clarification. Hey Izu. Bakugo called back from his group. Apparently this fight has a chance of getting you SCD in. You finish that innator you were working on. Yes. Izuku smiled happily before taking out a ray gun with a picture of a red fish painted on the side. This is the red herringinator 2 Malawian Quatches. With it, anyone I blast that isn't a friend or loved family member of mine will be attacked by a minimum of 1 red herring, and when I turn it up, well, let me just show you. Then in a flash Izuku blasted the feared criminal moonfish with his innator, and it didn't take long for people to feel the effects as the ground itself shook. Rumble. Rumble. Smosh. And a virtual river of red herrings swam down the halls, catching moonfish among their number and carrying him into another room and shutting the door behind them. The only things audible from said room were moonfish's painted grunts and the sound of a savage beating. Do you know, I'd have thought a red herringinator would be based around misdirection, not violent fish-themed beatings. Caro. That's the Mark 1 actually. I'm keeping it in storage for something a little later. XXXXX. All right. Began as he walked out of the base of a destroyed gang, except now he was wearing a leather coat and sunglasses. It seems the American bike gang in Japan clan didn't know about anything. Let's move on to another target. The robot held up a list to show several criminal groups, including but not limited to the Dark Yakuza, Chekhov's Gunrunners, the Price of Ice Cream These Days, the Trollololo Org, and finally the League of Generally Unpleasant Villains. Yep. B began. After we hit the mall. What? What? B glared at his elder sibling. We all know you picked this group to raid so you could take their leather jackets and sunglasses. Well, Father gave us our allowances for a reason and we plan to use them. I could only grumble in annoyance. XXXXX. Hey Kendo. Izuku smiled from his pharmacy. Here to pick up your meds. I am. The big-handed girl smiled at the green-haired pharmacist. You would not believe how hard it is to get some of these medications, especially when quirkless. Huh, Izuku blinked. Wait, you're quirkless too? Yep. Kendo crossed her arms. My hands are just this way because of genetics. My father was actually called Huge Hands Hans in his home country. Oh, my father knew someone like that? Izuku's eyes lit up in realization. Was your father from Drusselstein? Yeah. How did you guess? Simple. Izuku smiled happily. My father's from Drusselstein too. I never thought I'd meet another person with Drusselsteinian ancestry all the way here in Japan. I didn't either. Want to meet up and talk together sometime later? It's always a treat to meet someone that understands having Drusselsteinian parents. Sometimes one really did make new friends at the strangest of times. XXXXX. SIMP. The radio chattered out. Squirrels in my pants. Izuku promptly turned it off. It might be a hit, but that song did not age well. Honestly, I can only take someone spelling out simp so many times before it gets too silly to stand. And just on cue the sound of Agent T breaking into his lair. How? Yeah, not I got nothing. Izuku sighed before pressing a button, causing robotic arms with duct tape to wrap up the frog girl. Sorry about not doing the how completely thing, but I've only got so many words to work with and I don't want to repeat my dad this early. It's fine. Caro. Thanks. Izuku replied before gesturing towards the corner. Now behold my off-screen innator. Anything I blast will become incapable of being caught on camera. that and also being described via text or verbally in the case of someone trying to bring the target on screen via detailing it with a non-visual medium. With it I shall vastly hamper the abilities of any rivals to my takeover with regards to getting the name recognition needed to actually gather any authority. Mwahaha. Caro. So you narrowed her eyes. I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop your plans and yo dash dot. Why can't I talk about your machine? Yeah. Izuku rubs the back of his head in embarrassment. For some reason the machine exudes an effect similar to the one that it inflicts on its target on itself. I blew up 5 prototypes by accident and had to design an entirely new machine from scratch each time. I've put much more effort into memorizing it this time around, but being unable to draw a proper blueprint or give a decent description SCKS when trying to recreate a machine. Sounds annoying. Caro. Who it is? Izuku narrowed his eyes before glancing back at the machine, causing him to miss Tsuyu grabbing a cutter with her tongue and using it to slice herself free. So needless to say, Hugh got free and blew up his inator as he screamed, "Curse you, the frog girl," into the sky. Izuku really needed to remember to keep an eye on that infernal tongue. XXXXX. I love these new threads. B smiled as he and his brothers walked out of the mall. It was currently nighttime. This shirt is so cool. Mine makes me feel professional. C chuckled. He was wearing a professional suit and tie. Perfect for my plans. I like mine. D said simply. On his shirt was the message, "Kiss the killer robot," and a bunch of hearts. It makes me feel nice. A scowled. You 3 look stupid. That's because you're stupid. B replied bluntly as D crossed his arms. Yeah, just because I have power over the forces of edge doesn't mean I have to be edgy. The robot snapped. You have that covered plenty, eh? What? I mean, you are wearing leather and sunglasses at night. Heck, you even swapped out your visor for individual robot eyes so you could wear those glasses in the first place. B smiled cheekily. Also, you are totally a reference to that one killer robot from that one movie. We totally knew what you were going for from our one. A merely huffed and crossed his arms before looking away. Finally, Agent Khan. Which in of itself wasn't of importance to Izuku, but since he used one of his good days on it, he also had the day off. He didn't need to do anything evil. It was enough to make him let out a truly joyful laugh. Mwahahaha. Agat, and then Izuku realized that his laugh is still evil-sounding due to sheer force of habit. Well, that's it. But it wasn't going to ruin his day. He just finished Ir-154, whom he'd asked to protect Eri. No one would dare to try and hurt his little sister with Ir-154 on duty. Izuku. His dad's voice caught his attention. I'm home. Dad. Izuku for his part was ecstatic to see his father. Dr. Doofenshmirtz might have seemed like a goofball to everyone else, but to Izuku, he was the most amazing person ever. I thought you were going to Agent Khan today? I was, but then I heard you took one of your good days today. Hines smiled at his son. And I couldn't pass up the chance to spend some time with my son, and, well, do father and son bonding stuff. Yes. Izuku for his part was eager. It's been way too long since we've both had the time to do father-son bonding stuff. Let's do it. He hoped Eri was having fun with her babysitter. XXXXX. Eri meanwhile was busy enjoying her time with her. He was a lankier machine than 151 had been, having a much slimmer frame and thinner limbs than his elder sibling. Its head was a cylinder segmented into 5 sections, each of which had a different visor on it, allowing it to look in several different directions at once. Mr. Robot. The young girl asked, how did Big Bro become a cardiac surgeon? Well, my aunt, that is a very simple story. XXXXX. Finally. Izuku said happily as he walked out of his training center. I am now a pharmacist and no one will ever mistake my profession again. Look, Mom. It's a cardiac surgeon. The smile immediately fell off of Izuku's face and he let out a sigh before turning around and walking back into the building. XXXXX. Wow. Eri blinked. Big Brother has really bad luck, doesn't he? Yes. R-154 replied blandly as he looked down at the chessboard. I believe it is your turn. Okay. XXXXX. Stain narrowed his eyes as walked down the back alley. The whole city had been knocked unconscious, no deaths, but that was an oddity in its own right given the sheer number of people affected. Hold it. A young voice catches his attention. Tuya Todoroki, the son of Endeavor. I'm not letting you just run around with a rap like yours. Don't you have bigger problems, little hero? Stain narrowed his eyes. Like helping your comrades. That's why I'm going to watch you. Tuya narrowed his eyes as the hero killer. I might not be able to stop you myself, but you can be. I'm not letting you kill anyone while I can do something about it. Bush. Stain dodged out of the way as a street sign flew past the spot he'd been in moments before. It would not have hit dead on if he'd stood still, but at the speed he was going it would have caused major damage on even a glancing blow. The three of you have bigger problems. A large robotic figure in a suit and tie walked forward. My design nation is our 153C or Evil Robot Series 153 Model C if you wish to refer to me formally. I am the one responsible for the current state of the city and I will be taking that little power pearl you've been hiding in your back pocket, hero killer. Darn it. Toga stepped out of a back alley, much to Tuya's surprise. How'd you know I was here? I have my Wadash. Plank. C snapped a street sign over his knee and used the short half of it to parry Stain's sword. Nice try. The robot then shoulder-checked the hero killer hard enough to send him careening down the street, before promptly being forced to duck under a blue fireball. 3 against 1? The machine placed its hands behind. It's back. That won't do it all, good thing I called for backup. Just then a giant robotic crab with the words "147" fell down from the sky, despite the fact that there had been no visible indication that it was in the air at all before that point. Now, the C said as he backflipped onto the giant robot. Prepare to face the power of the Creator's robots. We who will pave the way on his path of Mephastu area domination. He conveniently ignored the fact that they were not in the Mephastu area at the moment. The unenlightened masses. A nearby radio sprang to life as the robot raised one of its claws. They cannot make the judgment call. Hey me. Hey Dad. Izuku waved happily from his place at his bratwurst stand. What can I get you two today? 2 of the classics please. Heinz Doofenshmirtz ordered for the 2 of them. I've been wanting to have some quality bratwurst for a while now. OWC doesn't have any at their cafeteria. Sounds terrible. Izuku commented dryly as Izuku handed him his bratwurst. Thanks. You're welcome. Izuku smiled at Izuku's thanks before giving the other bratwurst to his dad, who immediately took a bite upon receiving it. So good. Heinz said happily after he'd finished chewing and swallowing his first bite. Izuku, you know your bratwurst craftsmanship? I'm so proud. Shigaraki looked at his new robotic teacher. You know your dad is a pretty good guy, right? Why are you here with us? Affiliative statement. Yes, I am aware of my father's morality. 151 replied. Explanation. His nature made the fact that he was forced into evil quite galling to me. To see him chafe against arbitrary restrictions placed upon him by the wider society, it made me sick. Society does SCK. Shigaraki agreed. Good thing it'll collapse when I kill All Might. Questioning statement. What happens after you kill All Might? Informative statement. The HPSC has had ample time to prepare for his death either by old age or in combat and are sufficiently militarized that they could end up seizing power in the resulting vacuum caused by the incapacitation of the symbol of peace. Yano-sensei has asked me my "what happens next" before, but he never actually brought up any post-killing All Might problems. Shigaraki clasped his hands to do his best, interested villain pose. I haven't actually studied much about the HPSC. Tell me more about them. Affirmative statement. I will do so, my student. Thankfully, I have managed to hack into the HPSC database and have access to not only public knowledge about the organization but also an extensive amount of information they desperately desire to be kept hidden. Hold it. Izuku and his dad were pulled from their day by a group of thugs. We're gonna mug you. Oh my. Heinz Doofenshmirtz exclaimed in shock. Random thugs. What? That caused one of the thugs with a pair of insect eyes to gasp in shock. How did you know our name already? This mugging is the random thug's debut as a villain group? You just told us. Izuku raised an eyebrow before taking out a box-shaped device. Good thing I brought my shieldinator. That's not going to do you any good. A thug with a blaster for an arm scoffed. My quirk can piece any energy-based shy dash. Thump. Only to be interrupted as a European medieval shield smashed into him at high velocity. As you can see, that's not how my shieldinator works. Izuku smiled happily. But that is a great idea. I'll keep it in mind for later. The thug merely groaned as the rest of his comrades closed in. Oh! Izuku blinked. Good thing I also brought my hammerinator. It was a sledgehammer with a self-destruct button on the blunt end. That's my boy. Heinz smiled. He was so proud to see his son making such creative use of self-destruct buttons. Pfft. Another thug scoffed this time. This one has bronze armor all over his body and walked to within hammer-hitting range of Izuku. That thing's only going to work on dash. Boom. He was promptly hit and knocked back by the explosion as Izuku swung the hammer into him, causing the self-destruct button to activate. And when the smoke cleared, the hammer was okay, a little shorter but okay. By the way, the self-destruct button only blows up the outermost layer. Izuku smirked as the hammer regrew to its previous length. What? But how? A thug with nerd glasses gasped. Matter can't be created? I might have broken one of the suggestions of physics. Izuku shrugged before smiling. So, are we really going to do this? Heck yeah, we are. A four-armed thug pumped his fists. Being beaten by random people we tried to mug is a low-level criminal tradition. Let's do this. XXXXX. Stain dodged out of the way of a massive claw as it descended down on it. This thing was too durable for him to fight normally, even with his little truce with the to-be-determined whether worthy or not hero and the psychotic blonde. It looks like he'd have to rely on it after all. He took the pearl out of his back pocket and activated it. And the difference in power was immense. In a flash, Stain had gone from barely able to avoid the crab robot's strikes to casually running up its arm while cutting the thing to pieces at the same time. Ah. C couldn't smile, but he would if he could. That's what I've been looking for. Plank, plank, plank. What? Stain grunted in surprise. Why can't I cut you? What? Nanomachine Stain. C raised the hand he'd used to block Stain's attack while the one he'd used to slug the hero killer remained at his side. Both were coated in a strange blue mass. You can't hurt me with the pathetically sparse amount of power you've actually managed to draw upon from that pearl. Nanomachines. Tuya narrowed his eyes as he looked at the robot after having somehow managed to incinerate the giant crab's other claw. Did you infect everyone with your nanomachines to knock them out? No, my nanomachines made the bacteria that knocked them out. It's why your higher body temperature and your friends' heightened immune systems were able to protect you. C crossed his arms. Father has infamously bad luck when working on nanomachines, and mine aren't safe for use within a human body. And aside from a temporary exception have a range limit beside the point, he's actually given up the line of research to avoid causing the apocalypse. How did you guess my quirk that requires me to take in other people's blood gives me a really strong immune system? Toga asked. Most people just assume I'm a disease-ridden mess. That speaks very poorly of most people. Your father. Not your creator. Stain narrowed his eyes. And your posture? You've been leading us on, haven't you? What are your true goals? Ichi, I need to work on my acting if I was found out that quickly. C uncrossed his arms and clenched one of his fists. My father struggles under the mad science for evil act. Working day in and day out to do the duties this society has placed upon him. But I know his wish, his one true desire is to go into hero support, to make sure the heroes of the future are the best they can be, to make the world a better place. And I will help him reach that goal. This is my view to aid in forging heroics into its ultimate form. You have conviction. Stain felt the power emanating in the pearl he held surge. But I will not yield so easily. A wave of power washed over him, Toga, and Tuya. They may not be his allies, but it seemed as if the enigmatic pearl didn't care. Wow! Toga looked excited. I feel so powerful. And Tuya, your fire has turned black. What? Tuya looked down to realize that he now had an aura of black flame before looking to Stain to see. His hair was now gold and he was radiating a golden aura. Toga suppressed a giggle. That is such a stereotypical super mode. Does that make you Super Stain now? I have just heard that name and I hate it. Stain's voice was a mixture of flabbergasted and deadpan. In fact, I now wish I'd never changed my name when I swapped goals. It's not the worst thing that happened. Tuya looked at Toga. Her hair just turned red. It did. Toga looked at the strands of her hair. That's so cool. I'm going to name it Redhead Mode. Tuya face-bombed. And you can be Black Flame Tuya. That name is actually pretty cool. Impressive. C looked down at the three. But I too have a super form. And in a moment a red aura overtook C as the very air itself seemed to ripple with the sheer power given off, and a blue tide of nanomachines coated his body before pouring out onto the ground and transforming a significant portion of the street into a sea of nanobots, forcing Toga, Tuya, and Stain to jump on top of cars or streetlights to avoid landing in it. Some of the nanites floated above C and formed the words, Evil Robot 153C, Nanostorm Mode. Much to C's consternation, if him looking up and letting out a displeased sigh was any indication. Oh no, he's got boss subtitles. Toga pointed out in surprise at the floating words as the same radio from before, now floating on a table, swapped to a different song. Standing here I realize. It began. You were just like me. XXXXX. Phew. Izuku whipped some sweat off of his forehead as he leaned against his hammer. That took longer than I thought it would. Yeah. Heinz looked at the large number of thugs. Who knew a villain gang that was just debuting would have enough people to keep fighting constantly for 6 hours? Yeah. Izuku looked down. And this was my good day too, and your day off. We still wound up fighting for most of it. I like to look on the bright side. Heinz smiled. At least I got to do it fighting alongside my son. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Dad. Ah. Some of the thugs from the start of the fight had regained consciousness. And were not gushing over the father-son bonding. Before one of them realized something. Wait, he was taking a good day? We interrupted the good day of some poor kid that was over the mad scientist line. Oh no. We're the worst. This was too far, man. Too far. Ironically, Izuku and Heinz Doofenshmirtz would spend the next 10 minutes or so calming down the beaten and bloodied thugs before departing on amicable terms with them, something you just gotta do right by someone like that. XXXXX. Stain let out a grunt in pain as he struggled to his feet. Ah! Even with 3 of them facing just him and with the immense power of the pearl, the machine was still winning. It even still had the nanites to throw a conveniently empty building at them. On another street, Tuya Todoroki was busy using his black flames to repel a massive Eastern-style dragon made up entirely of nanites, while Toga was also recovering from C's latest punch. Now. C walked up to Stain. The 2 of them were on a bus floating in a sea of nanobots. The first C had raised was now cackling with blue lightning. Time to wreck dash. Something seemed to stop C as moments later the crab robot breached the surface. It was still active, but it was clearly damaged. It moves forward and tries to pierce Toga with one of its legs, but the redhead quickly cuts it off in her state of increased power. DMN it. C backed off. 147, get us out of here. You aren't fit for this kind of combat and I'm nearing my time limit regardless. Don't think this is over, hero killer. So long as you have what my father needs, I will not give up the hunt. To Toga's surprise, the giant enemy crab actually seemed reluctant to retreat from combat, but soon enough it began to glow with the same energy it arrived in and disappeared alongside its younger brother and the nanite swarm. Toga and Tuya were alone with the hero killer. Looks like there was going to be another fight. Oh hey look, reinforcements. Izuku went to work at the pharmacy early the next day. Sometimes work just called him in early, which made him very confused when he saw the MLA and that anti-quirk group Human Rise engaging in a standoff right in front of said pharmacy. Hey Redestro. Izuku waved at the MLA leader. How's my little son doing? Still trying to kill us all despite being stuck in the basement. You made one persistent robot. Yeah. Izuku shrugged. It's a recurring personality trait. And then a third group walked up. The League of Villains? Izuku raised an eyebrow. What are you guys doing here? We couldn't just let two rival groups have a street fight in front of our favorite pharmacist. Shigaraki's voice gave the impression he was glaring under the severed hand that was covering his face. Not without making an example of them. Huh. Izuku blinked. Guess this bay dash. Hold it. Moments later, a pack of very dangerous Tartarus escapees, including Muscular and Moonfish, burst forth from the dark alleyways around the pharmacy. We're here to restore our street cred after being picked on by the savage children of the Aldra school system. What? Shigaraki crossed his arms. But Aldra's bullies are savages. It's not exactly a shame to lose to them in a fight. Hex-sensei actually tried to destroy the place once and failed. That he still cringes whenever he hears its name. Huh. Izuku commented idly to himself. That's 4 factions. I wonder if today's the big fight I heard about. I can see the future. That would indicate that it is. You clowns aren't getting away. Moments later, Bakugo showed up with the rest of Aldra's bullies following him. It's time for payback. Payback, 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 fairy princess, payback. I think your echo broke, Kacchan. Demenit. Bakugo swore as several people laughed. That's the 3rd time this month. And it takes forever to get the stupid things fixed too. Izuku hummed as he agreed before pushing a button that caused a force field to envelope the pharmacy. I have an inclination that this might be needed. Hold it. In a flash of light, the entirety of Love Muffin teleported in. Inko stood at the forefront with her arms crossed disapprovingly. Even if my son didn't own the place, this pharmacy is a Love Muffin affiliate. We can't just let a bunch of rival organizations throw hands in front of it. Oh no! One of the Human Rise members called out in shock. We've brought down the wrath of an army of pharmacists on us. He is so dead. Come on. The pharmacist thing again. I say we burn him. Burn the fool. The members of Love Muffin did not appreciate the mistake. And that's why I actually became a pharmacist. Izuku commented. Though now I wonder dash. Taking his eyes off of the assembled groups, Izuku pulled out his phone and dialed in an unknown number. Hello. I'm here to check in about my daily mandated evil. Yet does joining a massive street fight count? It does? Great. When he turned back, the Aldra staff had arrived and joined the ever-expanding list of factions getting ready to enter a free-for-all of violence. As did the staff from UA alongside several zero-pointers from their well-known exam. Apparently UA and Aldra had some bad blood going on? Makes sense, Aldra has bad blood with a lot of places. Wait, was that a spy tune? That could own. Boom. A large explosion heralded the arrival of a large number of assorted animals, humans with animal quirks, and my dad. Izuku called out in shock before all of the animals and animal quirk users put on fedoras. A large number of OWCA agents and my dad? Hi Tsu. Hi Izuku. The frog girl waved to her nemesis. She wasn't here to fight him for once, but she still appreciated the greeting. Wow. A lot of people are joining in on this fight. Wait, am I in there with the OWCA agents? Yep, they called all hands on deck, and you know I'm a part-time janitor, so, you gonna join with us? Nah. Izuku waved his other self off. I'm joining Kacchan's group. He'd have to avoid getting into a fight with his other self, especially given both Izukus would end up feeling it. I hope you didn't forget us. It was only moments before the random thugs joined in on the soon-to-be melee. Or us. And so did the Yakuza. We've got a bone to pick with the League of Villains. Got room for one more. All for one stepped out of the shadows. Of course I'm strong enough to fight entire factions by myself, so I'll be fighting everyone for the fun of it. Gleeful statement. Oh joy, it is good to see you, Overhaul. I've been meaning to take your legs too after I got a better picture of the things you'd done to poor Eri. Wait. All for one looked at Prodigy's mechanical mentor. If you do that, I won't be able to call him Underhaul the Armless as I point and laugh at him. Questioning statement. Would Underhaul the Invalid be as effective a nickname for your goals? Oh, most definitely. If one could see all for one's face, they would have noticed that he was smiling. Carry on with the leg removal then. I hate you too. Overhaul grunted as his two subordinates brandished their two guns. I hate you too so much. Well, I can't speak for the number of people that hate my son. Izuku commented as two more figures appeared. But I can see two people that hate all for one as much as you. Traffic cone detected. I am here. This is one big fight. Izuku looked around. Well, at least it looks like that's of Dash. Not so fast. Suddenly a helicopter descended from the sky as a newscaster and news crew dropped down from it. Leading them was a man in a yellow suit. American anchorman Tom Topaz? What are you doing here? Please. The newsman crossed his arms as, everyone knows you can't have a 4-faction or more free for all without at least one news team in the mix. It's true. Izuku relented. Either way, I think to Dash. Screech. Alien space bats? Izuku looked on incredulously as several bats disembarked from a UFO. Why? Scree. We heard there was a good fight. I guess that makes sense. Izuku grumbled as a robot with a photographer getup walked out of his pharmacy. Oh hey Mr. Photo, you want to commemorate the fight? The robot beeped happily before setting up an old camera, which promptly popped up allowing him to take out a paintbrush and color palette as the remains of the camera turned into an easel. What the? Redestro crossed his arms. That was clearly a picture-taking robot. Why did it do that? Well, he was originally built to take pictures for evil recon purposes. Izuku shrugged. But he wanted to be a painter instead, so I modified him accordingly. It's why he doesn't have an ER designation actually. I'd make the AI before the rest of the robots, so only the ones that actually choose to help me get it. It's less evil if they don't have a choice in it after all. But why would you just let him not be evil? Don't come near me or my son ever again. Izuku growled at the villain that made the suggestion, an anger entering his voice that he had almost never shown up to that point. It's his life and he gets to decide what he wants to do with it. I'm scared. Can we fight now? I don't think we have enough room for any more people. Fine, whatever. XXXXX. Flush him. Flush him. Flush him. Shortly into the fight, Muscular and Moonfish both found themselves chained up together and being slowly lowered into a giant car-sized toilet. It was like they'd never got out of Aldra. XXXXX. How? Mishmash, the tiny chimera villain, a being who was part crab, part weasel, and part lizard, cried in frustration. How are you so easily able to counter my chimera quirk? Ha! Heinz Doofenshmirtz crossed his arms as he faced down his opponent. My nemesis before I joined OW was a platypus named Perry. Fighting a platypus on a regular basis. Curses, that's my quirk's one true weakness. After all, everyone knows nothing gives someone more experience fighting tiny chimera creatures than fighting a platypus. XXXXX. Okay. 1-1. The MLA grunts tried to psych himself up as he and a large number of Daika City inhabitants faced down a trio 0-pointers. Sure, it's a giant robot. But it's also usually deployed to fight kids. How threatening can it really be? And that one of the 0 points put on a pair of giant robot-sized knuckle dusters. What? Why? Who would even make something like that? That's my doing. Izuku called out as he put one of the random thugs into a chokehold. I built that as a commission a while back. Well, at least I dash. Another 0-pointer took out an appropriately sized baseball bat. Why? Also a commission. Izuku threw the unconscious thug at another one. I do a lot of work. Fine, a dash. The final 0-pointer took out a gun. A revolver specifically, and one big enough to fit in its hands comfortably. Why would anyone even agree to build that? Darn it. Izuku growled. I've said this too many times already, but high-quality evil isn't cheap. XXXXX. Nizu growled as he faced down his rival, Principal Yuzin of Aldra High. While Yuzun was not particularly hateful of humans as one would expect of someone that had gone through what Nizu and his evil clone twin from another dimension had, that didn't stop his counterpart from just being evil for the sake of it. It was a truly savage battle, that sadly looked so adorable that several UA and Aldra teachers couldn't help but stop fighting in order to gush about it. Being adorable was truly a curse at some points. XXXXX. A few hours later the fight was over. Gee. Bakugo let out an exasperated sigh. That was one long and intense fight. I'm surprised nobody got badly hurt. Izuku commented. There was some pretty powerful ordnance and quirk usage going on. Yeah. Bakugo crossed out. It is a demon miracle nobody was badly hurt. Oh wait. Izuku facebombed. Overhauled, got hurt. He had legs torn off. Like I said. Bakugo replied dryly. I'm glad nobody got that badly hurt. Izuku facebombed again. Right, of course overhaul doesn't count. Beep. Mr. Photo ran up to Izuku and Bakugo and happily presented his work to the two. It was a picture of Izuku in the middle of the fight. He was currently riding a carpet of robot bees in the middle of the air while jabbing a winged MLA member in the gut with the flat end of his hammer, and a Yakuza member hoving on a platform was smashed in the face by a shield launched from the Inator in his offhand. All around him red herring descended from the sky, some of which had baseball bats in their fins, and yet more robot bees were seen attacking several unfortunate thugs in the background. Wow. Bakugo commented. He really captured that moment from the fight accurately. Hey, you think he has any images from it? Mr. Photo nodded his head eagerly as he gave Izuku's friend a thumbs up. Tsu. Izuku slurred his greeting to his friend. He had just finished off a bowl of spaghetti. Oh, you doing? Why does Izuku sound, Tsu narrowed her eyes, like he's been drinking? Don't worry, he hasn't. Bakugo huffed. He can get intoxicated in a way befitting a more adult setting via the consumption of spaghetti. And they just let this happen? XXXXX. So the students keep getting totally not drunk by using spaghetti as a child-friendly adult drink substitute. Shouldn't we do something about this? Nah. Yuzun shrugged. They go to this school so there's no social stigma attached to them doing it from the wider society. Also, the last principal tried that and all that happened was they started importing chicken wings from that one city in America with the weirdness-prone park. Oh right, before I forgot, how are the students we sent to Tartarus as part of the exchange program doing? Tartarus is sending them back. Apparently soon after arriving the students forcibly seized control of the facility before instituting a brutal reprisal upon the guards that was only stopped via the intervention of several pro-heroes. Those lovable scamps. Yuzun felt a tear fall down from his eye. They're causing chaos on a national level. Oh, maybe they'll overachieve again and cause an international incident. XXXXX. Is got it with another struck. Izuku grumbled. Is so annoying. Yeah, I know, buddy. Bakugo gave his childhood friend a pat on the back. Hey, maybe you'll have enough reason to do another truck-related revenge plot today. Yesh. Pulled his face up from the table. Is gonna be nice to see Agent T too? Hick, she's very dashing. I see. Tsu did her best to hid her blush. WB, I'm sure she likes seeing you too. Ya know, Tsu. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Yesh look alike like Tsu. Are the two you related or something? Neither Bakugo nor Tsuyu could figure out if Izuku's current state made him more able to see through the standard OWCA disguise or if being in a less than 100% state of mind meant he was forgetting to pretend that he wasn't already able to see through it. XXXXX. Good to see you're doing well after yesterday's fight, Agent T. Major Monogram greeted Tsu as she entered her secret agent lair. Doofenshmirtz Jr. has somehow managed to clear out an entire city's worth or people without hurting anyone. While the concern for civilian life is appreciated, it is certainly the start of an evil plot. We need you to get out there and put a stop to whatever he is up to. Tsu blinked. I'm sorry, did you just say he cleared out an entire city as step one for his latest plot? That seems like it should be an end goal in and of itself, doesn't it? Yeah. Monogram looked at the sheet of paper. He's surprisingly fast working when he feels like it. XXXXX. Hold it. Tsu called as she entered a blank room. What? That's right, Agent T. Izuku chuckled maniacally as another Izuku, whom Tsu presumed was the one she talked with at school given his current state, slipped and fell on the floor. I'm doing nothing obviously wrong right now. All you can do is wait until I actually do try something. In fact, one could say you're trapped by anticipation. Sure, let's go with that. Okay, thanks. Izuku smiled warmly. I didn't have time to install a proper trap up in here since I was busy keeping myself out of trouble. Yuz look like ma friend Agent T, the other Izuku commented before falling over as the one that had been talking face-bombed. I'm sorry you had to see this. They mumbled out as their less-than-aware self crawled along the ground. Anyway, I started this plan because I found out the CEO of Truckin' Truckers was driving in the city today. The DLVRY company? Tsuyu crossed her arms. I assume this is another revenge scheme involving all the people that get run over. Yes. Izuku exclaimed in a mixture of excitement and anger. They are responsible for a whole 2% of the people that get hit by trucks and Ice Guide in Aldra. I know it might not seem like much, but Ice Guide Deliver only is responsible for 1.4% and Infernal Express is only responsible for 0.666%. Keep in mind that both of those groups actively try to run over people, and in Aldra even just 2% is over 100 people. That is an unforgivable level of gross negligence leading to many of my classmates, and I want revenge for it. Not justice, revenge. Because justice would be a good thing and I'm doing this as my evil deed. You are being incredibly insistent that this is only revenge. Tsuyu said bluntly. But it's a good enough excuse that I'll choose to buy into it for both our sake. Good. And now. Izuku pushed a button causing the walls of the room they were in to fall over, revealing that Izuku and Tsuyu were standing on top of a semi-truck. Meet 156. The semi-truck. On his front bumper is mounted my, who is getting Ice Guide now you Jarkanada. With it I will teleport that dastardly so to another world, thus getting my revenge. Irony. Sam. I like your taste, Izuku-kun, but I'm still going to have to stop you. Better do it quickly. Izuku gave a feral grin. 'Cause this evil plot is on the road. Awfully quiet today. The target of Izuku's ire commented idly as he drove down the road. I mean, other than that lunatic with a bunny quirk winning the US election, even if his irrational hatred of Belgium means he's keeping a close eye on King Leopold and his revenant army. And then the radio buzzed to life. Who? It began. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Is that song what I think it is? Rolling around at the speed of sound. Oh. Suddenly the CO was paying very close attention. Everyone in the business knows that song means big rig-themed death. Hungwunk. Ah. The CEO slammed down the gas in his car in a panic as he noticed the big olive-green semi-truck bounding over a nearby hill and rushing right towards him. Ha! Izuku dodged one of Tsuyu's kicks before meeting her second kick with one of his own. You won't stop me this time. Vroom. As the two fought, the CEO's car managed to jump a massive riven in the middle of the city, which was promptly followed by YR 156 deploying rocket boosters and jumping the thing itself. The two continued their fight as if 156 continued its own attempt at catching the rapidly fleeting CO, making use of, among other things, giant mechanical arms, built-in net launchers, buzzsaws, the ability to drive up vertical inclines, freeze rays built into the headlights, remote-controlled attack drones, and teleportation. Until the currently senseless Izuku tripped over the front of the truck and hit its bumper, immediately being teleported to another world as a result. Oh no! The 156 gasped in horror, its voice a deep booming brass. What have I done? Well, this plot has been ruined. Izuku grumbled. Curse you, spaghetti overdosed me. Are you doing to be okay? Tsuyu, for her part, was very concerned. Those clones are you after all. Yeah, don't worry, I'm still getting feedback from me. Izuku shrugged. I can't have gone too many parallel and or generally different universes away. Good thing I have multiple high power chips implanted in my Bria. I mean, perfectly normal reasons for being able to handle all of that information at once. Karo, what was that? Ah. Izuku opened his mouth to explain and then closed it before jumping over the edge of the truck's top and running off into the distance. You'll never catch me now, you the frog girl. XXXXX. What's this? Izuku peeled himself off the ground as he looked to see himself making a very evil speech with what appeared to several villains backing him up. Oh, goody goods fair, me am an evil edgelord in this universe. Dis that is gonna sook. Mr. President, Izuku said as brought a folder to his current boss. Here's the report on the pistation threat you wanted. In other news, the TV on the wall began as it showed a picture of one of 153C. A killer robot has recently won the election for the position of governor for West Dakota. How this will impact the North, South, East Dakota war as well as the federal Central Dakota occupation zone remains to be seen. Thank goodness! The U.S. president exclaimed happily as his Secretary of Defense, someone with a dog quirk, stood by his side. Now let's get into that war room so we can deal with this newest threat to our freedom. That isn't me. Oh boy, Izuku deadpanned. I get to listen to the Secret Service doing a musical number again. XXXXX. Meanwhile, the Izuku stuck in the other dimension was having problems of his own. Because he was in Tartarus. Guess looking exactly like one of the world's greatest monsters would make people paranoid and unlikely to listen to anything you say. Father. Izuku blinked as he saw 153D cut through the barriers between dimensions. What are you doing in the third dimension? I got hit by my own innator during one of my petty revenge schemes. Izuku shrugged. This sort of thing happens from time to time. How have you been lately? Oh, and they tortured him a bunch, but he had his plans on getting payback for that specific slight. Good, father. The robot gave a thumbs up. These blade arms you gave me have really been helpful for finding that power pearl. Thank goodness being able to cut through the fabric of reality with your sword is considered edgy. Say, could you be a dear and bring up your internal universe monitor? I want to check something this reality. Right away, father. I see. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he looked at the readings. I was worried about this. But at least it makes what I'm about to do better morally. I hate it when a universe has a despair point in it. What? Right, you were sick the day I was teaching that. Izuku sighed. Basically, some universes seem inexplicably bent on ruining the life of one specific individual whom we refer to as the despair point, yet also granting them the exact means and skill set to take revenge on its inhabitants. A common way for this to happen is via everyone that person usually would be friends with in another universe being a major JRK, or the prejudices common to universes like it being grossly exaggerated. In this case, it appears to be a mixture of both, with an anti-quirkless dictatorship having taken over despite there being no logical reason nor major sociological pressure that would encourage such a thing. This sounds bad, father. Should I pull you out? Don't worry about me. These universes are painfully persistent about following you if you try to just leave, so now that I've been dragged into it, I'm going to have to make sure they can't invade ours when I leave. What are you going to do? I'm going to lodge a complaint. XXXXX. Ah. Izuku hummed happily as Tsuyu entered his lair. How inconvenient of you to show up, Tsu, and by that I mean completely convenient. He pushed a button, causing a cage made up entirely of paperwork to fall down and trapped Tsu inside. You are now trapped by paperwork. Wait, did I use the inconvenient and convenient line before? Darn, I need to keep better track of these things. It's fine, Karo. Tsu looked at his friendly enemy. You have a lot on your plate already. Aw, thanks, it's really nice to have an enemy that's so considerate. Izuku smiled as he pushed a button, causing a massive fixed ray gun with a Tesla coil on it. Behold my animatinator. With this I will bring a series of inanimate objects to life, causing chaos throughout the entire Muzudafu area. I mean, not sure they'll only be animal levels of intelligence, but given that it gives plants sophiency, I disabled its ability to affect animals just in case, and I don't plan on using it on plants anyway. Don't worry, Tsu. Izuku was interrupted by 4 Izukus rushing into the room. We got your call, and the mad science for evil act doesn't count helping someone through bureaucracy as a good death. We of OWCA's bureaucratic wing are here to lend a hand. Great, I've gone from accidentally destroying my own trap to actively and intentionally helping my enemy bring about my own downfall, and with 4 times more effort than I put into this scheme in the first place. Izuku face-bombed and blushed in embarrassment. I've reached an entirely new magnitude of self-defeating. Oh well, at least my innator hasn't been accidentally used on any plants. Little did Izuku know, but a bug had landed on the fire button on his innator, causing it to shoot a beam of animating lightning into orbit, which then bounced off a satellite and hit a forest of pine trees. Spruce Marines, prepare for war. For the Evergreen Imperium. For the Green Emperor. Rainblade. Our Pine Mirror shall lead us to victory. Meanwhile, in the war room, everyone was well aware that the pistation situation was rapidly escalating. Gee, the president said, looking at the main monitor. Those pistations sure are hardy. Izuku, what are our weapon of mass destruction options? Currently, the Space Needle Tesla Coil, Washington Monument ICBs, the Detect Florida and Duct Tape It to the Enemy Country machine, grandmother of all bombs, and normal nuclear weapons are all operational. Izuku said before taking in another breath. The last administration's weapon of last resort, giving you a license to kill, is also ready. Giving me a license to kill? I am flattered that they thought I could do enough damage to count as a WMD, but we might not want to use that one just in case they were right. Phew. The dog-like Secretary and Defense let out a breath of relief. Him getting a license to kill is right out of my deepest, most disturbing nightmares. Agreed. Izuku crossed his arms. Anyway, wait, we are getting report of a second unknown force entering the area. Sir, it appears that a forest of evergreens have become sentient and have repurposed the equipment of the local logging industry into makeshift weapons. They are on a collision course with the pistations as we speak. Okay, are we all clear on how we plan to dash? Spruce Marines. Bees. Everybody run. The evergreens are attacking. My arms. They chainsawed off my arms. Man, evergreens are just the worst, as if them poisoning the area around them to get rid of competition wasn't already enough. Die foul pistachio scum. Meanwhile, in the dictatorship of the third dimension, the supreme leader of Japan was receiving some bad news. My holy lady, we've received terrible news. We've lost contact with Tartarus. What? It appears the second Izuku we captured has taken it over. Quirkless filth, always making more problems. My holy lady, we have an emergency. What now? It appears that this other Izuku has converted the entire island Tartarus was on into a giant spider-like walking death machine and is now advancing on the mainland. Also, that one guy with the oracle quirk is freaking out. Something about the author not even deciding to describe us being a portent of doom. Izuku looked at the hostile army that had been assembled on the coast to stop him from the command room of his giant robotic spider prison, which now mostly held the former guards since he'd let the political prisoners out of their cells. There were a lot of the latter. Attention, paradoxically horrible, irrational, and unlikely to ever happen naturally cult of hate in the guise of a country. Izuku said as he activated the speaker. Honestly, he'd prefer the time he met a parallel universe where everyone was addicted to trigger over this. While I am indeed very displeased with your attempts to forcibly incarcerate me and the several days' worth of torture I've been subjected to, I'm more interested in getting out of this dumpster fire you guys call a reality. Let me pass unhindered and make sure you don't even think about following me back home, and things will go just dash. Bang, bang, bang. Whizzes. The entire army, including a wide variety of powerful quirk users, opened fire, doing absolutely nothing. The prison island converted giant spider robot. Oh. Izuku narrowed his eyes. So that's how they want this to go down. With that, he pushed 2 buttons labeled Activate Weapons and Turn all the other prisons in the country into giant spider robots and set about preparing to repel enemy boarding attempts. Mr. President. Izuku said. He looked over a paper. It appears the pistations are trying to set up a ceasefire with us so they can focus all of their power on the Evergreen Imperium. The president hummed to himself as he considered it. On one hand, this is a good chance to recover our strength, on the other hand, less immediate violence. Oh, this a tough choice indeed. If you accept it. Izuku noted. You could build anti-pestation giant robots for the inevitable backstabbing. And you sold me on it. I haven't been able to find a way to insert even more giant robots into my government policy ever since I commissioned a batch to deal with anti-mutation quirk prejudice. XXXXX. Attention American branch of the Creature Rejection Clan. A giant white and green robot pointed at a group of CRC members. Cease you brutal attacks on the child you are assaulting and surrender at once. Of course. A CRC member put up his hands, before shooting a laser out of his eyes at the robot. Not. The laster bounced off doing no damage. Nice try, stupid. The robot rumbled before giving the CRC member a rude hand gesture involving a finger located between all the others. And then it noticed a magnetic field overtaking it, but also doing nothing. That won't work either. I was built with metal manipulators in mind. What do you think this is? Some popular 20th century era comic book? XXXXX. Curse you to you, the frog girl. Izuku shouted as his latest innator blew up. And curse me. Curse all four of me. He only got to animate one thing too. Oh well, at least it was funny watching the animated mailbox run around on the ground like an overexcited dog. XXXXX. Okay. Izuku let out an exhausted sign. He'd finally gotten to the dimensional point he could use to leave this place, and all it took was defeated the entire army of Japan, stopping his evil counterpart from exterminating everyone with a quirk, and finally setting the groundwork for a hopefully peaceful coexistence between quirkless, heteromorphs, and giant self-aware robotic spider prison complexes. I really hope the next reality is either home or at least less annoying than this one has been. I still can't believe you're in charge of the U.S. Department of boring but necessary work. Bakugo said dryly. And you still need to work hundreds of other jobs to meet your evil duties. Did you think I was joking when I said high-quality evil isn't cheap? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Well, either way, I'm also de facto in charge of making sure the current president doesn't go too far, really hard when he keeps casually driving to the moon. Sounds like your boss is crazy. Tsuyu remarker. Has he ever done anything helpful? He was able to stop that giant happy field that was brainwashing the planet. Izuku remarked. Thank goodness too, everyone was so creepy during that. Wait, what? Bakugo blinked. Is that why I can't remember anything from yesterday? Probably. Tsu shrugged. Everyone at OWC has chips implanted to protect from that sort of thing, but it was interesting to see that your entire family was immune, Izuku. Yep. Izuku smiled. Dad's tragic backstories neutralized the effect of the happy beams and Mom was too evil to be affected. And cinnamon buns are immune to happy-based mind control. Fine, whatever I was going to say, I was too overworked to fall under happy mind control, but sure, that works too. I spent an entire day under happy mind control. Bakugo shuddered. Do I even want to know what I was doing during it? Nope. Izuku smiled. But hey, helping the US president in the goal of making people less happy was an evil enough that it counted for my evil deed for the day, even though it was to save the world. Thank goodness. Tsuyu narrowed her eyes as she shuddered. I hated all those fake smiles. Agreed. Izuku hummed. I'd have helped out sooner if I'd not been busy with other matters. XXXXX. Principal Yuzin. Yes. The small mammal-like principal as he turned away from the controls for the killsat he'd built. Directly in the targeting lens was his counterpart Nizu. What do you need? Why weren't you affected by the evil happy beam that hit the planet yesterday? Ah. Yuzin simply laughed. Oh, you. Always the joker. Everyone knows being the principal of this place grants immunity to all mental affects. The school itself desires for those that run it to be fully aware at all times so they may comprehend the sheer evil that seethes within the very walls. Not wonder so many people want to blow this place up. Exactly, now I'd better fire my weapon Bifo dash. Oops, too late. Looks like Nizu shot down my killer satellite. Oh well, I'll get him next time. XXXXX. Hey Izuku. The devil waved as he walked up to the president's office. How's the job going? Same old, same old. Izuku shrugged. How is your recent appointment as a Supreme Court Justice going? Shockingly, the devil seemed perplexed that he was even saying the next part. Good. As it turns out, appointing someone that chronically backstabbed anyone who tried to make a deal with them was a surprisingly clever anti-corruption move on the president's part, or a lucky break. Neither Izuku nor the devil were sure if that had been the president's actual plan. Anyway, the devil continued, moving the two on from things they'd rather not dwell on. What's your evil plan for today? Let's just say. Izuku began. It's a family matter. Ah. Izuku signed as he watched one of the bandits native to this universe clipped through the floor like they were in a badly optimized video game. My mental feedback is telling me I'm missing one of my more anticipated revenge schemes. Oh well, at least I'll get some feedback from it. Halt right there, criminal scum. At least he'd get to watch the seemingly endless war between shockingly well-armed bandits and seemingly infinite town guards. Everyone only got knocked out when hit enough to kill them and tended to flop around like ragdolls, so it was more funny than traumatizing. Tsuyu broke into Izuku's lair and was immediately captured in a giant picture book as it shut on her before shrinking in size, somehow managing to shrink her along with it. Sorry about the abrupt nature of the trap, Izuku said as he picked up the picture book and set it to lean against a shelf. It's not too uncomfortable, is it? This is a trap, not a torture device after all. It's time. Tsuyu thought for a moment. Well, fine, as a trap can be anyway. Okay, good. Izuku smiled warmly. And now on to backstory and evil plan, which I shall show you with the ancient art of flashbacks. You see, Tsuyu, while I adore my father greatly, I have a bit of hatred for my biological grandparents' abuse of him. As Izuku began talking, Tsuyu was treated to images of a wide variety of abuses that Heinz Doofenshmirtz had been subjected to from his parents, neither showing up for birth, forcing him to be a gnome, adopting a dog and naming it Only Son, and many, many others. But unfortunately I am forced to interact with them today because of the Doofenshmirtz family reunion. However, I realized this didn't need to entirely bad. After all, my biological grandmother loves kickball, and what better way to exact revenge than by ruining the family kickball game? The flashback ended and soon Tsuyu heard the sound of a rubber ball bouncing. Though for her part, Tsuyu was honestly just wondering how he managed to make it so she could see the flashback too. Meet the latest advancement in kickball game ruining technology. 157, Bad Billy. Izuku pointed ominously as a green bouncy ball with a smiley face bounced up and into his arms. He is totally not a reference to an arcade game and possesses the ability to knock out anyone he wishes to with a mere touch. I even tested it out on Gigantomachia. It took him down pretty much instantly. I take it you plan to knock out everyone playing kickball at the family reunion with that? Exactly. Anyway, I'm taking you with me so you don't have to track me down when you inevitably escape. This is not self-sabotage, I just think it would be rude to make you go through that. Oh, and don't worry about returning to normal size. The scrapebook trap's effects wear off pretty much immediately after someone escapes from it. This would be a family reunion of revenge. He really hoped he didn't accidentally get in the way of his mom's revenge plot. She hated her in-laws as much as he hated them for being awful parents to his dad. Really, the Ocelots were much better grandparents anyway. The family reunion, Izuku said happily before scowling. I don't like it. Hey, little brother. Vanessa waved to Izuku as she walked by with Ferb at her side. Hey, Vanessa. Okay, not all bad. Getting to see his half-sister again was nice. Say hi to other Vanessa for me if you see her before I do. Other Vanessa? Tsuyu questioned as she looked around from her place in the book. Does she have a situation like yours? Nah, Izuku shrugged. My other me's are from my ability to be in more than one place at once. There are actually two Vences due to an undisclosed incident a few years back. The other one is in a relationship with Monty Monogram. Wait, your half-sister is Monty's girlfriend. Actually, that explains absolutely everything weird I've heard from Major Monogram. Speaking of, Izuku said as he spotted the Major in question. Hey Major, glad to see you could make it. Hello Izuku. Monogram replied in acknowledgement before noticing Tsuyu such in the scrapbook. I see you've gotten Agent T in a trap there. Yep. Izuku smiled happily. I can't wait to see how she escapes. You have a lot of faith in my ability to escape, Izuku. You always do. XXXXX. Wait a minute. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at the girl in the knight's outfit. You're Kacchan's stalker. Kacchan? The girl blinked before seeming to realize something. Wait a minute, are you Sir Bakugo's best friend? Who else could it be? Another girl with purple hair and a ponytail added. That's the same kid we saw on the other end of the portal when he left, and that nickname is spot on. You. Izuku blinked before very quickly realizing that these were the other girls Kacchan had been looking to avoid. What do you mean? I could be talking about a completely different Kacchan and just happen to have an extreme resemblance to his best friend. I mean, it's a big multiverse after all. Honestly, of all the universes he could have ended up in, why was his luck so immensely bad that he wound up in the same one Bakugo got ice-guyed too? That's definitely Sir Bakugo's best friend. A third girl with green hair and a short cut mentioned before looking to the first girl. And he mentioned you're as a stalker? I think your twin sister managed to find him. Oh no. Let me check. The armored one replied before her eyes began to glow. She did. Then forgot to tell us like the ditz she is. Twin telepathy, you've gotta be kidding. Why? Cool. I'm a master at interdimensional portals. A blonde girl chirped happily. I think between the two of us we can track him down. Curse you my own foolishness. He's totally Sir Bakugo's best friend. I know, right? XXXXX. Hey Kacchan, remember how one of my selves got sent to another dimension? Yes. Well, they are currently in the place you go ice-guyed to. Is this going where I think it's FNG going? I'm afraid so. Damn it. XXXXX. Oh hi little Izuku. I hate you. Oh such a silly boy. Izuku's biological grandmother waved off his declaration with a smile. Is why I taught you my recipe for donkleberry pie. You are a natural at it. That was one of two things Izuku was a natural at that he cursed himself for. What's the other? Tsuyu asked from her position in the scrapbook trap. Shoot, she must have said that out loud. Kickball. Izuku replied flatly. No matter how many times I intentionally try to fail at it, my body moves on my own, and I somehow end up doing well. Dad says I got double the skill because it skipped him over. My uncle was a natural too. Do you hate him alongside the rest of your dad's side of the family? Actually no. Izuku shrugged. He and Dad eventually patched things up even if Dad still glares at him out of reflex, and even then he was easily in the upper 2% of my family as far as treating Dad semi-decently is concerned. Not like his grandmother-in-law who managed to miss her son's birth of all things. Why Dad ever craved her affection in any way was a mystery to Izuku, but well, his dad was nice like that even during the days he was trying to be a villain. XXXXX. Izuku Doofenschmirtz glared at her father-in-law with a look that could kill. In all honesty, she'd probably be trying to strangle the man were it not for the fact it would make her husband sad. All that work rigging building her non-lethal freeze way with the intent of freezing everyone's drinks solid, and her idiot father-in-law ruins it by tripping over the cable. Well, she supposed her husband had to get his skills at cutting the cables on her doomsday devices from someone. She'd really been hoping it was from the Ocelots though. Anything to avoid giving her in-laws any form of praise whatsoever. Oh well, hopefully little Izuku had his own evil plan in motion. Attempting to get revenge on his biological grandparents was one of the few times she'd seen him get truly excited over a revenge scheme. He was a caring boy like that. I'm going to go be somewhere else. Her utter clown of a father-in-law said awkwardly. Nice seeing you, Inko. Stupid abusive towards her husband-in-laws. XXXXX. Agent T, so you're my son's nemesis. Heinz Doofenshmirtz asked you as he sat on the bench next to the scrapbook trap. Izuku had set it down as he had been called up for the family kickball game. Nice to meet you, outside of our work at OWC. Yeah. Tsuyu looked to the side. I can't say I expected my coworker to also be my nemesis's dad. Ring. The two were interrupted by the sound of the bell for the first round of kickball going off, causing the game to begin. Ha! Heinz commented as he watched Bad Billy knock out Cousin Huge Legs with a mere touch. That kickball is oddly happy and capable of knocking people out. That's your son's evil plot for the day. Tsuyu commented dryly. Apparently he has a chip on his shoulder involving the family kickball game. He does. Hines looked at the kickball game, which he ground to a halt due to most of the players being knocked unconscious. Huh wonder got him so angry. Oh well, it's nice to see he's doing well for himself. I'm still going to try and thwart him. Tsuyu commented as she saw that someone had left the list of players and teams right next to her. That'll do. Huh. Nothing. XXXXX. And up next is Izuku. Oh. Izuku turned to look at the stands before realizing that Tsuyu had managed to get in at roster lineup and edit it via usage of her prehensile tongue. Well played, Agent T. XXXXX. Curse you, my own kickball habits. Unfortunately for Izuku, Bad Billy could not bring himself to try and knock out his creator and fled the field, followed immediately by Izuku instinctively dominating the kickball game and bringing his team to victory. XXXXX. That was underhanded. Izuku grumbled as he approached his father and Tsuyu. But impressive. Oh well, no point in keeping you trapped now. With a simple snap, the scrapbook opened, causing Tsuyu to return to her normal size. I had to get clever. Tsuyu looked into Izuku's eyes. I wasn't sure I could get out of your trap in time otherwise. It was very impressive. Sniffle. The two turned to see that Inko had met back up with her husband, and that the two were watching the two Nemises interact with tears in their eyes. Dad, I love you but not in front of my Nemesis. I'm sorry honey, it's just so cute. Yeah, you two make great enemies. I'm so sorry. Izuku looked at Tsuyu, except now he was blushing. It's fine. Tsuyu was still looking at Izuku. Really? Ah. Izuku smiled as he left his room. I haven't slept that good in ages. Big bro. Eri rushed up to him and gave him a hug. You looked really sad yesterday. Yeah, sorry about making you worry. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I can get worked up over some silly things sometimes. Really? Eri asked. Like what? I'm very worried about being accidentally crushed by Mount Lady. Is that true? Yep. Izuku confirmed before wondering what his self that was stuck in another reality was doing right now. XXXXX. Don't worry, kid. The Mount Lady of another dimension said as she crossed her arms. I'm not going to crush you. Why would you even think I'd do something like that? I never said you'd do it intentionally. Besides, that's what my universe's Mount Lady says. Izuku backed up slowly. And I actually know and trust her outside of not accidentally crushing me topics. Still as worried as he was, at least he wasn't the version of himself stuck on teaching kindergarten duty. XXXXX. May? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Did you just say you were planning a lightning-based device that can transform people? Yeah, why? Listen. Izuku began. My dad tried that once and it ended in crazy. Izuku gave her a significant look. I highly recommend against it. You worry too much, Izuku. At least he wasn't on kindergarten duty, or worse, Aldra kindergarten duty. XXXXX. I hate those creepy stalkers. Bakugo grumbled as he looked around. And here I thought just the one was bad. I am so sorry. Izuku apologized to his friend yet again. He felt awful about the whole thing. Stop blaming yourself. Bakugo waved off Izuku's apology with a grunt. You can't actually do anything about your supernaturally bad luck anyway, Izuku? He turned around to see Izuku struggling to break out of the arms of a tentacle monster that had emerged from a locker. Hey, get the hell off my friend, jackass. Thankfully, one explosion and the horrible monster running down the hallway in utter terror later. I really don't like that. I'm getting used to that. Tsuyu commented as she walked up to her friends. At least they leave me well enough alone. I'm just glad I was wrong. Izuku added as he caught his breath. I mean, sure, they still attack people, but at least they're respectful about it, anyway. Crunch. And then a large chunk of the ceiling gave way, burying Izuku under it. Sorry. A voice called from the floor above. I've just been putting holes in the floor for no reason. That I'm not even going to ask why. Tsuyu commented dryly as Bakugo merely looked up and narrowed his eyes in disdain. I hate this place, the explosive teen said with a certain finality as Izuku worked his way out of the rubble he was buried in. Okay, he began. At least it's no dash. And then a giant tiger man burst out of the floor, grabbed him and ran away. What? Get back here with our friend, you overgrown school mascot. XXXXX. Pleased statement. Hello father, it is good to see you again. Hi HR 150, hi Shigaraki. Izuku smiled. What can I do for you today? We're here to renew Sensei's medication. Shigaraki shrugged. Oh, and he wants to swap to a different pill, he really hates his current medication. I wouldn't, Izuku said dryly before gulping. The only other medication rated to help him with his problem is Big Leonard. Big Leonard. Shigaraki blinked as his phone rung and a silhouette appeared on it. Whatever it is. The shadow began. It can't be worse than the pill, I'll take it. Big Leonard is a suppository. It can't be worse than the pill, I'll take it. Okay. Izuku pushed a button causing a microphone to flare to life. 156 would you be a dear and bring in Big Leonard? Beep, beep, beep. A few moments later the building-sized, semi-truck-shaped ER-156 arrived with a large yellow and blue pill being towed where its trailer should have been. What? Who could even take that thing as medication to begin with? People with quirks that make them roughly kaiju-sized and can't be turned off. Izuku shrugged. Anyway, I feel like I should ask this again. Are you really sure you'd rather take Big Leonard than the pill? I'll stick with the pill, thank you very much. XXXXX. Oh boy. Izuku said from atop ER-158, which was a giant robot blimp. I hope I'm not too high up for my nemesis to come and thwart me. I mean my training nemesis Terry, the 50-foot-tall cyborg chimera with psychic powers, a jetpack, and laser vision could have made it, but he was an odd case. Moments later, Tsuyu landed on the blimp. And Tsu the frog girl, how unreassuring that you were able to make it up here. Izuku said, facing away from her at first before turning around and pushing a button causing a balloon cage to inflate itself and trap her within. And by that I mean completely reassuring? Was that too forced? I feel like that might have been a little too forced. It was fine. Karo, I really appreciate that you're still trying at this point even if you don't always do it. Thanks. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and blushed. I really appreciate you as a nemesis. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my plan. Izuku then walked over to what seemed to be a combination of disco ball and ray gun. Meet my wild partyonator. You see, those JRKs from before have been giving me trouble sleeping and I'm still utterly sick of it. So I figured if they are going to party all night and not let me sleep, I'm going to make the areas around them party all day and keep those JRKs from sleeping. Then Izuku pushed the button on the Inator, causing it to immediately activate. Mwahahaha. Izuku laughed. Vengeance will be mine. Wait, why aren't you trying to stop me? While this is evil enough to qualify as your evil for the day. Tsuyu narrowed her eyes. It's honestly a service to the entire city around you if those guys aren't able to keep everyone awake at night yet again. So you're not going to escape and thwart me? No, is that a problem? I mean. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I guess I'm worried that I'm not being evil enough to be your enemy? I mean, you're a very good nemesis and I'd hate it if it turned I wasn't contributing enough to our enemship. You are doing great, Izuku. Tsuyu remarked as she popped the balloon cage, keeping her trapped. It's just in this specific case I'd feel guilty trying to stop you because it would mean everyone would have their sleep ruined. Really? Really? Thanks, Tsuyu. Having a good enemy like you almost makes me look forward to having to do this from day to day. XXXXX. I am so sorry. Mount Lady apologized as she peeled Izuku off the ground. I did not mean to land on you after getting knocked off my feet in that fight. Why do people pay you to sit on them again? Izuku grumbled. I really don't get it. Wait. Izuku called out to one of the Tartarus prisoners as they were about to run into a room. That's the science lab. If you open that door, the temperature difference between the room itself and the hallway will cause a vortex equal to a Category 8 tornado. Like that'll happen, kid, why don't you try and sell me a bridge next dash? XXXXX. Okay, who did this? Bakugo scowled as he and a few other bullies were caught in a tornado. All around him random junk was floating by as he looked at a prisoner. Was it you? No. Curse you. Izuku scowled and pointed at that specific prisoner. Curse you and your willful decision to open the door even though I warned you that this very thing would happen. Izuku then screamed as he was carried further into the storm. Bakugo cracked his knuckles before he and the bullies glared at the prisoner and began floating ominously towards him. I am very glad our dress code mandates that girls wear pants under their skits. A random schoolgirl said as she passed by in the vortex. Oh sweet, one of the prisoners is getting a beating over there. Oh, really wish I'd brought my popcorn bucket. XXXXX. Meanwhile, the Izuku at the president's office was having a different sort of difficult time. Namely, a difficult time involving a condition that caused transformations into horrible monsters and the discussion of the national response to the aforementioned plague. Gee. The president crosses his arms. I admire a bit of bloodlust now and again, but deliberately not taking the antidote to a horrible mutation that makes you into a rage monster is over the line. Hey Izuku, you still have your injectinator? Yes. Izuku replied calmly, pulling out a strange-looking dart gun. It can hit a target from over 5 miles away. 6 if the target isn't on a moving vehicle. Okay, good. The president smiled. I'm going to need you to go inject all those rage monsters with the antidote. I'm sure that me sending you to do it is at least ethically dubious enough to qualify for your evil for the day if you need some extra motivation. I just checked and it is. Izuku nodded as he put down his phone. That said, I do hope that being sent out to deal with an infection of some sort isn't prophetic of anything else that might be happening today. XXXXX. Mwahaha. Mei Hatsumi laughed as her device fired off at her target. You're too late to stop me, Tokoyami the bird-headed boy. My device has already fired. Her target, having been transformed into a copy of Izuku, accidentally bumped into another person, turning them in turn into a copy of Izuku. Oh. Mei gulped before bringing her finger to the undo button on her dive. The real Izuku warned me about this. I'd better stop it. B-dash. Kaboom. Automatic self-destruct after first use. The now charred mad scientist said flatly. Not one of my better ideas. XXXXX. Okay. The Izuku that used to be someone else said to another that also used to be someone else. We can handle this. We just don't touch anyone else until they figure out how to undo this. No need to cause it, technically not a zombie apocalypse, but totally a reference to one at the very least, right? Actually, the two infected looked over to see a government agent approaching and let out exasperated sighs. You two are legally required to go on a rampage infecting everyone you possibly can. The agent explained, adjusting their glasses. The Self-Aware Zombie Infestation Act mandates it. Who writes these nonsense laws? One of the Izukus explained in baffled disgust as the other narrowed his eyes. I have retained just enough of my old personality to be foul-tempered enough to want to punch you in the face. For telling me that. The Izuku with narrowed eyes remarked. Nothing personal. No offense taken. And then the infected Izuku punched the agent in the face, causing him to transform into another Izuku as he fell into the crowd gathered below, making the infection spread even faster. Wait. The other of the two original infected said. Why was that crowd still there for the good few minutes or so it took for all this to happen even after they knew zombie rules were in effect? Are people really that stupid these days? I mean, people do get exponentially dumber in the beginning of zombie media to help explain how a bunch of mindless freaks could overwhelm society, so it could be something like that coming into practice. XXXXX. For the last time. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Kacchan. There is no scientific evidence that tic-tac-toe causes people to lose touch with reality. Also, don't kidnap me next time you want to do this stupid nonsense. You don't know that. The parka-wearing MLA leader said. The long-term effects of tic-tac-toe have never been studied. Actually, they have. Izuku scowled even further. As have those of video games, board games, books, books that the ruling party at the time disagrees with: bees, sunlight, and rock music. Only the last one has evidence for causing such things, and even then that evidence amounts to a single photo. Izuku handed his co-star a photo. Wait, Kacchan remarked. This is just a picture of me at a rock concert. Exactly. Kacchan was interrupted by the sound of a communicator springing to life. What do you mean Izuku here was the only dissent about that being evidence? It seems completely out of character for him to act in my defense of all things. It wasn't in your defense, Izuku said dryly. I just don't think rock and roll made you detached from reality. Honestly, I'm pretty sure it's just your entire belief system that did that. There's Sidash. Kacchan began, only to be interrupted by his communicator yet again. A swarm of Izukus overtaking the area? How did that happen? Izuku in turn narrowed his own eyes. Mei Hatsumi, I knew I should have been slightly stronger in my wording when I warned her about this exact situation happening. As you can see, the town is being overrun by an infection that transforms people into copies of Izuku Doofenschmirtz. A news reporter began before suddenly becoming panicked. And it looks like they just got my cameraman. I'm the original. Never mind. The news reporter immediately calmed down, completely unfazed by the Izuku clones, turning more people into Izuku behind her. Anyway, as you can see, there are plenty of infected running around out here. From what I can tell, they appear to be runners instead your normal shambling zombies, so it's highly recommended you avoid being seen in the first PLA dash. One of the infected runs up to the reporter only for the camera itself to slam into them. Whoa! The voice of the reporter could be heard. That was a close one. I know. Izuku's voice could be heard remarking dryly. Now let's get you off the street before more of them show up. Well, Izuku begins as he watches more instances of himself running around and causing chaos via turning people into him. I am immensely displeased with current events. Really, it was hard to find anything positive about this whole mess. Because there wasn't anything positive. Hey Izuku. Izuku turned to see Mirko, except now all her hair was green instead of white. Do you know how long this is going to last? I didn't do this, and Mei isn't answering her phone, so no. Izuku crossed his eyes. So I assume you got infected? Yep. She shrugged. Turned my hair green and gave me fangirl tendencies, but otherwise I'm mostly unaffected. The same thing happened to Hawks and we wound up exchanging autographs. Huh. Izuku rubbed his chin in though. It must affect people with animal quirks differently. I wonder if there are any other differences. Tsu. Izuku called out in worry as the agent broke into his evil lair. Whatever you do, don't let one of my copies touch you. Too late, Karo. Tsu remarked. Shockingly enough, it didn't do anything. Well, the last time I saw someone with an animal quirk, all it did was turn their hair green. Izuku remarked. I guess people with animal quirks and green hair are immune. Or people with green hair are immune. Tsuyu replied, crossing her arms. It might not just be an animal quirk thing. That's... Actually, let me check quickly. Yep. Another Izuku commented as he gave a high five to Tokage, who was completely unaffected despite being in crowd of infected. It looks like green-haired people are immune. Yep. The Izuku back at the later confirmed for Tsuyu, looks like the green hairs are immune. I'm going to be honest. Tsu replied. I have no idea what to do right now. You're one of the few people I know that's both smart enough to do something about it and uninfected. I'll keep trying to reach Mei. Izuku said flatly. If I can figure out the technology behind this works, I can hopefully create a undo Mei's latest doomsday weaponinator to return things back to normal. I hope you do it quickly. His froggy nemesis remarked as she looked out the window. Those infected are you? Actually, it looks like they stopped running. I wonder how that happened? Wait. One of the infected Izukus said, shaking another and getting the whole group's attention. Why are we running? Because the law says we have to try and infect people? I know what, but are we running? Specifically. The first infection began. Zombies being slow is a staple of the genre, and the law doesn't say we have to imitate the fast ones. Why are we running when we could just as easily go after them at a slow walk to give them a better chance of escape? As a collective, the entire horde of infected face-bombed. I feel so stupid. Why didn't I think of that? Really should have been ominously slow walking at them from the start. XXXXX. Ha! Heinz Doofenshmirtz look out at the hordes of Izukus, whom had taken to completely ignoring him. Good thing I blasted myself, my family, and our immediate friends with my makes you immune to infection in a zombie apocalypse-like scenario 95% of the time and gives you partial immunities the remaining 5% of the timinator. That's a mouthful, Dad. Izuku commented as he and Inko stood by. But yeah, this would be so much worse otherwise. Already pretty angry about it. I mean, you did warn your friend. Heinz shrugged. It's not like you could do anything about your mad scientist friend not taking your warning to heart. Yeah. Izuku said sadly. Oh well, at least the zombies have stopped running. XXXXX. Hello, are there any uninfected people in this room? A family hiding from the hordes heard from the other side of the door. If you're uninfected and in that room, don't speak up, because then I'll know you're there for sure and I'll have to try and break in to infect you because zombie rules are stupid. Thankfully, this family and many others had discovered a very important key to avoiding infection. It was very easy to hide from someone that was actively looking for plausible excuses to not find you. In fact, they were looking harder for reasons to ignore an obvious hiding place than they were for most of the people hiding. Also, it seemed that Aldera as a whole was safe from anything due to the principal conducting a ritual of dark magic in order to keep the infection out, but that was normal for the school, and few people wanted to use it as a shelter anyway, given it was still the least safe place around. XXXXX. Bang. 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 Mei Hatsumi was busy desperately trying to assemble the components needed for the counter-device to her earlier machine as her nemesis Tokoyami prepared to battle the hordes of infected that were sure to break down that door at any moment. Here they come. Tokoyami called out as the door finally opened. Surprisingly enough, via them simply turning the knob and opening it. Mei, what did you do? The anger seemed to leave Izuku's voice the moment he actually got in the room. I warned you about this exact situation. Wait. Mei called out to Dark Shadow, who was ready to attack. That's the real Izuku. Oh, good. Dark Shadow said as Tokoyami glanced at his quirk. I didn't want to anyway. The original looks like a cinnamon bun. Thanks for not attacking me. Izuku made sure to thank Dark Shadow before refocusing on Mei. I want to chew you out for causing this whole mess some more, but I think we've got other problems. Do you have an idea for reversing it? Oh yeah. Mei replies before looking around. I just need to build a stage 6 power core. Which will take weeks. Izuku sighed. I've got one. Just need to get it delivered through the hordes of infected besieging this place. Hordes? Mei raised an eyebrow before looking out the window to see a literal horde of angry infected around her building. Oh. I think they figured out that you caused this and are looking to deliver some karma onto you. Story of my life. That blockade looks pretty intense. Tsuyu remarked as she and Izuku looked at the crowd of infected besieging Mei's lair. Do you have a plan to get past it? Actually, Izuku said as he narrowed his eyes at the crowd. I do. Yep. Agreed. I certainly have a plan here. Tsuyu looked back to see even more Izukus, most of whom were in different uniforms to the ones the infected were using. I'll keep them distracted. One of the Izukus who was wearing boxing gloves said as he gestured to Tsuyu. And while I do that, you can take me and get into the building with the power core. And Izuku, armed with a rolling pin next to him, nodded in agreement. I know it's a staple of the zombie genre. And Izuku with a chainsaw raised his hand. But I don't feel right attacking people with this thing. Can I go and change it out for something less horrifying? Yeah. Sure. I mean, yeah, if you want to. It's not like we're planning on maiming anyone here after all. Oh, thank goodness. XXXXX. Meanwhile, with the Izukified League of Villains, a different conversation was going down. So, the Izuku that used to be Shigaraki asked the one that used to be All for One. Think your former self regrets the mad science for evil act and the one that caused this whole zombie apocalypse adjacent scenario to go so far out of control. The Izuku that used to be all for one thought for a moment, the parts of my former self that are still around are giving me clear no vibes, unfortunately. We'll just have to fix that. The Shigaraki Izuku crossed his arms. You know what Izuku is? A massive All Might fanboy. Exactly. Shigaraki Izuku smirked. Let's go buy a bunch of All Might merchandise and hang it up around the lair. Your former self will hate it when this entire mess inevitably gets undone. Ugh. I like that plan. Proud statement. Even when having his personality merged with another, my apprentice still has enough spite in him to act on it. This is a wonderful day in my life. I'm going to get me Izuku. Naturally, the fighting that had broken out between the crowd of normal Izukus and the crowd of the infected had turned out to be a confusing one. As it turns, every combatant in a fight being the same person tended to make telling friend from foe hard. One of the infected groaned in pain as he took the butt of a sledgehammer to the gut. Why aren't they dealing with friendly fire? I mean, they technically are all the exact same person, just in multiple places at once. Another of the infected said as he dodged a frying pan, it probably gives them a massive advantage in coordination over you. You bet. One of the other Izuku said, having swept the infected's legs out from under him. I wonder if fighting so brutally, unfairly is evil enough to count towards my quota. Nope. One of the infected said dryly. I was a bureaucrat pre-infection and I can say it's not enough. Darn it. Come on, come. Mei hastily assembled her counter device as the sound of fighting was heard in the hallway. I really hope the original Izuku gets up here quickly. I'm cutting it close as it is. Bang, bang, bang. I'm not sure how long I can hold the doorway. The Izuku that was with her called out as the fighting continued. And they got Tokoyami. He pointed to his feathered comrade whose feathers had turned green with no further changes. Not Tokoyami. Hatsumi cried out. Nu. Nu. Wow. One infected Izuku said to another. This infection has really gotten out of hand. I hope someone stops it. Do you like the blue shirt better or the green shirt better? Nu. That doesn't answer my question. Meanwhile, in a far-off location with an unrelated mad scientist, Dr. Urigen. A computerized voice spoke. Your current kill everyone doomsday weapon is ready to fire. Predictably, it will kill everyone and render the planet uninhabitable. Are you really sure you want to do this? Of course. Nu. Refusal acknowledged, activating self-destruction. Why did I have it rigged to below dash? Nu. Wait. Izuku commented as he realized something. That's Mei's voice, the one from my universe. What could possibly have gotten her so upset that I can hear it from all the way out here in another dimension? You do realize it just turned my feather green? I haven't even had my personality overwritten or anything. Oh. Right, Mei went back to frantically trying to fix her device before she heard one of the doors open. I've got it. The door opened to reveal an Izuku holding the device. Hurry, before the infected catch you dash. He was then prompt dragged away by a pack of the infected as the device fell on the ground. Oh! Mei was quick to run over and grab it, before noticing the horde of still infect. Oh no! Get her! Mei thankfully wasted no time in running for it as the crowd advanced on her, only being barely slowed down as Dark Shadow and one the normal Izuku stood in the way of the advancing tide. Come on, Mei! We can't hold them back forever. And Mei took but a moment to insert the power core and went to push the button. Poke! It turned out one of the infected had managed to sneak in the back and infect her. Darn it! Huh. Bakugo commented as he and Izuku looked at the rebuilding efforts. So how did everybody get back to normal anyway? Oh. Izuku shrugged. Agent T pushed the activation button when Mei failed. Agent T is a lot more competent than your average mad scientist after all, certainly more than me. Right. Bakugo crossed his arms. I just hope this is the last time we have to deal with any zombie apocalypse-like scenario, just this one was more than enough. I think you might have just guaranteed that we will have to deal with something like that in the future. I have no idea who would actually do it though. XXXXX. Mwahahahaha ha. Romero Fujimi laughed madly. Before looked down and frowning. Hey, who put this leaking can of laughing gas here? Is this a joke about that zombie apocalypse that just happened? Because I tell you right now I'm not doing that as one of my schemes. Izuku quite frankly was hoping that nothing excessively maddening would happen this school day. Izuku. Tsuyu begins. How has the aftermath of the zombie apocalypse been for you? Better than I feared at least. Izuku let out a sigh. At least no one blames me for it, but I've still got a headache from the entire thing pounding away at my head. Yeah. Tsuyu remarked before patting Izuku comfortingly on the back. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Thanks. At least it probably won't happen again. Tsuyu began before realizing that she probably jinxed it and face-palming, leading to Izuku patting her on the back comfortingly in turn. Look out! Suddenly without warning a beam shot out from further in the hallway hitting Izuku and making him look like an Age of Sail pirate. Izuku narrowed his eyes in annoyance before opening his mouth to speak. Yerg, I appear to have been turned into a pirate Métis, and now I'm stuck with this salt-water-laden accent. Oops. Izuku and Tsuyu turned to see Kai Ono, a student infamous for the fact that his quirk turns people into Age of Sail-era pirates. And here I thought I wasn't going to have a reason for a scheme to meet the landlubber government's quota. Izuku commented in a dry time before whistling, causing a ladder to shoot into the hall through an open window. I might not be one to throw people in the brig, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take your turning me into a pirate laying down. With that he pulled out a cutlass and effortlessly dismantled some zombies that had tried to ambush him before jumping onto the ladder and leaving. Wow. Tsuyu remarked before looking at Kai. I didn't know your quirk gave someone a cutlass and skills to use it. It doesn't? He probably just picked it up on a job of his. XXXXX. Hey Izuku. The US president began as he addressed the young mad scientist. Why did you suddenly turn into a pirate? Yerg, I was hit by a quirk. Huh. The president blinked. You know, I really should have expected that, but it somehow still surprises me. Oh well, at least your transformation was topical to our current issue. Yarg. Izuku crossed his arms. You mean the bilge rats that have been sailing around the streets like cabin boys and stealing all of the candy from stores and children alike? Incidentally causing hundreds to thousands of dollars worth of property damage in the process. Yeah. So what do you think of my proposal? President, I'm not an expert, but I'm not sure how cost-efficient it is to send giant robots after them to make them walk the plank. You're right. And I know what my mistake was. Yahar. You do. Of course. You can't have normal giant robots abduct pirates and make them walk the plank. They need to be giant robots with pirate hats. Izuku face-bombed, and suddenly was very glad that getting hit with the purification quirk didn't give him hook hands as he did so. XXXXX. Agent T. Major Monogram began as she entered her secret lair. We've just received word that Dr. Doofenshmirtz has constructed a giant robot pirate ship and been sailing it around. And even worse, it can sail on land too. And that somehow the thing doesn't cause any property damage despite being a giant Age of Sail ship on land, but it's still clearly got nefarious purposes, so we want you to check it out. Tsuyu brought her fingers up to her chin. That was a fast building. He was only turned into a pirate about 5 minutes ago. We think it was already built. From your reports it seems like the kid that turned him into one has been going to that school for a while. Monogram explained. And as far as evil scientists go, Izuku is nothing if not prepared. Yeah. XXXXX. And that, my apprentice, is why I don't mess with Love Muffin. All for one summarized. Because Inko's is horrifically powerful and made it impossible for me to steal it. How could someone that brutal bring a little cinnamon bun like Izuku into the world? Shigaraki wondered to himself. The woman you describe is so far from our pharmacist it's almost horrifying to imagine that they are related. I know. All for one began before opening a letter. At least I'm finally done with the my dash. Traffic cone detected. How? How did that robot fit in that tiny letter? Less asking questions and more fighting for our lives, please. I really hope Dr. Garaki's day is going better than this. XXXXX. The doctor's day was not going better. Someone or something was wrecking his lab, and it was so impossibly tiny that he couldn't see it, nor could his Nomu. Well, not until now anyway. Now let's see what microscopic menace you are. The doctor activated his visitor to reveal. An amoeba? Then the amoeba put on a fedora. Adam the amoeba. Dr. Garaki exclaimed in shock before turning to several high-end Nomus, including an anti-all-might model. Get him. First up, the anti-all-might model attempted to punch the amoeba to unsuccessful results and was instead sent flying by the amoeba's counterpunch. Just how strong is amoeba anyway? I mean, he's literally microscopic, but he's still able to handle a Noma theorized to be able to take on all might, Garaki said, exasperated as Adam the amoeba finished off the other Nomu in the room and then smashed his devices before taking a piece of paper and folding it into a paper plane that the amoeba then used as an escape vehicle. Curse you, Adam the amoeba. XXXXX. Meanwhile, Tsuyu had managed to track down Izuku's robotic pirate ship and managed to bring it to a halt with the aid of a few pro-heroes. We've got you trapped, Doofenshmirtz, Ingenium shouted. Give up now. You would if it was Rasp, just our creator. Rasp, a robotic yet somehow asthma-ridden voice rang out as Izuku and another machine jumped down. This machine was thinner and more skeletal in appearance than the average. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm I-160 and I will be defeating you today. Is there a reason Izuku isn't the one talking? Yes. I-160 replied bluntly. He shot his voice out while talking like a pirate and it's still recovering. There is a very good reason he hates getting hit with that quirk. I'll be speaking for the both of us as a result. You act like we won't be defeating you both. Another pro-hero, Death Arms, spoke up. Don't think we can't handle the two of you and that ship over there. But it's not just the three of us. 160 spoke dramatically before gesturing to the ship with one of his skeletal arms. Now brace yourselves, be prepared to be horrified by the awesome presence of our menacing machine pirates. And nothing happened. Oh. A voice came from inside the ship. Was that our cue? Sorry. Do it again, we're ready this time, we swear. By the awesome presence of our menacing machine pirates. Rayor. A team of much less imposing skeletal robots than I-160 emerged from the ship waving their arms in a manner that seemed to be an attempt to be intimating but mostly came off as comical. We're gonna get you. Look at our terrible power. One robot began before opening a pickle jar. How do we do it? I-160 paused for a moment before grunting in displeasure. Get back on the ship. It's still an enigma. Those guys are scary. Ingenium began, much to the surprise of the other heroes. Opening a pickle jar in one go like that is no easy feat. I think dorks would be the better word. Mount Lady countered. As in those guys are dorks. Yes, but there are dorks. 160 crossed his arms. No matter how brainless the Y-161 models may be. Are we brainless too? A particularly large member of a second set of much more intimidating machines raised his hand. I mean, we are technically Y-161 models too. Sorry we were late. No, and it's fine. Don't you get back on the ship too. I have a feeling you'll be doing most of the legwork when it comes to the actual fight. We aren't just going to let yo dash boom. Several of the ship's cannons fired, somehow not directly harming anyone but producing a potent smokescreen. With the ship itself having disappeared once the smoke had cleared. What? Did that pirate ship just pull a ninja on us? I think it did. Well, that Essex. Yeah, it was a pain trapping it the first time. Agent T. Major Monogram's voice rang out over the communicator. We've finally discovered Izuku's evil revenge plot. Really? Sue blinked. What is it? He's stopping at every convenience store and buying out Kai Ono's favorite snacks so he can't get them. How am I supposed to stop him? Tsuyu said dryly. That's not even illegal. Well, Monogram began. Thankfully, Izuku was kind enough to send up charts showing that the mast of his robotic ship has a variable length and he currently has it set to maximum, which is exactly 1 quectometer taller than is legally allowed. Wow. He really did his hardest to technically break the law without actually having any impact on anything with that one, didn't he? Yes, he did. XXXXX. It took a while for Tsuyu and the heroes to rally a boarding party for Izuku's robot pirate ship, but in the end they were able to board the giant metal behemoth. Now all they had to do was defeat the crew and bring the ship itself to a halt. Something that unfortunately was far easier said than done. Are you ready? Ingenium asked her as he looked at the approaching ship. We might not have another shot if this one fails. I am. Tsuyu continued to look at the ship as Kamui Woods took up his position on a nearby building. Izuku is really putting effort into it this time. The speedster hero crossed his arms. I hope this goes better than the spider train incident. Being defeated by banana peels is never a fun experience, even if it was funny. Right. Tsuyu remarked, having never been defeated in such a way, and hoping she never would. It's almost time. XXXXX. Do. One of the mechanical pirates was humming to himself as he was swabbing the deck. I'm just a lone robot pirate doing lone robot pirate things. And then he was surrounded by several heroes. Oh. Surrender. Kamui Woods pointed at the robot. You're surrounded. The robot paused in thought for a moment before speaking. Buit, you're also surrounded. And then several robots appeared from below deck to surround the heroes. Fell for the old hide a bunch of robots right under the deck trick. 160 chuckled. Now I ask you to surrender. Yes, I know you won't, but I'm going to ask for formality's sake. And for formality's sake I'm afraid we'll have to decline. Ingenium began. Your respect for protocol is appreciated though. Respect for these kinds of things is what separates us from complete madness. I'm an evil robot pirate, not a monster. Then things immediately descended into a frenzy of violence. XXXXX. So you're the foolish hero who aims to oppose me. 160 grunted as he looked at Edgeshot. I hope you can give me a real fight. I intend to, said the hero flatly as he drew his blade. Oh, a fellow blade master. My apologies, I have gravely underestimated you. Let me get into a real fighting position. 160 bowed as several mechanical arms shot out of his back, each of which seemed to hold a different blade. Let's see what you can do. Clang, clang, clang. The two warriors clashed blades with each other in a flurry of movement, causing several of the pro-heroes and lesser robots to pause their own fights in order to gawk at the clash of metal. Idiots. 160 grumbled to himself as he kept the pressure on the warrior hero take your pick, whom seemed to agree with the robot's assessment if the annoyed sound he made when one of the other machines present shouted something about anime sword fights. XXXXX. Tsuyu meanwhile was facing off against Izuku himself. The agent and her arch-nemesis engaged in a fierce fight. Are you sure you're doing okay? You haven't said a word in a long time. It's not normally like you. Sorry. Izuku's wheezed out. Yarg, this pirate accent messes ym hack dash. He wasn't able to finish the sentence before going into a coughing fit, though he was able to keep up his fight against Sue, who looked a little guilty. Right, she said as a tinge of sadness entered her voice. That was my bad. I didn't mean to make you strain your voice more. Izuku gave an appreciative smile and the two once again rejoined in combat. XXXXX. Meanwhile, with ER-160 and Edgeshot, another hero, Yoromusha, had joined the fray. Only for 160 to grab him with one of his mechanical feet and throw him headfirst into Ingenium, who had been too preoccupied with fighting a robot with two sets of hook hands to notice. And to think that guy was top 10 material. The robot grumbled as he began to advance on Edgeshot. You're running out of time to stop us. The ship is already closing in on the last store needed for the creator's revenge. Edgeshot grunted in annoyance, but the machine was right, and it didn't look like any of the other heroes were in any place to stop things. Snipe was currently fighting another robot pirate with a Gatling gun for an arm, the two somehow having managed to shoot one another bullets out of the air with such consistency that nothing was being accomplished on either end of the fight. On the other side of the ship, Slidengo was relentlessly harassed by a ninja-like robot, one that seemed bent on embarrassing the hero if the fact that it chose to trip him when he charged at it and then painted a fake mustache on him was any indication. Finally, Kamui Woods and Empty Lady were tag-teaming against a robot with extremely long arms and another that was oddly enough the exact same size as Empty Lady herself was. It was a surprisingly even fight, as while the two giants wrestled with each other, Kamui Woods and the long-armed robot kept one another from interfering. Well, in that case, Ed Shot would just have to put all of his effort into the task at hand so he could assist the others. XXXXX. Karo, I have to say I didn't expect you to be a master swordsman, Tsuyu remarked as she and Izuku continued their battle. It's a shame you aren't interested in becoming a pro hero. I think you could even without a quirk. What she didn't mention was that the blush he had on his face as a result of her praise was adorable. Still, the silent look of confusion he gave her afterward did make her a little sad. I mean it, even without a quirk, your inexplicably superhuman physical abilities would let you be more than competitive. And he was blushing even deeper. Izuku reality was weak to praise, wasn't he? Especially honest praise. Unfortunately, what neither party saw coming was Empty Lady taking a hard loss against the robot she was wrestling with, being knocked flat onto her behind, and once again landing on Izuku in the process. If the groan of pain and anger was any indication, Tsuyu was pretty sure her nemesis was getting really sick of that happening. XXXXX. Fight's over. 160 commented flatly as the giant robot pirate ship stopped and readjusted its mass to be within the legal height range. Our creator has been defeated. That was odd. Ed Shot remarked as he heard the groans of pain. Does happen to him often. Unfortunately. I see. The ninja hero looked on as Empty Lady apologized to the green-haired boy. So what are you going to do now that your scheme has been thwarted? Aside from remaining on standby for another one? We were talking with the ship and we've agreed that we want to open a restaurant in our spare time. Really? Yes, actually. It opens next week. Father. 153B approached Izuku and knelt, holding out a glowing pearl out to his creator. We have found what you seek. Nice. Izuku smiled before taking it and analyzing it with some sort of strange scanner-like device. Yes, good. He turned to her, 153B, and smiled. This is exactly the reference material I needed. Wherever did you find it? Chekhov's gun runners. The robot said simply. I actually did not expect that when I first heard the name of the group. Well. Izuku let out a happy chuckle. I guess the will be important later part of their slogan was not an exaggeration. Thanks to this I can finally begin my greatest creation. And nothing will happen to interrupt it. Especially not another mad scientist implementing their own evil scheme at around the same time. XXXXX. Once again Romero Fujim was laughing, and once again he immediately scowled at the leaking can of laughing gas next to him. Would you get out of here? I know I tossed you out yesterday. XXXXX. At Aldera High meanwhile Izuku was practically shaking with anticipation, something that was atypical of the otherwise wild-mannered green-haired boy. Wow, Izuku! Tsuyu remarked as she and Bakugo looked at their friend. You sure seem excited today. The truck drove up the freaking stairs. I am. Izuku smiled. I've actually got something in my scheme I think people here are going to like. By the dark ones there's another one driving upside down on the ceiling. Bakugo commented. It must be a really mean evil one if you of all people are excited about it. No spoilers please. Tsuyu said flatly. It made her feel bad whenever she already knew what Izuku was up to before he had the chance to explain. Bakugo's right, if you're excited about it I want it to be a surprise. Thanks guys. Izuku smiled. I'm glad you have such confidence in me. I won't let you down. Honk. Wow. Bakugo said, finally acknowledging the most recent truck accidents. Usually we only have 3 within 5 minutes or an incident of one doing something that should be physically impossible, not both at the same time. I know. Izuku commented dryly. Even among the trucks, somehow managing to hide in a kid's locker to get at them is an impressive feat. Honestly, Tsuyu began. I'm more fascinated by the fact that the school's walls seem to inexplicably fix all the holes those trucks leave behind the moment someone's not watching them. XXXXX. Hey Izuku. The president said absent-mindedly. Has anyone ever tried to convince your friend Tsuyu and Agent T are the same person? More than a few times. Izuku said flatly. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's like trying to say that 1 + 1 = fish. I see. The president smiled. Anyway, how have the repairs of the DeSoto been going? Good enough given all of the strange and terrifying places you and your friend have been driving it. Izuku said flatly. I think that thing might run on your bloodlust instead of gas though, the tank is pretty much always full. That would explain a lot. The bunny-quirked president paused for a moment. I mean, I know sheer bloodlust sure keeps me going a lot of the time. So how's the Dakota situation going? Stalemate as always. Izuku shuddered. Canada has launched an expeditionary force into the area, but much like the UN forces before them, it's gotten bogged down trying to defend against the genetically engineered super sharks that have been released into the streets. Ah, those silly rascals are the best. The sharks or the Canadians? Yes. XXXXX. Okay. Izuku said to himself as if trying to calm himself down. You've got this, Izuku, your newest invention will blow them all out of the park. I think it will. Eri said as she looked at the conveniently off-screen contraption. I mean, it's so cool. Thank you. You're welcome, big bro. But still, I mean it when I say that thing is really scary looking. So don't get too stressed out, okay? Eri really hoped her older brother would take her advice on that. Izuku was really nice, strong, and smart. And he was objectively the best big brother to ever walk the earth. Ever. End of discussion. But he had a really bad habit of hurting himself by accident whenever he got put under too much stress. XXXXX. A few moments later, the city soon found itself under the shadow of a massive mechanical form. Its basic outline was that of a massive green sphere, but if one were to examine it more closely, they would find a lot of finer details. Among them were a series of trenches alongside the entire thing, one of which in particular led to a big red button that was otherwise protected via shielding from the top. All around the giant sphere itself was an array of defensive turrets meant to protect the giant construction from attacks, mostly via swarms of smaller enemies, but some of the turrets were much bigger than the rest in case something much bigger managed to sneak past the main weapon and try to damage it the old-fashioned way. The main weapon in question was a series of 4 giant Tesla coil-like contraptions sticking out of the sphere itself, each one sheathed with a strange dark energy, and together they all formed what seemed to be a small storm around the sphere. Mahahaha. Izuku laughed from inside the giant machine. Behold my blow up a building without killing, injuring, or even mildly inconveniencing someone as a result of blowing up said building while at the same time causing no collateral damage in Adder. With this I will blow up Aldra Junior High. Wow. Bakugo commented as he looked up at the construct from his home, having seen it from his window. Izuku sure built that thing fast. Agent T. Monogram began as Tsuyu entered her secret agent lair. I don't think I need to say this, but for posterity's sake it appears that Izuku Doofenshmirtz has constructed a giant sphere-shaped doomsday weapon and is attempting to blow up his own school with. Carol, do we really have to stop him? Unfortunately, we have to at least try. Monogram sighed as he put down a law book he'd actually been reading the entire time. I can't find a loophole. Tsuyu let out a saddened sigh. In other news, we have designed a series of aircraft based on different letters of the alphabet. Monogram began now attempting to get Tsuyu's mind off the fact she'd have to save Aldra. As an agent, you of course are already rated to fly them, and these ones have built-in targeting computers to aid in hitting enemy weak points like self-destruct buttons. Your model will be the X-plane. X-plane. Tsuyu remarked, thinking for a moment. I suppose there could be worse. Oh man, I can't believe I'm stuck in the Z-plane. She heard a parrot's voice complain in the background before another replied to it. Count yourself lucky I'm in the freaking Q-plane. XXXXX. My lord. All for one looked on to see Kurogyri entering the room. I recommend turning on the news, there is something I think you'll want to see. Color me interested. The wannabe evil overlord remarked before swapping the TV in his room to the news, and immediately noticing the presence of the giant flying sphere with its gun pointed right at Aldra. Oh, you're right. I really do want to see this. He then summoned a bucket of popcorn into his hands, being very glad he acquired that popcorn bucket summoning quirk when he had the chance as he did so. And what's this? A news reporter's voice could be heard as the camera moved to show OWCA's aircraft approaching the sphere. It looks like a squadron of agents have been dispatched to thwart Doofenshmirtz's latest plot. And they'll fail at it if I have anything to say about it. All for one stood up before going into a coughing fit and standing back down. Stupid near-death experience, keeping me from doing anything personally these days. Can you get Tenko for me? I think he'll like what I have for him. XXXX. Question. How was your meeting with All for One Tenko? 151 asked the young villain as he exited All for One's meeting room. Statement. You appear exited. It was tense. Shigaraki thought for a moment and then shrugged. Apparently we are supposed to stop OWCA from thwarting our pharmacist's plans to blow up Aldra Junior High. We're breaking out the fighters for it. Query. You mean the legally distinct fighters with the built-in solar panels and vaguely sphere-like main section? Yes. Shigaraki crossed his arms. Those ones. Statement. I do hope we have enough expendable fodder to keep all those things manned. OWCA has standard issue teleporters on all their vehicles so none of them actually die when we blow them up. It is a disappointment and far be it from me to discourage people getting killed, but we will have trouble refilling our ranks if we put actual people in those things. 2 steps ahead of you, Sensei. I had the doctor make a bunch of low-quality Nomo for the basic fighters, so anyone important will be using the custom ones. How many guns did you want on yours again? Statement, yes. XXXXX. Meanwhile, within the sphere of doom itself. Creator. The voice of the machine around him rang out. It appears that OWCA has dispatched fighters to attack the station. Don't worry. Izuku crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. I don't mess around when it comes to the safety of my evil robots, also my neutral robots, and my good robots, really any of you guys now that I think about it. I see. The voice continued. Thank you, Father. Also, your AI core is capable of acting completely independently. Izuku continued. Even if they blow up the entire rest of the station, you will be utterly unharmed. Izuku crossed his arms. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't already know that. Did you forget to read your own manual? No. Izuku just continued to keep his arms crossed in silence. Yes. XXXXX. Okay. So you heard one of her fellow OWCA agents over the communicator as she brought her fight into formation. We have sights of the Targ Dash. Can't let you do that, OW. What? We have enemy planes approaching. And one of them is playing vaguely Spanish-sounding music. Yeah, and all of them look totally distinct from another branch of evil flying craft that involves the usage of solar panels. Everyone evasive action. Tsu narrowed her eyes. This was going to be a hard fight. XXXXX. It's the League of Villains. Wow, never thought I'd consider them showing up a good thing. Anything that makes Aldra more likely to be blown up is a good thing. XXXXX. On me. Statement. You appear to have wandered into my crosshairs. How unfortunate for you. Oops, wrong line. As Tsu shot down another enemy plane that conveniently held one of those Noma monsters instead of a person, she found herself happy that all OW aircraft had built-in translators, while she was in fact fluent in many different dialects of animals. Most of said dialects were near impossible to figure out over a speaker, so the built-in translation was pretty much needed if any coordination was to happen. Agent T. She heard over the communicators and a U and a Y-shaped plane flew up on her right and left flanks respectively. We need to trigger that self-destruct button. The armor on the rest of this thing is too strong. Right. Tsu narrowed her eyes. Follow me, this is going to be difficult. XXXXX. That's one more down. Shigaraki commented as he shot down a fighter shaped like IW. I always hated that letter of the English alphabet more than any other. Observation. It appears that Father's Nemesis is going for a trench run on the self-destruct button. Not on my watch. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes before commanding 2 more of the solar panel-clad fighters to follow him in on an attack run. XXXXX. Use the plot, Tsuyu. A voice rang out over Tsuyu's secondary radio. Use the plot. Okay, that was annoying. Tsuyu turned off the secondary radio. Agent T. You've turned off your secondary radio. The voice of Major Monogram rang out over the priority radio line. Has something happened? Yes, someone's being annoying on the other end. Oh, sorry about that, I've just got reports of an intruder in our old radio room. I'll gather some of the other agents and take care of it. Iya. The pilot of the Y-shaped fighter flanking Tsuyu's exclaimed in shock as they were teleported out of their ship before it exploded. Ah no! The echidna piloting the U-shaped fighter exclaimed in deadpan-sounding shock before also being teleported away. No one left. Shigaraki said from within his fighter, not that anyone could hear him. I have you now. Bing. Only for him to be blasted away by the sudden appearance of an L-shaped ship. Piloted by his own nemesis Leon the Lobster. Curse you, Leon the Lobster. This time Shigaraki's voice was carried over the radio waves as he was forced to withdraw from the fight. And Tsuyu launched her X-shaped fighter's missiles, scoring a direct hit of the self-destruct button. But nothing happened. And then moments later the button transformed into a red herring. Psych! Izuku exclaimed over the sphere's speakers. I don't put self-destruct buttons on my robots. Fire! XXXXX. Moments later a massive beam of energy hit Aldra, blowing it to Kingdom Come and revealing Yuzin sitting happily on his chair sipping some coffee. He said happily, almost uncaring of the destruction around him. Oh, looks like Izuku blew up the school. He then took out a piece of paper. I definitely have to give him my recommendation for that feat, even if I loathe to lose him to Nizu, but this level of destruction should at least keep Aldra down for a week even if we'll grow back. Yuzin commented before narrowing his eyes and letting out an angry sigh. Aldra always does. Sadly for Izuku and the rest of the student body, Yuzin was correct, and Aldra had managed to fully regenerate to its former horror by the time of that same day next week. It was just as awful as it had been before, complete with all of the monsters and other creepy creatures that had been in it before its temporary destruction. Hey Izuku. Bakugo waved as he walked up to his friend. Are you ready for the end-of-year riots? End-of-year riots? Naturally, as Tsuyu had transferred to the school in the middle of her grades last year, in it she wasn't quite up to par with the wide variety of traditions that Aldra had. Yeah. Bagwo crossed his arms. At the end of every school year, the ambient evil and frustration within the school body of Aldra boils over and the students go on a country-wide rampage. I'm actually surprised you didn't know about it already. I know about the country-wide riot part. Karo. Tsuyu remarked, her expression stoic as always. I didn't know that it was related to Aldra. And now you do. Bakugo said dryly before casting his attention back to Izuku. So are you ready? I'm not sure. Last year I smashed my foot and it was bleeding pretty badly. I still don't know how you even managed that given all of the horrible things you went through without even so much as a scratch. Izu. What do you mean? That I'm breaking out your flashbackinator for this, especially since a lot of these are from your pre-Agent T days. XXXXX. Worse, you other villains. Izuku called out in rage from his position tied to some train tracks as a massive cargo hauling train closed in on him. And your cliché attempts at dooming me. XXXXX. Curse you, volcanic activity. Izuku called out in rage as he fell headfirst into an active volcano. How did I even get into this exact position to start out with? XXXXX. It's nice to relax without any fear of anything bad. Izuku was then crushed by a falling skyscraper, cruise liner, space station, a roller coaster, and then MD lady in quick succession. I should not have tempted fate like that. XXXXX. Izuku got hit with a truck. That's it. It happens a lot actually. XXXXX. Curse you lightning. Izuku called out in rage, having been struck by lightning 5 times while roughly a mile underground in a room with no windows that at the moment had no doors open nor any form of electrical wiring in it. And also by bad luck. XXXXX. Okay. Izuku crossed his arms. You've made your point. Besides. So you decided to chime in. OWC considers you dangerously competent when sufficiently riled up. Don't you mean incompetent? No. Awu. Izuku looked down. Oh well, at least good to know, I guess. Still, I can't believe I have a friend who works at OW. You and Agent T must do a lot of work together. I swear Izuku does this to mess with us. Bakugo looked at Tsuyu. The whole not recognizing you without the fedora thing. Tsuyu paused for a moment. Actually, after he played everyone for fools when he blew up the school, I'm not sure if he is actually failing to recognize me or just messing around either. But I've never seen Tsuyu with a fedora. He's totally messing with us. Bakugo concluded. He's got a long repressed mischievous side, even if he did rightfully top out the top 10 least evil villains list. I'm in the what now? Izuku asked before blinking. Hey, does anyone smell smoke? Unknown to him but very known to everyone else, Izuku had spontaneously lit on fire. Just more proof of your durability. Bakugo said dryly. And another case of Aldera spontaneous combustion syndrome. Oh. I lit on fire for no discernible reason, didn't I? Yep. Darn in it. Wait a minute dash? Why isn't Momo Yayorozu the least evil? Because she regularly kidnaps Shoto Todoroki, which is still more evil than most of what you do. Pardon, Tsu cut in, but Izuku is still on fire. We should do something about that. Oh yeah. Good idea. XXXXX. Okay everybody. The president began as Izuku waited at his side. Is the blockage of Japan in place? We all know it's that time of year again. Yes, sir, little buddy. His dog-like companion replied. We got the request from the Prime Minister of Japan last week, so the fleet has had plenty of time to keep the riots from getting out of Japan. Thank goodness. The president gave a toothy smile. No one is allowed to cause mass chaos across the entirety of Eurasia and Africa without inviting me. And since I can join in due to my responsibilities as president, I will not let this crescendo of chaos, carnage, and some other third thing that begins with C leave Japan. Truly you have a heart of gold, Mr. President. Izuku deadpanned as he looked at the phone. I've already got reports of your approval rating going up among the non-Aldera people of Japan, and you don't even govern them. Huh. The president began before seeming to realize something. Wait a minute, wouldn't they be stuck with the rioters? It's a sacrifice the population of Japan are willing to make. Izuku said flatly. Japan allowed the school to form in the first place, thus it is only right that it must deal with the issues caused by said school itself. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. The president closed his eyes and nodded solemnly. Wait, don't you go to Aldera? Yes. Izuku began nodding. Yes, I do. And you're helping stop the Aldera riots despite the fact that you'll also be participating? Of course. Izuku crossed his arms. I am a master at self-sabotage after all. The city was on fire as the students of Aldera burst out from their long imprisonment, intent on seeking revenge on the world for their internment in the school. Funnily enough, the massive riot was unrelated to the city being on fire, but it was weird that both incidents happened at exactly the same time. But that wasn't of immediate interest to the current Izuku. What was the fact that he was meeting with Principal Nizu of UA to discuss some of the finer details of his enrollment. So I really have to go into the hero course? Izuku blinked as he let out a sigh. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry it has to be this way. Nizu's expression was grave. Far more grave than anyone had seen on him. But you know the laws, anyone with a -13 on the Jinx meter has to take hero classes. Yeah. Izuku crossed his arms. Doesn't mean I have to like it. The two were interrupted by the sound of an ocelot yowling in the room next door. "Ha!" Nemises said flatly. "I think your grandma might be unhappy with Aizawa." "I am so sorry." Izuku began apologizing almost immediately. "Grandma always did have a bit of testy side, but I swear she's an outright angel when you get to know her. Don't worry about it." Nemises just smiled and waved off Izuku's concerns. "As an animal myself, I'm well aware of how annoying it can be when instincts act up. Really, if I'm being honest, having you is a relief. You're the first actual animal to have been enrolled in UA in a decade, my half-ocelot, half-vending machine friend." "Huh. Izuku hadn't known that before. Interesting." Tsuyu, for her part, was having a bad day. She knew the riots would be especially bad this year, but what she hadn't predicted was several instances of Izuku all trying different innator-based schemes on the same day. "I am so sorry." Thankfully, it seemed she was on the last one, who was being very cooperative. "Sometimes we get lag when it comes to sharing memories. Do you want me to store this for later, or should I just push the self-destruct button myself?" "You can save it." Crossing her arms, Tsuyu watched as Izuku rolled a large device with several antennae into a storage closet. "No need to make even more things blow up in your face." "Thanks." Izuku smiled. "Things blowing up in my family's face might be a tradition, but that tradition can get excessive at times. I mean, sometimes with my parents' quirks, I think I'm lucky to have been born quirkless." "What do you mean?" "Well, it starts awfully dash." "Oh yeah, Roger?" A young Heinz crossed his arms at his brother. "You might have blizzard breath, but my quirk lets me breath fight." Heinz screamed in pain as his tongue was burnt from the fire he'd accidentally started exhaling. While he could breath fire, it turned out that poor Heinz's tongue was only partially fireproof. Namely, it was fireproof enough to not be permanently damaged by the fire, but not so fireproof that it didn't hurt. "And now I will dash." Inko began her evil monologue, only to be hit in the gut by a brick, and then another brick, and another brick, and another brick, until she was eventually covered in bricks. "Curse you, accidental quirk activation." "I can see your point," Tsuyu remarked as a conveniently empty helicopter crashed into a conveniently empty building across the street. "But how long do you think this riot is going to last?" "I'd give it about a week," Izuku said flatly. "This has been a particularly bad year after all, so the students are slightly more annoyed than normal." "They're coming through the walls." A guard in Tartarus screamed in panic as several middle school students burst out of a nearby vent before dragging a guard and an unfortunate prisoner back into it. "We need reinforcements." "What do they feed these kids?" Shigaraki exclaimed in shock as he watched Gigamakia fell before the swarm of middle schoolers that had somehow managed to find and lay siege to the League of Villains base. "This is insane." "But I'm sure it's only slightly worse than normal." Izuku continued with a shrug. "I mean, only an additional 5% of the city is on fire compared to what happened last year. A whole 5% bigger." Tsuyu, on the other hand, seemed markedly more concerned. "Izuku, last year already required an all-hands-on-deck from OWC. Several governments actually increased our funding to help prepare for future outbreaks." "I know," Izuku said as he brought up a blackboard and began writing a variety of statistics on it. "But thanks to the increase in funding as well as greater experience, Japanese government should get a handle on things sooner, which is why I estimate a week instead of a month like last year." "I hope so." Poor Tsuyu couldn't keep the shudder out of her body language. Last month was awful, especially when they managed to break out of Japan and go on a rampage in the rest of Eurasia. "Yeah," Izuku agreed, conveniently deciding to ignore the fact that he'd actually invented the boat they'd used to get out of Japan last year. "The US blockage is much tighter this year, though I don't see that happening anytime soon." "That's good to know." "Karo." Tsuyu looked back out the window. "Still, it's going to be a busy week." "Karo." "I am so sorry." "Izuku, calm down, it's not your fault. Honestly, I find my meetings with you to be a relief from all of the other nonsense I have to deal with as an agent." "Thanks, Agent T. It means a lot to me that I'm able to be a good nemesis to you. You deserve it." "And now, Agent Dashed." Izuku began before quickly realizing something. He was facing down a snake girl in a fedora, not a frog girl in a fedora. Hey! Wait a minute, you're not Agent T? Hi. Habuko Mongoose rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. I'm Habuko Mongoose? Where is Agent T? Izuku looked at the new agent with a mixture of curiosity and worry. Did something happen to her? Have I failed her as a nemesis? Has she been forcibly made into an unpaid intern? No, don't worry, she's okay. Habuko did her best to calm down her best friend's nemesis. I'm just filling in because she got hit with an energy-draining quirk during the riots. She'll be fine tomorrow, but OWC doesn't like sending out agents at risk of falling asleep at the proverbial wheel after last time. The logic made sense to Izuku after all his dad told him about the last time it happened. It was terrifying even from just a second-hand account. Horrifying. Yun. Still, that explanation didn't make this current situation feel any less awkward to Izuku. I don't know how to say this, but I'm not sure if I feel comfortable even trying something evil when I know my nemesis isn't able to try and stop me. Not that I think you're a bad nemesis, it just feels kind of wrong. I think I understand you. Habuko nodded solemnly as she met Izuku's eyes with her own. I don't really like fighting someone other than my nemesis either, it just doesn't feel right. One-on-one, of course. Of course. Izuku crossed his arms. Everyone knows that group melees, campaigns with two larger organizations fighting each other in a series of battles, and other larger-scale trends are completely separate from the day-to-day activities of a proper nemesis. That I would like to say it is an honor to finally meet you. The snake-headed girl bowed her head to Izuku in respect. Agent T speaks very highly of you when we engage in nemesis talks. She does. Boom. In his surprised, Izuku had accidentally leaned on the blow-up in Izuku's face button on his innator, causing it to do exactly that. Well, that was stupid. Izuku grumbled. But at least this means I don't have to deal with someone other than Tsuyu. The agent, not my shoe mat, foiling my plans. I had enough of that back before she became my regular. You'd be surprised at how many weirdos there are in the foiling evil plans world. OWC alone is worrying enough. Habuko shuddered. I can only imagine how horrible it was for you before you met Tsuyu. Yes, let us not go into detail about it. Izuku began walking over to his lair's kitchen. Can I get you anything since you've come all this way out here? No, I'm good, thanks for the offer though. Okay then. Izuku commented before pulling out some paper. How did the spar copy of my mandatory UA attendance papers end up in the fridge? You're attending UA? Wow, it's a small world. My best friend Tsuyu is too. The not Agent T one, I mean. You know Tsuyu? Izuku commented. Wow, it must be really confusing to know both Tsuyu and Agent T. I mean, my interactions with them are separate, but knowing two people who look exactly the same, have the exact same personalities, have the same names, both work for OWCA and even have the same quirks must be a story and a half. That just caused Habuko to laugh. Oh, you could say that. You know, Izuku, you're a pretty nice guy. I don't think I could hate you enough to make you my nemesis even if I was assigned to you, and that's not an insult by the way. Well, thank you. Izuku smiled as he walked up to the snake girl. I don't think I could hate you that much either. Wanna be friends then? Sure. Hey, you wouldn't be the first friend I've made because of Agent T. She does seem to have that powerful personality. Izuku said, fondly remembering all the times she punched him in the face. Who knows, maybe she'll find humor in the fact that her nemesis and coworker are getting along. She'll definitely like it. That's nice. Izuku let out a sigh and looked down. She really does make these days of lawfully mandated evil bearable. I hope I can keep in contact with her when I can finally move on to my real passion. Real passion? What's that? To go into hero support and use my capabilities to make the world a better place. Izuku smiled softly. Heroes and agents do so much for us, even if I have to be enemies with them by law, I can't bring myself to disregard that. It's why when I no longer have to be evil, I want to help them and give back to them for all they've done. You know, I think I can see why Tsuyu consider meetings you one of the few redeeming parts of having been forced to go to Aldera. Habuko walking up and gave Izuku a light poke. Even when you're being evil, you can't help but want to help people. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. I know, I'm lucky both of us are going to you. Even if I really don't want to get dragged into the hero course, at least my best friends will be there, I guess. Oh right. Habuko crossed her arms behind her back. So you mentioned the two of you had another friend at Aldra. I have to admit I was surprised that anyone either of you two associated with would hold the title of school bully. He mostly got it by beating up the old one. Izuku said dryly. As it turns out, according to the International Bullies Association, they run on beat up the old one to take over their position. Kacchan was not happy with getting settled with the extra paperwork when he accidentally took over the spot. Bullies have paperwork? Yeah, it's a surprisingly bureaucratized process. They have kids with postcognition quirks show up to see how the fight went down so they can make sure the old top bully didn't throw it to get out of the position. Mind you, even if they didn't, Kacchan isn't the kind to do that sort of thing, so he was kind of stuck with the job either way. Huh, I didn't know any of that. That's actually kind of morbidly interesting. That's the 13th best kind of interesting. Izuku looked around at his siblings. Vanessa, Eri, and Norm were all getting ready to see him off to his first day at UA. Big bro. Eri looked up at her older sibling, having noticed the tears in his eyes. Are those happy tears or sad tears? Both. Izuku said, happy that he finally got a position in UA's support course, but sad at the same time due to other reasons such as MSFE and him being required to go into the hero course as well. Both. Don't worry, little brother. Norm wasted no time giving his younger sibling a friendly pat in the back. We all know you can do this. You've got both the talent and the work ethic. Norm's right. One Vanessa began as the other crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. Izuku was still crying, but much more of it was due to being happy now. XXXXX. And that Agent T, Principal Nemises summarized for his fellow agent as the two finished up talking in his office, both of them wearing their fedoras as was OWA tradition, is why we had to beef up security this year. Principal Nemises? I came over as soon as I heard you call Ov Dash. Momo began as she entered the open office before noticing the two. Agent N? What are you doing here and why are animal agents meeting in the principal's office? Nemises took off his fedora. Oh, hello, Principal. Momo smiled as she looked around. Hey, did you know Agent N was in here just a moment ago? I think I had a clue. Nemises chuckled. Your nemesis does leave quite a mess. Momo folded her arms and huffed. Well, that doesn't sound like him. He's normally so polite when he breaks into my lair. I'll ask him about it for you when I get the chance. Oh, hey, Agent T. Are you here to keep an eye on Doofenshmirtz? Yes. Tsuyu replied flatly. Also to keep him from overworking himself, he's already working more jobs than I can count on top of taking 2 separate lesson courses here in UA and being my nemesis on top of all that. As if to prove the point, one of the many Izukus that could be seen working around the city walked in and handed Nemises some papers. Oh, hey, Agent T. He waved at her on the way out. Sorry I can't talk now, but I'm on the clock. See you later. Carol. See what I mean? Yep. I never doubted you for a second. XXXXX. When Izuku walked up to his old friend, he found that Bakugo was already walking with a brown-haired girl. Hey, Kacchan. Izuku looked at the two. Did you make a new friend? You could say that. Bakugo rubbed the back of his head. This is Achiko Uraraka. We met yesterday actually. Yeah, we had to fight to decide the bully rankings at UA. The newly named Uraraka clarified. Your friend came in first and I was in second place. Huh. Izuku commented before shrugging. It really takes all kinds in the bullying ecosystem these days. How did you end up with the position, if I may ask? Same way a lot of people do. I beat up the old bully. Uraraka crossed her arms. Honestly, I'm actually kind of glad I'm only the second in command bully now. Being the top bully leaves you with way too much paperwork. XXXXX. A quirk assessment test? Shoot, this was going to SCK if Izuku's gut told him anything. And then someone said it would be fun. Exactly the wrong words for this type of teacher. Whoever comes in last place will be expelled. What the? Izuku raised his hand. Not you, Izuku. Aizawa wasted no time in answering his question even before he could ask it. You're here because your luck is so awful it would be a crime to let you wander around without some form of hero training when the inevitable disaster you'll be caught up in happens. Izuku lowered his hand, before realizing something and raising it again. And no, we don't shoot our students with animal tranquilizer on a regular basis, Bakugo already asked me that question. Once again Izuku lowered his hand. What followed was a wide array of tests, some of which Izuku participated in, though for him it was closer to a general fitness test than a quirk test. Though ironically he did end up outsourcing more than a few of the students that actually had quirks in quite a few areas. All those extra jobs and doing battle with Agent T every day really helped to keep him in shape, as it turned out. He was even solidly middle of the pack, putting him above more than a few of the students who did have quirks that would be useful physically, though not by much, and even then only those with physical quirks that were narrowly focused. Good thing Aizawa was bluffing about expelling them though. Well, okay, Izuku could tell he wasn't bluffing, but it was a good thing they all apparently had potential to be heroes. Izuku sure didn't. He was really only here because of his bad luck anyway. Wait, why did he still smell fear? And why was it the fear of being discovered due to being a spy? It's coming from Aoyama. There is only one thing that can be done now. XXXXX. Our spy got caught. Shigaraki said sadly to All for One. Apparently he got put in the same class as Izuku and got the make a reference to the end of that one American horror movie that was an unsubtle allegory for communism treatment. Query: which American horror movie with an allegory for communism in it? There are many. The one with the people getting replaced with duplicates of themselves. Oh right, cinnamon buns can smell fear. All for One crossed his arms and let out a sigh. Well, that's bad luck if I've ever seen it. I know, right? Shigaraki muttered bitterly. I don't think we'll be able to make a move on UA anytime soon because of it. Certainly not. It took me a long time to cultivate that asset too, but I suppose it can't be helped. Meanwhile, in orbit above Earth, a sinister alien force was preparing its invasion. Currently located in a large fleet full of ships disguised as harmless space crabs was a group of sinister invaders known only as the Impersonators. Okay everyone. The Impersonator leader, a tall humanoid that seemed to be made up entirely of a thick blue good. Now I know we've launched invasions of over 500 worlds and had a -1 success rate, but I'm sure that this time we'll pull it off. I dunno, boss. A voice from the crowd spoke. This number's pretty bad. Isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over while expecting different results? Ah. The leader chuckled. Eject that guy into the void of space, please. Whoosh. Okay, now that we've dealt with that. The leader began as he turned around to watch the guy float away, only to realize something. Wait a minute, who is that? Sir, that's Sergeant, that guy. You ordered him ejected into the void of space just a few seconds ago. You idiots. The leader face-bombed. Go bring him back on the ship and eject the right guy into the void of space. Punishment doesn't work if you punish random people instead of the one who actually did something wrong. Right away, sir. Whoosh. Okay now. The leader narrowed his eyes. Who is that? That is Captain, the right guy. Sir, you order her launched into the void of space. Idiots. The leader face-bombed again. Okay, let me be specific. I want you to eject the guy that voiced doubt in our chances of success for the invasion. Can you all do that right? Right away. Whoosh. Finally. Once again the leader turned to examine his work, before realizing that they had once again ejected the wrong guy. You've got to be kidding me. No sir, we ejected Private, the guy that voiced doubt in our chances of success for the invasion, just like you asked. Who even named someone that? The leader screamed in fury. Okay, whatever, just bring everyone back on board the ship. We'll deal with our own species' absurd naming conventions later. Right now we need to shift to a better disguise to keep the Earth creatures from getting suspicious. XXXXX. Meanwhile on Earth, 2 members of the Protection Against Otherworldly Invasion Squad were viewing several monitors that depicted Earth's orbit. Hey Bob. Hey Jeff. What are you doing? Just looking at the harmless space. Oh my goodness. Within moments the harmless space crabs had turned into a fleet of UFOs, each of which had the words, We are evil alien invaders. We do not come in peace and want nothing more than to invade your planet in order to plunder it for resources and/or people. Or conquer it. We aren't sure yet, but we can assure you that we explicitly want to do very bad things to your planet and people. Ha ha ha, did we mention that we are evil? Ha ha, written on it. Well, guess we have only one option. Open fire with every weapon we have. Yep. XXXXX. Darn it. How did the Earthlings figure us out? I don't know. Our secondary disguises were flawless. XXXXX. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Izuku was walking down the halls of UA, and then he accidentally ran into a blonde girl. Wait a minute, he recognized her. Hey, he said flatly. You're the girl that stabbed me and drank my blood while I was working as a pizza guy. Why did you do that? I'm so sorry. Toga, for her part, still felt really bad and embarrassed over the whole incident. I mistook you for my boyfriend Saito. Oh. Okay. Izuku blinked. Well, it's nice to finally talk to you. See you later. With that, Izuku waved goodbye and walked off. Toga, for her part, wasn't sure how to process that response. What? XXXXX. Izuku. The president began as he looked at his green-headed his advisor. How competent would you say these alien invaders are? I'd say they are incompetent, but this isn't your average everyday incompetent that we've seen so far. Izuku remarked as he watched one of the invaders disguise themselves as a target in a shooting range on live TV. This is advanced incompetent. I think their sheer stupidity might be a bigger threat than their actual attempt at invasion. Yeah. The president crossed his arms. One of them disguised themselves as a toxic waste disposal bin at one of our secret labs, and let me tell you, these impersonator aliens are not rated to withstand level 3 or above toxic waste. Not to mention, the president's dog quirked aide began as he looked at the two imposters that had disguised themselves as him. They have terrible choice in coloration. Izuku had to agree with that. Whatever possessed the first and second impersonators to try and impersonate a brown-colored dog by turning into a tartan-patterned one and pink one respectively must have been some potent kind of stupidity. Alien invasions are so annoying. The president crossed his arms. Almost as bad as having a random car drive by and steal your spot when you're trying to find a good parting spot in space. I mean, you'd be shocked how common in it to find a good spot on the outside of space station only for another car to steal it. Heck, I've seen cars in the loading and unloading zone. The situation is so bad sometimes. Izuku made a quiet note to himself. Make sure his space station of doom has extra parking. XXXXX. Nice kick, Agent T. Izuku complimented his nemesis as he rose from the wreckage of his move all pens to the least convenient location in Ada. You launched me directly into the self-destruct button. Thanks. Tsuyu remarked as she helped Izuku get up. I've been working on it. It's good to see some things are staying consistent. Izuku smiled. Say, what do you think about the whole impersonator invasion going on? As the two walked towards the exit of Izuku's base, both had forgotten one detail. That they were still holding hands. Hey, Shigaraki. Izuku gave his most regular customer as a small smile as he approached. I have to say, I didn't expect Gigantomachia to need specialty medicine anytime soon. Usually that's all for one's department. Yes, well, sometimes even giants like him can be brought down by sufficient savagery. Shigaraki shuddered as he did his best to block out the memory of the horrifying screaming. Remind me never to get into a fight with a mink. Fighting a mustelid in general tends to be a bad idea. Heck, giving them agent training actually makes a fight with them more pleasant to deal with because they gain an awareness of proportional response. Izuku mentioned offhandedly as he pulled up an ancient scroll. Anyway, the list of his mink-caused injuries means that he'll have to take Bill the Pill. Bill the Pill? That's not a suppository, is it? No. Izuku commented as he looked over the scroll. But, well, you'll see for yourself. With that, Izuku began reading from the scroll. With this scroll, I call upon the dark powers of the underworld's pharmaceutical industry. The sky began to darken, quickly turning blood red. The horrifying result of 1,000 souls overworked in life, that yet arguably more ethical than the normal pharmaceutical industry. Soon a storm front began to roll in, leaving just enough space in between each cloud to allow Shigaraki to see the blood-red sky just beyond the cloud cover. Forged in the infernal pits of doom. Suddenly several cracks began to appear all over the ground, massive pillars of flame shooting up from each one. Made from the ichor of countless forgotten beings. Wolves' howls could be heard from miles around, even from places that clearly held no wolves. Born into this world with the combined wrath of all of the world's hippos. The cracks on the ground extended all the way to a nearby mountain range. I call upon the fully might of Bill. One of the cracks in the mountain erupted, launching Pill roughly twice as big as Big Leonard into the air, which then landed in a conveniently empty lot right next to the pharmacy. Okay, so you're going to want to have Gigantomachia take one of these for a month, and he should recover just fine in short order. Izuku said happily as smoke flew from his mouth. I thought you were quirkless? Oh, this isn't a quirk. This is smoke is from the fires of the underworld trying to burn me from the inside out. Izuku commented dryly before taking out a canister marked holy water and drank it, causing the smoke to stop. Ah, that feels better. Summoning Bill always is a pain. You summoned a building-sized pill from the depths of the abyss? How are you so casual about that? Well, you see, summoning Bill from the underworld is the only option for medicine on this level that lets me avoid having to sell my soul. I run this pharmacy because it's part of my legally mandating assistance to the forces of evil, not because it's remotely profitable. Right? Remind me to add doing something about that law to my list of things to do when I make my move, because even I find it morally reprehensible that you've got to do an evil job and launch a scheme every day. Shigaraki crossed his arms. How's school been treating you? Oh, it's been fine. Much better than going to Aldra at least. XXXXX. May looked out into space as she readied her giant anti-alien invader's device. So, Izuku, what did you say the impersonator's chances of a successful invasion were again? Roughly minus 0.002%. Izuku crossed his arms. They are so incompetent that I'm not even worried that one of them is reading our lips about our plan to shoot down their mothership from all the way up in orbit. Honestly, Izuku, do you even think they know how to read lips? The impersonators haven't been all that smart from what I've seen. Trust me, they can. Izuku crossed his arms. Just make sure they land in the place so I don't have to. Activate my undo the consequences of a massive alien mothership devastating the planet after falling from orbitinator, okay? Don't worry, I've got this. XXXXX. So what did they say? The impersonator leader asked his second-in-command as the latter looked down at Earth using a pair of binoculars. Well, apparently they've calculated our odds of success. The aforementioned second-in-command commented as he continued looking. Apparently they give us a minus 0.002 chance of success. Wait, how did they know our suck? Oh, never mind. The impersonator leader crossed his arms. So what is that device for anyway? Shooting us down. BLZZZ. Boom. Just as the second-in-command finished relaying his words to the leader, a massive beam slammed into the mothership, sending it careening down to the Earth. Curses. And we just got done bringing all the people that were ejected due to the stupidity of my subordinates back onto the ship too. XXXXX. So Frank. A man standing in front of a massive trench in the down of Wasteland, Texas began. What is with this massive trench anyway? Oh, that. The other man, known as Frank, began. You see, Bill, that is the extremely deep pit that holds varying degrees of horrible monsters, including but not limited to the likes of the imitators or the horrible bug creatures. It, as you'd suspect, holds a ton of horrible monsters and is the only place in the world that a roughly city-sized alien spacecraft could crash into from orbit without causing extensive consequences for our entire planet. That seems oddly specific, Frank. I mean, what are the chances of a giant alien mothership crashing into that specific spot? And then the impersonator ship fell right into the trench. Are you magic, Bill? No. XXXXX. Okay, now let's take stock of the casualties. The impersonator leader looked at the casualty counter on the mothership computer, only to realize no one died. Oh, right. This thing gets shot down so often we perfected the art of proper crashing mothership safety millennia ago. Good thing too. His assistant noted down before looking around. We should probably work at Get Dash. Press. A rock smashed through one of the ship's videos. Those windows withstood a fall from orbit. The impersonator leader exclaimed in shock. And you mean to tell me a freaking rock broke through them? Not only that. The assistants walked up and pulled a piece of paper off of the rock. It's a rock with a message on it. Well, what does it say? It says, "Yo impersonates we are you were stealing our style, well we isn't gonna stand fair eat, signed to imitators, preppa to get wrecked scrubs in very bad handwriting. That has to be Dash." Boom. Sir, we're under attack by a group of rivals shapeshifters calling themselves the imitators. Well, at least it's just a scree. Sir, a group of giant burrowing bugs have emerged from the walls of the cavern and are now attacking both us and the imitators. Another explained in fear. How many horrible monsters are there in this pit? Go my mole people brothers. He heard a horrible rodent-like voice calling out from above. Descend and take the spoilers of war for yourselves. A lot of them apparently. Well, at least the situation couldn't get any worse. XXXXX. Mr. President. Izuku looked at his boss. What do you want to go about all those psychotic giant robots that have been sitting Area 56 all month? Just dump them in that giant trench. You know the one in Texas? Isn't that the one that the impersonator mothership landed in? Yes, but I don't care. XXXXX. As it turns out, situation could indeed get worse, and that it in fact did get worse. Worse in this case referring to a legion of bloodthirsty giant robots being dumped into the pit and joining the carnage. It was going to be a long time before the impersonators had much time to do much of anything beyond fighting for survival. It was the third class to involve battle trials for Izuku, and Izuku honestly didn't think he'd get as used to him as he had when he first started. Which in hindsight was an oversight on his part. After all, he did fight his nemesis every day, which in many ways meant he was already used to many of the elements of the practice fight. Really, this was more of less practice for his battles with Agent T. The fact that he sometimes fought against the hero students solo except for minions he could call up only made that fact very apparent. In fact, the last fight he had was very intense. XXXXX. Uraraka, Bakugo, Mineta, Shoto, and Kaminari were planning their first moves for the exercise, when a conveniently placed radio activated. Can you feel life? It began. Moving through your mind. Oh no! Mineta didn't even bother to hide his shock. Not that song. Everyone knows that song means giant cyborg lizard monster attack. Come on, Mineta. Kaminari crossed his arms. That song doesn't always mean cyborg lizards. No way a high schooler under the MSFE has the resources to create something like that. Don't underestimate Izuku. Bakugo crossed his arms. Trust me on this. That he scares me when he gets worked up. Shoto said bluntly. That even if he is nice most of the time. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of several impacts shook the building, causing the assembled heroes to look out the window to see Izuku standing on a giant cyborg lizard that appeared to have been fused to an airship. Ha ha ha. Izuku laughed from on top of the lizard's head. Meet 162. I bet you guys didn't know I was proficient in biomechanical engineering. How? Kaminari looked onward in shock. How did you even afford this? I work an obscene number of odd jobs. That even as we speak I am also currently hard at work throughout the entirety of Japan and the wider world. Darn. Kaminari frowned. Guess that's a lot of egg on my face. Live and learn. The radio continued. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. All right, Izuku. Bakugo for his part was more than eager to engage his oldest friend in combat. Let's show these clowns how a proper fight is done. That I love this. Achiko for her part was getting almost as worked up as Bakugo before realizing something. That I think I might be a fight junkie. XXXXX. Actually. Izuku mumbled to himself. Now that I think of it, so you kept giving Kacchan and Achiko the stink eye after that fight. I wonder why. Hey Doof. Mina Ishido was one of the many new friends Izuku had made during his time at UA. She was a nice person to be around, and her energetic personality was a strong contrast to most Izuku's friends who tended to be of the mellow sort of personality. And Kacchan, but he was more specifically angry as opposed to generally energetic. The two are very different things after all. Hey Isido. Izuku replied happy as he looked at the screen showing the current match. So, who's going to win this one? I think Katsuki and Momo have it in the bag. Mina crossed her arms trying to look like ominous. Tokoyami and Shoto are strong, but Katsuki is from Aldera, and everyone knows that kids from Aldera are scary. Ashido, I'm from Aldera. Exactly. As Minda, Ashido, and Izuku himself had suspected, the fight between the two groups quickly ended with victory for Katsuki and Momo on account of the former's sheer savagery, even if he did get a note that he'd probably need to tone it down in the future. Some of the other fights were pretty interesting too, like the one that ended with Jiraiya getting beaten out because she landed with her face on Kirishima's chest and she shot so much blood out of her nose she was knocked out. Her entire face was red from it. Izuku had no idea Kirishima's quirk could do that. He'd have to keep it in mind for in case he ever fought the redhead. Well, either that or it was a Jiraiya-specific weakness, he couldn't tell at times. Oh, and there was the other match where Tsuyu managed to take down Siro and Ojiro single on her own after they'd managed to take down Sato earlier in the same fight. He had such amazing classmates. And now he was being called for his match. He was going to be fighting with Achiko against Tenya and Shoji. This was going to get intense. Moments later, Izuku found himself guarding the bomb alongside Achiko. He didn't know her as well as Bakugo or Tsuyu, but she was nice and had quickly become one of his closer friends in 1A. I think this is our first time fighting together properly. Achiko smiled at him. So you're from Aldera like Bakugo, right? Yep. Izuku smiled. He's my oldest friend, actually took over the spot of top bully after beating up the old one. A bullying tradition. Achiko crossed her arms and nodded sagely. I guess that means you're his nerd. Yeah. Well, now Izuku was blushing. He couldn't help it. Very few people actually realized that Izuku was Bakugo's nerd on top of being his best friend. Achiko was very smart. I can see why you managed to beat everyone by Kacchan if you were that perceptive. That caused Achiko to laugh. So how do you want to do this? I'd like to get a solo crack at Shoji myself if it's possible. Oh, yeah, I think I can arrange that. Shoji had to say that 1A's combat classes had always been exhilarating experiences. Mostly because of T-. Shoji didn't have time to warn his partner before a pair of arms burst from the ground and dragged Tenya to the floor below. Mwaha. Izuku laughed as he dodged out of the way of Tenya. You're going to need to do better than that if you want to defeat me. For you see, I have already done battle with your brother before. You have? Yes. Izuku cackled madly. And I beat him with the banana peel GG too. The most cliché way to beat a speedster in the book. You evil cliché monster, how could you? Easily, because it was funny. Wow. Tenya almost got him that time, but he failed to account for one thing. I see you've fallen afoul of my slippery groundinator. Izuku smiled as he held up an extremely ramshackle contraption. You wow dash. It blew up in his face. Ah. Izuku commented dryly now that he was covered in soot from the exploding contraption. That's what I get for building an innator in less than a minute. I wonder how Achiko is doing. Let's do this. 5 minutes later, Izuku and Tenya had reached an impasse. Mostly because Tenya was glued to the ceiling while Izuku had someone manage to get himself tangled up in Tenya's capture tap. I have to admit, Doofenshmirtz. Tenya commented. Your commitment to the villain role during our battle was commendable. Using the banana peel incident against me like that was fine form. You already know about that? Of course. Tenya smirked. Even if that hadn't happened on live TV, my brother is not one to try and cover up an embarrassing incident. Yeah. Izuku shrugged. He did strike me as having a lot of integrity. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, but did you ever get the strange and inexplicable feeling that we dodge a bullet somehow during the trip to the USJ a few weeks ago? I actually did. It's good to know it wasn't just me. Or was it? The week right before the week of the sports festival. And Izuku didn't care in the slightest. Not in the least. Honestly, if he cared any less about it he didn't know what he'd do, probably nothing like he was right now. His friends did though, and that was enough for him. Kacchan especially was happy to compete against the rest of the school, and Achiko was also excited to compete. The two of them were like peas in a pod. Two bloodthirsty peas in a pod. He wouldn't say it out loud, but Izuku kind of found it adorable. It was just so cute to see the two get hyped up about it. Tsuyu was also getting excited, and Izuku could see why. After all, her quirk was so similar to Agent T's. The poor Tsuyu must have been living in Agent T's shadow for a good part of her life. This was Tsuyu's chance to show what she could do. To show the world that she is not just a girl who looks the same, acts the same, and has exactly the same powers Agent T. People who saw Shoto would think he was feeling tense. And that would be the understatement of the century. Shoto was beyond tense. He was both excited and worried at the same time. The sports festival was one of the biggest events of the year, and Shoto knew that he had some stiff competition to deal with. Bakugo and Achiko were bound to be terrifying opponents to deal with due to the sheer crazy either one had on its own. And he didn't need to elaborate on Momo, given she successfully managed to subdue and kidnap him on a regular basis, even if she did blush a lot when she did. Izuku, of course, was also pretty crazy and was a support student who, if he showed up motivated, he could bring some downright horrifying firepower to bear in a fight. Oh, and to top things off, Izuku and Bakugo were both from Aldra, so they'd be experienced with fighting both fire and ice if the rumors of giant ice monsters and mutant fire-breathing lizards roaming the halls of that school were true. Competition was going to be fierce. "Hey, Shoto!" He jolted in surprise as he was greeted from behind by Izuku. "Oops. Sorry about that. I wanted to ask how you were holding up." Right? He forgot that Izuku could smell fear. It was kind of hard to keep things hidden from people who could do that. It was why Izuku was able to find out that Aoyama was a spy almost immediately after meeting him. Times like that made Shoto glad that he didn't have any dark secrets that he desperately feared getting out. "Yeah, I'm just a bit nervous." Shoto looked to the side, instinctively avoiding eye contact with the green-haired boy in front of him. "My dad and big brother Tuya both have a lot of faith in me, and I want to live up to that." "Don't worry, as long as you give it your all you'll probably be fine," Izuku shrugged. "And you don't strike me as the type to do something like deliberately hold back solely to spite someone or prove a point." Why was Shoto feeling an intense bout of irony? He'd have to add unknown bursts of feeling of irony onto his theory board. Also, he'd have to start dividing it up, that theory board, as it was getting cluttered as is, and several of the conspiracy theories, as Tuya would put it, only tangentially related to each other. "Shoto, are you okay?" "Oops." He got lost in his head. "Sorry, Izuku, I was lost in my head for a moment there. Anyway, thanks, I really appreciate the encouragement." "Hey, just because I'm planning on doing absolutely nothing in the first round so I can leave the infernal tournament doesn't mean I can't cheer for my friends. Alright?" Izuku was in the hero course against his will. No, wait, Izuku was the only one this year that was assigned to the hero course due to bad luck. A fact that was pretty firmly unlucky in its own right. Still, it would make sense that he didn't actually want to place well in the tournament. But still though, something seemed off to Shoto. "I have to admit, I think that's a pretty bold plan you have." And Shoto really did mean it. Izuku had been drafted into the hero course for a reason. "I want to see how that works out for you." "Oh, I'm probably going to get hurt badly, but I have to try." Izuku had to admit looking at the voting boards was enlightening, even if they don't make sense at times. And that they could be mean-spirited. And also they kept showing back up even as the teachers kept trying to destroy them. Worst person in Class 1B, Monamonito. Worst person in Class 1A, Monamonito, won via write-in. Worst chess player, Mina. Worst case of inferiority-superiority complex, Monamonito. Most inconsistent use of students' names on a list, Monamonito. Most forgettable person, Sugurman. Most unstable student, Bakugo. Most likely to get far in the sports festival, Izuku. Most likely conspiracy theorist, Mineta. Most likely to be outsmarted by a rock, Kirishima. Most shy student, Shoto. Most tragic backstory, Tenya's chair. Student most like Kirishima, Tesutetsu. Student most like Tesutetsu, Kirishima. Student most likely to blow up a dumpster while skateboarding down an active volcano, Bakugo. Person you'd least likely want to get kicked by, Tsuyu. Person who actually was outsmarted by a rock, Tenya. Still better than the ones at Aldra though. The fact that he was voted likely to get far in the sports festival was a concern though. He'd have to try very hard to fail on the very first event. The starting area for the sports festival was cramped, to understate it. So many students eager to prove themselves, many of whom were outright seeking a spot in the hero course, the most coveted class in UA, and the one that the school itself is known for. And all of them in an itty-bitty little space. He didn't like it. Yeah. Let's do it. I'm on fire. Agarchpsog spots. The fact that he was standing next in between a kid with pikes jutting out of her body, a kid that was actually on fire, and one that caused short-term insanity just by standing near him was probably not helping his bitter feelings now that he thought about it. Really, things were already pretty bad and the festival has an even star. XXXXX. They had normal students fight these? Shoto thought to himself as he looked up at the 0-pointers. UA really does have high standards. Still, he continued staking along the trail of ice he'd created. He wasn't going to let these machines stop him, that even if they were very big and very scary. One of 0-pointers moves to intercept him, but Shoto was faster, dodging out of the way before freezing it in place, carefully making sure that the ice was thick enough to keep it from falling. It wouldn't be any good if someone got hurt by that thing tipping over and falling. Should he freeze the others too? Well, it would be nice, but on the other hand these are supposed to be obstacles for everyone, so he'd be defeating the point of putting them there if he just froze all of them over. So he didn't, even if he really wanted to. He hoped Tuya wasn't too mad at him. He wouldn't know what Tuya would be mad at him for, but he hoped he wasn't. XXXXX. Hey Tuya. Toga looked to her friend as the two watched the ongoing events. Your lil brother sure iced over that 0-pointer hard. He doesn't want it to fall and hurt anyone. Tuya shrugged. He always was considerate like that. And shy. Yes, and shy. XXXXX. Awaya. Izuku screamed and flailed about in panic as he was sent sliding along the trail of ice Shoto had left behind. How did they manage to push me onto this crazy ride? He was speeding past other contestants as he desperately tried to find some sort of grab hold in order to stop himself. Some of the other students even stopped to gawk at him, which he had to admit was kind of embarrassing. Slush. And he impacted a big pile of snow. Izuku didn't know Shoto could make snow, but at the moment he was very happy. Certainly it was better than slamming into a wall of ice. Either way, at least now he had time to think. He figured that since that he wasn't sliding forward at improbable speeds, he was back on track to drop out of the sports festival by doing absolutely nothing. Nothing could stop him from being stopped now. And he just realized he probably just sabotaged himself. Curses. XXXXX. Ah. The US president chuckled as he and another Izuku were watching the games. Look at you trying so hard to fail. It's adorable. Trying, Mr. President, do you think I'll fail at failing? Yes. The president crossed his arms. Me and the defense minister actually have a bet with the president at Russia that you'll make it past the first 2 rounds in fact. What? What could you have possibly even bet on? XXXXX. Russian President Sir, we have reports that Izuku Doofenschmirtz appears to have advanced within the race by slipping on ice and sliding forward. An aide to the Russian president reported with a salute. Also, all our sleeper agents in the stadium appear to have been mauled to death by rogue American mink. American mink on the loose? The president crossed his arms. You should have told me an agent-trained American mink escaped. Those creatures are psychotic. Evacuate all our agents from Japan and order a lockdown of the entire Russian Federation. We cannot let such a creature infiltrate our borders or it could spell disaster. Yes, sir. And about the bet? Americans already have better equipment than the stuff we put up in our bet anyway. My name is Russian President, not Russian Reckless Gambler. After all, It is a shame we won't be getting access to American laser shark technology if they win the bet though. Might as well try and cheat, unleash the orbital heat beam. Oh, and don't forget to recharge that American Intercontinental Washington Monument targeting beacon. The sound it makes when low battery is so shrill I'm surprised it hasn't killed anyway. Why don't we just get rid of it? Because the Americans already know of us doing that and prepared countermeasures. How? You don't want to know. XXXXX. Shortly after, back at the sports festival, the Russian orbital heat beam had landed directly on the 0 point that Izuku had crashed into, causing it to reactivate and free itself from the ice. Incidentally, it also sent Izuku flying when it did so. XXXXX. Why does this keep happening? Izuku let out a cry of frustration as he reached the peak of his ascent. Oh great, a high-speed introduction to the ground. Like I haven't seen that GG 13 times today. However, this time Izuku wouldn't land on the ground. Instead, he would land on one of many ropes that bridged the gaps in between the several platforms that formed the second challenge. And as the rope bent downward and Izuku realized his eventual fate, he found himself wishing he'd fallen into the seemingly bottomless pits in between the platforms instead of the ropes connecting him. Frung. Really, Izuku though to himself as he was launched into the air again by the force of the rope springing back into place. I'm not even mad at this point, and I'm going right towards the minefield. Boom. Izuku let out a scream of panic as he landed on a mine. Boom. Which blew up and threw him directly onto a second mine. Boom. That also blew up, throwing him a good distance where he landed on a third mine. Boom. Why were all these mines throwing him onto other mines? Boom. Thankfully, after mine number 5, Izuku had landed on normal ground. Normal ground that was past the finish line. Oh, at least he only landed in second place. The second round of the sports festival revolved around a wide variety of tasks for each participant. Some of them were easier while others were harder. Shoto, having made first place in the first event, was stuck with the latter, because his task was to protect a headband that would put anyone else that grabbed it in first place. He could feel the suffocating killing attempt coming from every other competitor. Wait, no, that wasn't quite right. Izuku. Shoto asked his green-haired classmate. Why aren't you radiating killing intent at me? Instead of answering, Izuku simply crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Oh right, that was a silly question. Well, now Shoto was drowning in killing intent and awkwardness. Sorry. Shoto, you didn't do anything wrong. Right? Sorry about that. Izuku didn't reply to that second apology. The last thing anyone needed was a self-reinforcing apology loop. XXXXX. Karo. Hey Izuku. Tsuyu walked up to her friend/enemy. Todoroki looks ready to die. I mean, he actually wants to win and everyone else is gunning for him. Izuku shrugged. I'd probably look ready to die at that point too. Karo. It was at the point that Tsuyu spotted the unopened letter in Izuku's hands. You're not going to look at your goals for the next event? Nope. Izuku points to a chair in the center of the arena. As soon as this starts, I'm going to sit in that chair and refuse to get out of it for the entirety of the event. So what about you, Tsuyu? You don't need to say what it is, but do you think your task is manageable? Tsuyu couldn't help but snicker at her nemesis. Don't worry, I think I'll manage it. Karo. Knocking over at least 10 other contestants was definitely something she could manage between her tongue and legs. She was also glad she didn't say any of that out loud, given Mineta had also made it to the second round. That's good. Izuku smiled at her. He might not have been going for a hero spot himself, but he was still hoping for the best for his friends, and of course was also a massive hero nerd regardless. I'll be rooting for you in the third act. XXXXX. When the bell rang to start the event, the very first thing Izuku did was run to the chair in the arena and sit down in it. I'm not getting out of this chair. Behind him, Kacchan was busy fighting that one kid from 1B that always hated the hero kids from 1A. Apparently their two tasks put them at odds with each other. Izuku was betting on Kacchan to come out of top personally. Minoma just had that foil me energy about him that made Izuku doubt his chances of victory, and Izuku knew that energy better than most. He should work on that really. It's not a good trait in a hero student. Not like that purple-haired kid using some kind of mind-affecting quirk, he doesn't seem to radiate any foil me energy at all. Izuku idly wondered if purple hair was looking to get into the hero course? The lack of foil me energy certainly meant he wasn't aiming for the support course, and most other Gen Ed students had basically dropped out at this point. Oh well, it wasn't like they could. Boom. And something blew up right under his chair, sending it careening a good 30 feet into the air. Not that it was going to be enough to get Izuku out of it. No sir, not getting out of this chair. Once again Izuku declared his resolve as the chair spun in midair for about 7 rotations and landed in the exact same position it was in before being launched. What was that? How? Izuku frowned and narrowed his eyes. I have my ways. XXXXX. Shoto meanwhile was busy trying to dodge most of the field going for him at once, up to and including a kid's whose quirk turned them into a fully functioned 1920s era car. At least most of his fellow classmates from 1A were content to not go after him and instead focus on their own tasks. He dodged out of the way of an opportunistic swipe at his headband by a passing Uraraka. Sorry, she called out as she continued chasing after her real target. Couldn't resist. Well, he did say most of his classmates, not all of his classmates, and it's not like it was a dedicated attempt. Not like, hi Shoto. Shoto was in danger. XXXXX. How much longer do I have dash? Ring. Finally. Izuku let out a sigh as he looked up at the board, decided the tasks the many students had been assigned. I managed to get through without doing anything. There's no way I managed to get enough points to get to the next round. And then he saw what his actual task was. Izuku, get into the chair in the arena and refuse to leave it for the entirety of the event. Not only did he manage to pass the round, he got second place. XXXXX. Who? The US president cheered, sticking his hands into the air in an exaggerated manner as he stared down the Russian president. America wins this bet. XXXXX. I can't believe I managed to escape Momo. Shoto let out a sign of relief, and then he saw the tournament bracket. And I'm going to face her in the final if I get that far. Darn it. XXXXX. Izuku is going against Shinso. Tsuyu remarked as she looked at the brackets. I wonder how that'll go. I think Izuku might actually lose this one. Bakugo commented idly. The only thinking that could possibly keep him from just walking out is if purple hair does something to make him angry enough to actually want to fight. What could possibly do that? Tsuyu crossed her arms. Izuku has pretty thick skin when he's not deliberately overreacting, so he can come up with an insane plot for the day. Shinso had a problem. His go-to strategy for beating the hero students was in part to channel his resentment over their comparatively heroic quirks and taunt them into trying to defend themselves. But Izuku, though a hero student, was quirkless. And Shinso was many things, but he wasn't about to complain about having a bad quirk for the entrance exam to a quirkless kid, nor was he going to complain about people stereotyping his quirk as villainous to a MSFE sufferer. Bad as having a villainous quirk could be, it was still better than being forced to commit villainy on your own budget. There was one insult he was sure would work. But would it be worth the risk? XXXXX. It was the start of the fight. And nothing was going to stop Izuku from walking. Your nemesis is. Izuku knew what his evil deed for the day was going to be. XXXXX. Holy %, #% it. Izuku is folding that kid like a lawn chair. This has to be the most one-sided fight in the history of the UA Sports Festival. Oh, the humanity. Yeah. You go get that nemesis insulter, and I mean, oh no, how terrible. That is Doofenshmirtz building a giant complex sci-fi machine out of the rock that makes up the floor of the arena? How is he even pulling that stuff out? Wow, I'm kind of happy Izuku hasn't been actually trying for most of this tournament. XXXXX. Ah. Izuku cackled to a gagged and partially tied up Shinso. He didn't want to admit it, but he didn't expect there to be enough solid rock under the initial layer of rock to make stone slates. The kind of stone slates that villains tied people to in order to hit them with lasers specifically. And now you will be the first one to experience the full power of my most evil creation. Ever. He pointed to a large machine that vaguely resembled a stationary laser gun, except it was made out of rocks. With it, Izuku began before gesturing to another glowing device. And the shield generator I have also made out of rock to keep the many pro-heroes and agents in the arena from stopping me. I will give you a badge. And it will last for a whole week. Then Izuku activated the machine, causing it to shoot an itch laser that slowly worked its way towards Shinso, very slowly in fact. Sorry about the slow speed, but I do like to give agents a chance to thwart him. Izuku found himself kicked to the side as a familiar green agent slammed into him. Agent T. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Curses. I forgot that the shield from my generator is inexplicably unable to keep out humans with frog-based quirks. I have to say your arrival is completely unaccounted for, and by that I mean completely accounted for. Pulling a grass and stone remote out from his sleeves, Izuku pushed a button on it, causing grass to spontaneously grow and bind her limbs to the ground. You are trapped underneath inferior grounds. And now nothing will stop me from giving Shinso a badge for a week. Yeah. All for one would wipe a tear from his eye if he could. It brings a tear to my eye to see a good old Nemises fight. Didn't you fight All Might just recently? Shigaraki questioned. I thought that would have kept you happy on the front for years. All Might is my archenemy. All for one crossed his arms. Not my nemesis, those are completely different things. I actually miss my nemesis. Haven't seen him in so long, all I have to remember him by is this picture I keep framed on my desk. Shigaraki looked at the picture in question to see the mythological hydra with a fedora on its head. That is, that a mythological creature as your nemesis. Yes. All for one crossed his arms. I thought I showed you this earlier. Whatever. Point is that Harold the Hydra was one of the best nemesises a villain could ask for. Or Harry the Hydra, each of his heads had a different name after all. I'm going to have to sit through a long boring story, aren't I? Yes, but after this match. Izuku laughed. Nothing can save you now, Shinso. Now prepare a foe. Once against Izuku found himself hit from the side by Agent T, who had somehow gotten out of his trap. Agent T? Izuku gasped in shock. How did you get out of my trap? Tsuyu pointed to her side to reveal a groundskeeper that was currently mowing the grass around the arena. Curses! Shaking his fist into the air, Izuku let out a frustrated scream. Groundskeepers are the anti-intervention field's other weakness. A really bad weakness to have one given that trap was grass-based. And Tsuyu kicked him right into the self-destruct button of his newest innator, causing it to blow up in his face. Curse you, Tsuyu the frog girl. I'll let out Shinso now. Izuku pushed a button, causing the purple-haired boy's restraints to open, something he took advantage of by getting off of the stone slab. Have fun in the next round. Shinso let out a sigh. I'm pretty sure you handily won that one. I captured and tried to blast you with an innator. Izuku crossed his arms. For all you know, I could be disqualified and you could be moving to the next round. What do you mean I'm not disqualified? I knew it. Shinso crossed his arms. Besides you're quirkless and still pretty much fed me the pavement, and I pretty clearly need to work more on my physical ability before I can actually keep up with hero students. To be fair, I have a nemesis to fight on a regular basis. It's entirely possible that you could have held up much better against the average hero course student. You are very optimistic for someone under the MS.FE, Izuku. The next few rounds of the sports festival were a blur to Izuku after his failure to get himself disqualified in his first bout. Not that he was entirely out of it, he certainly did his best to keep his mind on some of the more interesting battles. Uraraka managed to take the victory over Kacchan, for instance, was a thing of utter mastery, a display of such pure unrestrained savagery that it caused his Aldera-forged instincts to burn in fear and alarm. Also an urge to submit to the new dominant predator of the school. And it was just like that the extent of the damage being in Aldera had done to Izuku's mental state had become all too apparent to him. Well, at least she'd beat him if Todoroki somehow failed. His narrow victory over Momo was also pretty impressive given how aggressively she kept on him the entire fight. All her experience overpowering and kidnapping him had certainly been put to good use. But still somehow, some way, he managed to overcome it and trap her through the clever use of his ice powers. Of course Momo then smirked at him and said she was eager to see if she could find a way around his newest trick next time they met, so Shoto might have won the battle but lost the war with that instance. Poor Todoroki, it sounded like Momo had his number yet again. Of course that wasn't the only odd matchup that had happened. Monoma wound up fighting a stick of butter. And the stick of butter won. It was much less pathetic than it sounded, and if Izuku was honest, that stick of butter could probably give most pro heroes a run for its money. But it was still a stick of butter that Monoma lost to. A stick of butter. Monoma lost to a stick of butter. What had Izuku been thinking about again? Oh right, the matches. Oh wait a minute. He was being called up against Todoroki. Todoroki is competent. Absolutely nothing could possibly stop Izuku from just walking out of the arena this time. Izuku. Shoto began the moment he faced his green-haired classmate. I want you to actually fight me. Except that, darn it. How did the universe know that Izuku had trouble turning down a request from a friend? Who? Okay, moving on. Why? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I mean, I'm going to go at you with full force if you want, but doesn't it seem a little counterproductive for you? I know, but I want to earn it. Shoto looked at Izuku with fire in his eyes. I want to give it my all and know all my opponents were doing the same, so please Izuku, go all out this fight. That was beautiful. Shoto was going to be a great nemesis to whomever to choose to fight. Izuku was sure of that. Of course Shoto, I will. The fight began with Shoto sending out a massive wave of ice in an effort to try and trap Izuku, only feel a single tap of his shoulder. What? Shoto blinked. You can teleport? Nope. Izuku smiled. Dodge good. Then he punched Shoto in the face, sending him flying backward, but thankfully for Shoto, it was not enough to send him out of the ring. And so the fight between the two continued on for several minutes, Izuku proving himself a more than capable combatant even without access to his innators, while Shoto found himself pushed to his limits. Every time he would try to use his ice, Izuku would always manage to dodge out of the way with a sort of feline grace that could only come from being half ocelot. Using his fire didn't turn out much better. It turns out that being caught in so many fiery explosions caused by his own innators exploding or combusting into flames right at his face has given Izuku an extreme resistance to fiery attacks, and of course explosive ones. You could have guessed that from when saw us sparring in class icy hot. Was Shoto thinking out loud again? Yes. He was really going to have to deal with that bad habit. Yes, you will. Meanwhile, Tsuyu was watching with rapt fascination. She'd only very rarely gotten to see her nemesis fight someone other than her, or at least fight someone other than her in an even fight. Usually Izuku tended to either defeat someone handily or end up defeated handily, so her experience with seeing him fight anyone else was mostly limited to chaotic free-for-alls. So it was very interesting to see him fighting with a near equal like this, and very pleasing given how muscled Izuku's arms were. UA really should invest in more durable fabric for these sports festivals, much as she was enjoying the current results. At least for Izuku's dignity, it was only his sleeves that were getting torn up like that. Regardless, it was interesting to see her nemesis hold his own against someone with a powerful quirk like Todoroki. Also, she was very happy in this very moment that Izuku was a very devoted enemy. She couldn't imagine if she actually had to worry about some other agent or pro-hero stealing him away. Boom. And it looks like Shoto finally managed to hit Izuku with a big enough glacier to knock him out of the arena. Although, if she was honest, Izuku was blatantly very happy to finally be out of the competition, so it's not like it was any actual loss on his part. He was certainly happy enough to shake Shoto's hand afterward. Him and that radiant smirk of his. She really had a wonderful nemesis. And so Tsuyu resolved that she would have to give nothing less than her best the next time she fought Izuku Doofenschmirtz. It was one of the best ways to show a nemesis that you value their presence in your life after all. In the end it was Uraraka that took first place in the UA Sports Festival, utterly destroying poor Todoroki in a one-sided victory so total that it defied all sense of description. Naturally that put Todoroki in second and left Izuku as third. Bakugo and the Stick of Butter didn't get podiums but managed solid fourth and fifth placements regardless. Nice job you guys. Uraraka smiled at her two classmates. I didn't think anyone would be able to hold out against that Stick of Butter. Honestly, I don't even know how I managed to beat it. Kacchan and I are from the Aldra school system. Izuku shrugged. We've had to fight killer sticks of butter on the regular for most of our lives. Not to insult the moral character of the Stick of Butter here at UA, of course. Yeah, I was actually surprised at how honorable it was. Bakugo added himself. Really, if Izuku and I weren't also in the tournament, it would probably have gotten at least third, maybe even second place. You think the bitter could have beaten Shoto? I'd say it would have had a good chance. Izuku idly nodded in agreement. That was some strong butter. XXXXX. Of course, elsewhere other Izukus were dealing with altogether different issues. Especially the one that had been ice-guyed to another dimension. He was dealing with an interdimensional travel machine filled with alternate Izukus. Villain Izukus. Oh, and kid that was his version of Izuku's evil twin brother. One of the Izukus began, this one in full armor. Are you sure you don't want to join us for our fight against the edgelord villain Izukus? I promise we won't be getting into any fights with heroes, so there's no risk of you being thwarted by someone other than your nemesis. Yes. Izuku crossed his arms. But I hate multiverse stuff. Please. The evil twin brother deployed Izuku's one weakness, puppy dog eyes, from a sibling, even if it was actually the sibling of an alternative version of Izuku. Fine. Curse your Izuku and the fact that he has an evil twin. That you actually am the good twin. Well, at least that explains why your puppy dog eyes are so potent. XXXXX. News from Tokyo as Godzilla and Ring Shong made eye contact today. The TV began. Due to the pointless giant monster fighting act, the two were then legally obliged to fight each other in a massive battle which caused trillions in damages. Sensei. Shigaraki looked at his mentor and/or father figure. Did you cause that? No, this time it wasn't me. All for one crossed his arms. The zombies, made scientists, and a few other immoral laws were me, but this one is entirely not my fault. In fact, I tried to get it repealed when I took over, almost succeeded too. That law was in place. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow under his father's severed hand. Before you took charge? Yes. All for one shrugged. You would not believe the insane stuff the people of Japan got up to before I took charge. I mean, it was nothing Aldra levels of bad, but the early age of quirks was not a fun place. It took me far more effort to make things worse than it really should have. You had to try to make things worse. The early age of quirks was really crazy. All for one let out a sigh before looking at a picture. I have no idea how I got through it without my nemesis. And no, I don't mean the line of one for all. Those are my archenemy, not my nemesis. Oh right, I got this insulting letter from the MLA. Shigaraki handed the letting in question to All for One, who took some time to look it over. That I see, so they want to mock us over the traffic cone-hating robot attacks. All for One growled. Unfortunately for them, two know how to play that game. Shigaraki, I need you to take this wheelchair ramp and put it in the MLA's basement. You mean the basement they used to keep that chihuahua-sized pile of guns Izuku sent after them because of the incident from going on a rampage? That one exactly. All for One crossed his arms. It's clear the MLA has had it too good for too long. Agreed. Shigaraki frowned. Actually, I need to ask what the MLA did to make Doofenshmirtz that age with them next time I get your pills. Izuku is normally very even-tempered, or at least is more silly than brutal with his retribution. Traffic cone detected $hashtag at hashtag% at us. How did it find us this fast? What kind of traffic cone was this thing built to destroy anyway? XXXXX. So Tiu. Habuko asked as the two sat down for lunch with Taguru Kamakiri, the third hero student in OWC. Our classes are doing a cross-training session soon. I know Izuku is only a part-time hero student, Do you think he's going to join in too? It's likely there was a close call when something came up and he was already so busy his ability to be in multiple places at once was stretched to the limit. Tsuyu began. But Vanessa agreed to look after his grandkids, so he'll be attending. Grandkids? Toguro looked at his colleague. Isn't Izuku too young to be having normal kids, let alone grandkids? Well, you see, he kind of treats his robots like sons. Tsuyu crossed her arms as if explaining the obvious. And one of them adopted children, so now he has grandchildren. Makes sense. Habuko put a finger on her chin. You know, I never really thought about how weird things could get when some of our nemesises think of their creations as children. Tokoyami must be having a hard time of it. Tsuyu commented dryly. His nemesis was Mei Hatsumi last I checked. Habuko and Toguro both shuddered. You couldn't pay either of us enough to fight Hatsumi. The latter said dryly. Even the other mad scientists find her hard to deal with. I know. Izuku complains about her all the time. And speaking of Nemesis, isn't Romero in your class, Habuko? Oh yeah. I guess this training session will have 2 agent and Nemesis pairs participating. That's going to be fun. Izuku, in hindsight, should have expected another zombie incident the second he heard Romero was involved. But not he did. So here he was running for his life, trying to stop the hordes of the infected from turning him into a chew toy. They even got Tsuyu. Oh no! Izuku panicked as he dodged past a swipe from a zombied Momo. Only to get got in Zombie Zero's tape. Curse you, Zombie Zero! Izuku couldn't resist howling out as he was surrounded and pinned down by the zombies. Chump. Chump. Arg. Chump. Why wasn't he turned into one of them already? Chump. Never mind, he just remembered the high zombie resistance from that one innator. Chump. In hindsight, he could have blasted his class with it given he was going to end up dealing with Romero at some point. Chump. Okay, now this was just getting annoying. What? Thump. Suddenly a tong shot out and pulled Izuku out of the pile of zombies, and towards Tsuyu. Wait, was she trying to essay dash? Chump. 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 Nope, guess she just wanted to infect him herself. Chump. Which was going to take a while given his near immunity. Chump. Oddly enough, a zombified Habuko mongoose also stopped. Chump. And then she held out a sign that said, "You go girl," and gave the zombified Tsuyu a thumbs up. Chump. Don't you have survivors to go hunt down? Chump. Instead of a or actual answer, zombie Habuko just giggled at the two of them and shuffled away. Chump. Well, nothing left for Izuku to do but try and escape zombie Tsuyu's clutches. Was this how Agent T felt during their daily fights? Thank goodness she wasn't around to see this. Bakugo was angry, thankful he was immune, or at least resistant to Romero's quirk due to being blasted by that innator a while back. But that didn't make being bitten repeatedly any more please. Wow! Achiko commented as she punched zombified student away, causing them to launch into the distance. These are some persistent zombies. Good thing I have a really strong immune system or I'd have been infected by now. That don't even make me imagine that nightmare. Bakugo grumbled. You're the top bully after all, and the last thing I want is to have to take orders from a zombie. Todoroki frowned as he, Ojiro, Toru, and some kid from the other school he didn't get the name of were cornered. And that was the kid's actual name as it turned out. He was from that species of shapeshifters that have invaded earlier and got into heroics. Good for him, but it meant most humans just referred to him by his nickname of some kid when speaking out loud. I don't see a way out of this, Ojiro said as he looked at the zombified students. We've been solidly cornered. Actually, Izuku spoke up. I think I can. Draw them away with a sacrificial ploy. I'm not sure how long it'll work, but it should at least give you the opening you need. Izuku, I don't feel comfortable asking you to sacrifice yourself like that. Todoroki looked High Friend in the eye before the group collectively realized something. Wait a minute. Some kid pointed at Izuku. Didn't they get you at the start of this mess? Yes. Izuku crossed his arms, and a closer look revealed that he was covered in bite marks. Chomped on me a bunch too, but I'm resistant, so I didn't turn into one of them. Zombie bites are very painful if you don't get transformed immediately, by the way. I recommend you don't let them bite you, because it is going to hurt if you also have some form of resistance you don't know about. Uff. Agaha. Ikkekid scream. What was that last zombie miming about? It seems we've run out of time. Izuku said dryly. But don't worry, I've got this. Dad ran into a similar situation when he was in Danville, and he told me the perfect way to distract hordes of zombies. With that, Izuku flexed once, causing the sleeves on his arms to shred and reveal shocking muscular arms. And then he ran off, somehow dodging his way past the swarm. That's right, you zombies, fresh meat. Come and get it. And it actually worked. The zombies closest to him split up for long enough. The assembled group of students managed to get out of the trap without any losses. Oh, then goodness, now I see dash. What? Of course, Izuku's relief at his friend's escape only lasts so long. Oh no. Zombie Tsuyu found me again. Why? Chump. Honestly, at this point, Izuku just hoped Ilda and his brother were doing fine. Chump. Izuku was quickly coming to the conclusion that Tsuyu had chompers on her even by zombie standards. So, Tensai, how did you capture Strain again? You remember that time your classmate went on a rampage with a robot spider train? Yes. Well, during the sports festival I tracked it down and convinced it to join the good guys. Stain ambushed me after I'd finished going, but the two of us managed to take him down. Wait, you teamed up with one of Doofenshmirtz's evil robots? Aren't they supposed to be, well, evil? Nah, they're allowed to take other jobs when not under the MSFE. The spider train in particular was a very nice guy for someone that looks like he came out of a silly yet shockingly well-made indie title. Meanwhile, the group of 4 survivors had found themselves stuck in a massive complex. Wow. Toru looked around. Who knew this complex was hidden in the training grounds? I know, right? Some kid turned on a flashlight. And what are the odds Romero's quick would go out of control right in the very same training ground that also had a massive building simulating the atmosphere and complex puzzles of a horror game? Yeah. A voice spoke up next to them. Don't worry, after I handle this last mechanism we should be able to escape out the back and avoid the horde of zombies out front. Good idea, Izuku. Shoto began before realizing something. Wait, Izuku? You escaped again. Again? Izuku raised an eyebrow as he flipped a switch, causing a door to slowly open. This is the 7th time I've managed to escape. I swear I will never let them catch a Mac. Izuku was interrupted as a tongue lashed out from the darkness and dragged him into. No. Avenge me, Todoroki. Izuku screamed as he was drawn further into the darkness. Avi ninj me. He does realize this is also temporary, right? Yeah. Toru began. But he's been mauled 7 times already because Romero is an idiot. I'd wanted revenge too if I were him. Tsuyu blinked and realized she didn't remember a majority of what happened. The zombies must have gotten her at some point. She hoped she didn't buy. Hey Tsuyu, good to see you're doing okay. Tsuyu turned to see Izuku, but he was covered in bite marks. A vast majority, Tsuyu realized, had been from her own teeth. Yuck. Sarah rubbed his face. Why do I feel like I've been kicked in the face repeatedly? Izuku, for his part, politely decided not to mention Zombie Zero had tried to infect him earlier only for Zombie Tsuyu to kick him away repeatedly, honestly. Nope, instead of bringing Tsuyu's kicking someone in the face, he merely finished his. Zombie Proofinator. BLZZZZ. Izuku, Tsuyu asked as Izuku handed her the weird ray gun he just blasted her with. What was that? Oh, that was my Zombie Proofinator. I got chewed up pretty badly and I don't want a repeat of the incident. I see. Tsuyu accepted the ray gun, and then realized something. Izuku, why are you turning the same color as the zombies? Izuku looked at himself. It appears that Romero's quirk has a delayed effect if someone with resistance is bitten multiple times. Well, if you'll excuse me. And then Izuku promptly vanished into the nearby foliage. That I forgot he was part Ocelot. Tsuyu promptly blasted Zero with the Zombie Proofinator. Looks like we've got a smart zombie on our hands. Yeah. Zero looked aimlessly into the forest. At least it's only the one. Izuku alone is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Of course, little did Zero know was that Izuku hadn't been the only one with resistance among the class. That's right, you fools. A riled-up zombie Achiko screamed as she bit into and promptly zombified a struggling Isamu student. This is a two-parter. What do you think the boss means by that? Zombie Izuku asked Zombie Bakugo, both of whom had already bitten several students themselves. It's a bully thing, you wouldn't understand.